What fight? Seeing Zhuofan stop, the rest halted as well, looking grave. Brother Zhua, are you absolutely sure Chower can't hold it? Zhuofan gave a curt nod. In the last two explosions, the lightning always prevailed over the inferno. It's proof that Chower can't handle invincible sword. I wager they'll soon catch up, and escaping with our speed is pointless. That's why fight. Brows shook all over as faces sank in despair, balling their fists as fear creeped into their hearts. Besides the fact that all here were stragglers, not even at their best would they ever hope to stand a chance against that monster. Ouyang Lingtian was the most clear on that. He and the other two divine sword wielders' only hope was in Chower's godlike talent. This, however, turned out to be a bust as well, with the old freak coming to finish them off. Everyone shivered. Big Brother Zhua, what are our chances? Ouyang Chongqing gazed at him with blinding hope. Everyone turned as well with burning gazes, including the three oldies here, all eager to know the answer to that question, having lost their backbone and awaited his instructions. Back when he was the Grand Marshal, they could still make use of that noggin on their shoulders, considering the three orders. Now, though, they relinquished their cognition in favor of following Zhuofan's orders. They were at the end of the rope, and the only way out was with help. Any that fell in such dire straits would stoop to any low, would take any deal. They would forego using their own minds in overcoming to earn another's help. The help might come from a volatile person, but no matter how wretched the character or unreliable, his words were law to them. Not to mention Zhuofan's intellect had been put to the test and prevailed. Their trust in him was blinding at this point. None had such complete faith in Zhuofan until now, especially the ever-belligerent Murong Shui. Even she found herself with her fate in his hands. Despair was among the best ways to get people to listen and obey. How else would you explain the many plebeian revolts throughout history? Zhuofan met their gaze with a knowing smile. Rest easy. With me here, nothing will happen. Big Brother knows a way. You can overcome invincible sword. Ouyang Chongqing gasped, discovering another side of him. The boss is so tough he only used his pinky before, when he has the power to fight the best in the lands. Really? But we're peers, there's a limit to how strong you can get. His suspicion soon waned right after, recalling Chower pushing back 3 Sword Kings, and she was even younger. As her father, there's nothing Big Brother Zhua can't do. The Zhua clan is a hidden den of monsters. Ouyang Chongqing cupped his hands in admiration. Big Brother Zhua is unfathomable, having not shown your talent for us to see. Now I get to see Big Brother's style, and I bet Big Brother and Invincible Sword's fight shall be the greatest and most glorious battle since the world came to be. It shall be our utmost honor to witness history being made. The rest looked at Zhuofan with astonishment. He can handle Invincible Sword. Really? That's insane. Invincible Sword had trained for ages, but what about him? If he could meet the old monster head-on, these observers would be ashamed for the old coot. You cultivated for millennia yet can't even compare to a guy being around for just a few decades? What have you been doing all these years, lounging? Those from the western lands were even more incredulous since the last time they saw him was barely 10 years ago, when they knew his strength. There was just no way one could jump ranks so much and so fast. Not just Invincible Sword would be depressed if he could, but even them feeling like they wasted their years. We've been hard at work training, so why are we still so far behind? Everyone had tense looks, waiting for Zhuofan's answer. There was hope and denial on their faces. While it was a great boon for them if Zhuofan had such heft, the same couldn't be said for their pride and self-confidence. What the hell have you been doing these years? How did you get so far ahead? We're not even in your shadow anymore. Gulping, Ouyang Lingtian and the other two were stressed out as they waited with fixed gazes on him, their thoughts and wishes in deep conflict. If Zhuofan declared he could fight Invincible Sword, they were the first to be in utter denial, taking out their sash and just hanging themselves with it. If you're such an abomination, what does that make us? Looking at them all, knowing full well the chaos in their hearts, Zhuofan chuckled and shook his head. Friends with my strength, even fighting peak Genesis experts is out of question, let alone Invincible Sword. I just happen to have some things on me like chower from my master when times are tough. I can at least escape with my life. Oh, I see. They all bobbed their heads, their rearing jealousy and envy curbed on the spot. What did I tell you? There's no way humans could train so fast. That's simply insane. It turns out to be some special means instead. That explains the last outrageous power. It's all based on something else. One's cultivation can only grow through hard work after all. Ouyang Lingtian and the other two had this belief ingrained in their hearts, getting testy the minute someone challenged it. If Zhuofan and Shower had truly amassed in a few years what took 1,000, their minds would snap and would just curl up and cry in a corner. They thanked the heavens it wasn't so. This at least brought value to their bitter struggle to the top for years on end. They got to keep their ego intact for now. Chongqing, slow and steady wins the race, tested and proved throughout the ages. Remember that. To be strong you need to train hard and not rely on props. When they fail, and they will, you only have yourself to rely on. Understand. Ouyang Lingtian used this chance to teach his wisdom to the child, though doing more for himself and washing away this defeat. It included Zhuofan in it as well, though they all understood it. Old-timers found their limelight stolen by youth, so they could only hang their seniority over their heads to show off. Ouyang Chongqing played along by nodding, the picture of an earnest pupil, yet rotten heart of disdain. Youths were pragmatic, looking only at the end and not the means. Sure, his old man's words held some truth in them, though here and now, they fell on deaf ears. To make it worse, if it came from Zhuofan for instance, he'd have his full attention. Whoosh! Purple flashed and Shower caught up to them. She looked panicked, rushing to Zhuofan. Father, to that old-timer is too strong. Dragon breath pill didn't do anything. He's on his way right now. Ha ha ha, yes, but not on his way, having already arrived. Just as she finished, for whistling sounds were heard as Invincible Sword was upon them with the 3 Sword Kings in tow. Everyone flinched back from shock, even Shower. For the first time, she scampered behind Zhuofan, peeking at Bailey Yutian with fear. The monster is here. Zhuofan lacked the obvious fear and distress prevalent running rampant in his group, smiling as he cupped his hands. Sir, we meet again. Indeed, Sir Zhua, your absence weighed heavy on my heart. Ha ha ha. Giving a smirk, Bailey Yutian laughed. Devil Mountain is such a big name, living up to its reputation. I have now come to see it for what it is. Although, I'm afraid leaving without your head and the 3 divine swords is out of the question. Will Sir oblige? Zhuofan cocked an eyebrow, giving off a smirk of his own. Sir sure is forgetful of our deal to stay out of each other's way. Isn't it a little too soon to come for my head? Sir might want to go back on his word, but aren't you too eager to? Undignified. An agreement is made between equal parties, something I considered you to be then. Not anymore. He squinted and gave an evil smile. If you wish the deal to hold, you will have to prove to me you have what it takes for me to honor it still. You don't say. Ha ha ha. Then I guess the deal is off here and now. Giving up so soon, sir? Ha ha ha, with your bluff seen through, you're sensible. That's where you're wrong, sir. Zhuofan grinned as Bailey Yutian laughed, his eyes disdainful. I found that from how Sir defined the deal that you're the one unfit for me to keep it. You're just too weak. Bailey Yutian shuddered, his manic smile frozen on his face as his expression darkened. Humph, Sir Zhua called me forgetful when you're even more so. I take it back, you're not sensible but conceited. It might scare everyone else but not me. You're only signing your death warrant. Bailey Yutian flicked his fingers. The sky turned purple from the lightning and a savage sword energy flew straight for Zhuofan. The pressure they felt spiked from that one strike, stalling everyone's breath and making them shiver. It even made their skin crack, scarlet blood seeping from their wounds, like they were ready to pop. Ouyang Lingtian and the other 2 had bloody faces, unable to resist. Not even wielding divine swords proved enough to defend against this casual swipe from Bailey Yutian. Invincible sword, unstoppable and decimating. He held the greatest power in the world, relentless and crushing. Below this sword wave, All felt death breathing down their necks, turning icier and icier. Ha ha ha, Sir Joie. I just came from having tried your child's toy. Quite impressive, I might add, but far from enough to threaten me. Sir Joie, a father shouldn't be using the same method like your daughter in desperate times. You'd only disappoint me. Bailey Yutian laughed with disdain. The three Sword Kings looked smug seeing their boss smug, cackling on the inside. Mess with Patriarch and this is what you get. None can stand up to the Patriarch. Devil Mountain's Dragon Breath pill might deal with a Sword King, but it's only a crude toy against Patriarch, ha ha ha. Zhuofan squinted, facing the fierce winds, and looked at the obnoxious four above with a cold smile. Invincible sword, don't get too happy. You're far from becoming unbeatable. I might not have such toys on me, though I'm partial to having pets. Since Sir is gracious enough to show us how it's done, I would very much appreciate your input on this little beastie. Zhuofan flicked his hand and the storage ring opened a portal. A fierce gale blew and the ground shook. The sword energy was right on top of the group, about to take their heads, when a huge sharp claw lashed out at it. The explosion rumbled out and the invincible sword's energy remnants faded off into nothing. A chilling wind passed as a wind shadowed the sun and the skies in its entirety. A single flap crushed stone and broke mountains. The endless purple lightning around got snuffed out as well under the biting gale. The invincible sword's dominance over the sky had been cut down to half its size as a three-headed humongous bird with an azure flame on its forehead presented its glorious size to the world. It shrieked, the piercing sound deafening and reverberating in all directions. All spiritual beasts within 1,000 miles cowered in fear, prostrating before their king. That's. All gaped in shock and terror, including even invincible sword. Could this be the legendary imperial spiritual beast of the 9th level, the three-headed crow? The Sword Kings were dumbstruck, face twitching and shaking hard. Patriarch, that's indeed the strongest spiritual beast, the 9th grade imperial three-headed crow. Hardly anyone has seen it. To think it would make its appearance today. The Devil Mountain is a monster to even rear something of this caliber. Bailey Yuyun grew grave as he stared in disbelief. 9th-level spiritual beasts are the strongest, said to be an emperor anywhere it went to all creatures. There has never been any man in the Five Lands history capable of surpassing such a legend. It was in fact human empires that caved under its claw and wingspan by the dozens. I just can't fathom how such an emperor of beasts would be willing to listen to some human. Patriarch, Devil Mountain. Bailey Yuyun shook in anxiety, his regret mounting. This expert could not be trifled with, having the might to subdue even the mightiest of beasts, a 9th-level spiritual beast. The real issue here was that they got on this mystical hidden sex bad side now. How are we supposed to survive it? When the real experts feel like coming for retribution, not even the Patriarch might hold. Bailey Yuyun grew panicked, looking at Bailey Yutian in fear. Bailey Yutian knew what he wanted to say and hold his hand out to stop him, his smirk obvious as he stared in excitement at the huge beast. For thousands of years I've been in constant search for a worthy opponent, yet was disappointed every time. Provoking Devil Mountain might not have been wise, but to see a living legend, a 9th-level spiritual beast, is filling this old heart with glee, ha ha ha. Patriarch, that's not the problem here. It's the person who subdued it. I know that. Invincible Sword waved him off with impatience. Only a true expert can make a 9th-level spiritual beast bow. We've really stirred the hornet's nest this time, and even I might feel its sting. But what of it? Do you three know how the Sword Star Empire came to be? In my prime, I've faced countless hardships and challenges that led to what you see today. Isn't it just another strong adversary that showed up? Just in time, too. To curb this solitude I've endured for years and years. I can now feel young again. No matter how tough Devil Mountain is or how many experts come at me, I'll meet them head on down to my last breath. Just like how I did back in the day and challenged the Five Lands. Ha ha ha, Devil Mountain, this is great. It's so good that you exist. Now I'm no longer alone. Ha ha ha. An uninhibited mad laughter came from Invincible Sword as he stared at the three-headed crow, brimming with glee. The sundering sword appeared in his hand. As he felt the streaks of purple lightning flaring, his thirst for battle raged as his aura burst forth. In a blink, the skies changed. Lightning crackled, purple fighting to wrest control of the skies from the black winds. The Sword Kings fell back as Patriarch grew more and more excited, having never seen him so wild and violent. Now that the 9th-level spiritual beast appeared, it could handle all his power and he could finally let loose. For a man so crazed about being at the very top, it was the greatest stimulant. The three-headed crow started, hardly believing what he was seeing. Not even it had faced such a strong human. Surprised one even appeared in this mortal domain. Invincible Sword was a man that even an imperial spiritual beast would respect. Ouyang Lingtian and the others watched the three-headed crow with gaping mouths. Sir Zhua, to the Devil Mountain even has something this outrageous? Well, they're good for errands and holding the door. Zhuofan spoke heavily, staring at the beast and man about to duke it out. Even he began to feel some respect. Wisdom came with age, it was what everyone was saying. And the more one went on in years, the more they gained and the more they feared losing any of it. Invincible Sword was the exception. Age was just a number to him, while always going around challenging his limits with no fear of what it might do to his clan. No wonder he's the Invincible Sword. Haha. He was at least leagues above all the other 4 so-called strongest in their lands. The 3 old-timers gawking from the sidelines earned Zhuofan's displeasure. He was on the 4-land side, facing off against the Invincible Sword. Yet when it came to respect, he found the enemy far more worthy of it. It was all due to these mighty experts cowering in the face of their enemy, while the Invincible Sword relished the challenge. That's what separates the strong from the weak. Propping doors? Sir Zhua, just what the hell is Devil Mountain even? Ouyang Lingtian cried in shock. Zhuofan smiled, his focus never leaving the fight that was to commence. He noticed the three-headed crow was shaking, looking just as thrilled. The 9th-level spiritual beast wants to put the Invincible Sword's title to a real test. Ha ha ha. How foolish. Zhuofan shook his head and continued to watch. He shouldn't be belittling the 3, not when they were heroes of their own areas. But now, when life was on the line in the face of this showdown, they only cared about self-preservation, although quite a logical action too. While he had no worry since it was all going as planned, the rest were on a razor's edge, from one situation into another. How could they handle that? He always emphasized on their toughness and bravery, but he was asking too much from them. Zhuofan emptied his mind then, finding a new world view then and there, opening his eyes. All were just too focused to notice his changed gaze. With even Zhuofan unable to understand what realization he came to. Whoosh! Holding the sharp, sundering sword, Bailey Yutian glanced with excitement from the crow to Zhuofan below. Ha ha ha, Sir Zhua. I must thank you for giving me such a great adversary. I'll be sure to show my appreciation by giving you a proper burial once I slay it and keep your head. I'm humbled, which is why I'll be sure to gather your pieces and send them back to Sword Star Empire once my spirit animal tears you apart. The least I can do is not let your corpse be ravaged by wild beasts. As a token of our brief friendship, ha ha ha. Zhuofan looked perky as well. The two stared at each other and burst out laughing. The audience was left dumbstruck, none able to understand what was happening. Not even the 3 Sword Kings. They both talk about the other's demise. But what's the deal with using such a friendly tone? What baffled the Sword Kings more was how their patriarch sounded even genuine. It held no sarcasm, but true in his intent to pay back the favor. Who in the world is kind to their victim? Since when is giving them a burial being nice? Invincible Sword was just that content with saying such dreadful words, making all others numb. Ouyang Chongqing wanted clarification. Big brother, were you cursing each other just now? Of course not, we're just having a friendly chat. Finding common ground even. Friendly? Common ground? I don't see it. Ouyang Chongqing was stumped. Zhuofan sighed. You haven't been around much and have no clue about a practitioner friendship. Being part of this circle of practitioners, you don't get to choose. Each of us wants the other dead, driven by our own interests. That, however, doesn't stop us from having mutual respect as well, showing it by looking after their corpse. This is how you treat an honorable opponent. Completely natural. How's that natural? I didn't understand any of that. Ouyang Chongqing scratched his head, clueless still. Ouyang Lingtian took a moment to mule his words, and then bowed to Zhuo Fan. We all admire Sir's conscience. Dad, you got what he said? Of course. The three old men laughed. Practitioners don't get to choose. Ha ha ha. Star Reader, the author is taking the idiom literally, with the implied meaning that they don't get to choose where to die or if they get a burial. They turned serious then, their smiles falling, turning to the man and beast above with nothing but respect. Self-preservation no longer dominated their actions, standing tall like a true top expert of their land. Zhuo Fan nodded. No wonder they understand, being the head of their land. A practitioner must be willing to challenge. That's what makes him a fighter, rather than stretching his time on this earth for as long as he can. They sealed it off in their hearts, sealed themselves from the Tao in the secular world. This may be why their insights in the sacred weapons lack compared to the invincible sword. Their hearts were confined with trifles. Now their hearts are open. Whoosh! The three-headed crow flapped its huge wings, sending fierce winds around. It then shot for the invincible sword, talons at the ready to tear him apart, whistling through the air. Patriarch, look out! Rip him apart! The Sword Kings cried out while Shower cheered for their house pet. She was getting more than a little kick out of it, seeing invincible sword about to get it after picking on her. Clang! The invincible sword squinted, flicking the sword to block the claw, letting out a grating sound. The power exerted was absurd, cataclysmic, with invincible sword forced back as he defended. His arms bulging from strain and sweat formed on his brow. Having never seen Patriarch in such difficulty in battle, the Sword Kings were panicking. The rest, by contrast, were wild with joy. Ouyang Chongqing skipped over to Zhuo Fan to exclaim, Big brother, if you had that precious, you should have taken out from the start and saved my dad and others the effort. I wanted to wait for the perfect timing to catch the invincible sword by surprise and end him. Now I had no choice but to let them face off. Zhuo Fan made up some lie on the spot. He couldn't outright say, I was waiting for both sides to be crippled. That would be most rude. The excuse sounded clever too, with none judging his intellect. After all, he had done all the thinking for them all this time. No matter how suspicious this reason was, since Zhuo Fan said it, they had to believe it. Who here was the Grand Marshal anyway? Only Ouyang Lingtian and the old-timers understood that the war didn't matter, only this battle. Ah! A howl echoed as the invincible sword tensed his legs and stood firm to stop his retreat. The invincible sword then pushed harder, flinging the humongous bulk of the three-headed crow back, making it roll in the air a couple times. The three pairs of eyes looked back with shock. You're quite strong for a human. It speaks. Just like that sea demon. Ouyang Chongqing shrieked. Do all 9th-level spiritual beasts speak? Is the sea demon at the same level? The other paused, then nodded, coming to the same conclusion. Only Zhuo Fan and Shower knew the reason behind a 9th-level spiritual beast could speak. The azure flame enlightened it. As for the sea demon, it was much worse than a puny spiritual beast. What did startle Zhuo Fan, though, was that the invincible sword was able to fight a 9th-level spiritual beast evenly. At this level, the beasts were king, not to mention this particular creature was the Kunping's right hand, a cut above the norm. Despite it all, the invincible sword pushed on. Does this mean that the invincible sword is at the stage of a spirit king? He's not one in the truest sense only because the domain blocks him. Zhuo Fan's mind was calculating and observing. His power went beyond anything and anyone, yet his cultivation stalled. It did not match the natural order. If the invincible sword gets any stronger, will the domain press harder on his cultivation? If his power overcame the limit of the domain, once he broke through he'd rise above the mortal realm, and he would incur heavenly tribulation. But with the sword sovereign's inheritance, Heavenly tribulation might not mean instant death. But then what? Will he remain in the mortal domain, or was the invincible sword the only true talent that reached this point in the long history of the mortal domain? There had to be generations of glorious talents and their centuries-long legends. With how the 5 divine swords existed since the beginning, the sword sovereign's inheritors couldn't amount to just these few. So where are they? If they ascended to the sacred domain, why hasn't there been word of any people coming from the mortal domain then? Xuefan knew things didn't add up. The heavenly sovereign's domain wasn't merely made to trap sacred beasts. Shriek. The sudden cry pierced the skies and the ears of everyone. The 3-headed crow cried out at the indignity of having a human push it back. Its huge wings sent swirling black winds straight for Bailey Yutian. Any hill or rock in their path were reduced to nothing, the wind holding the power of decay as it ate through anything it touched. Even the lightning streaking across the skies fared no better, turning the purple-hued heavens block from the winds. All felt a sudden chill as it whistled in their ears, their blood running cold. It was all done to swallow Bailey Yutian. The Sword Kings cried out once more, worried for their patriarch. Everyone else was in grave disbelief a Sword King would act like that, though it became clear from the display that not even the best in the world might fare better against a 9th-level spiritual beast. As the darkness and the winds surrounded him, the invincible sword's eyes flashed and lightning sparked across the sword. 3 heads. Be sure to give that old coot a good smacking for me. Xiao cheered from behind Xuefan once she saw the dreadful powers clashing in the sky. 3-headed crow turned grim at its master's order, flapping his wings hard. Black astral wind annihilation. Rumble. The winds flooded the sky like a stampede, encroaching on invincible sword, trapping him within and closing in to seal his fate. The pressure was enough to stick the robe to his body, pushing harder and harder on him. Even his bones were creaking. Patriarch! The Sword Kings cried out, sweating from worry. Against such power the likes of which they had never seen before, they themselves would have died on the spot if they were in the invincible sword's stead right now. And that was just from the pressure alone. Once the winds truly struck, then their patriarch. They grew more restless as fear fed them worst-case scenarios. Their nails dug into their palms, drawing blood without them even knowing. Ouyang Chongqing and the others witnessed such a shocking scene with glee. The invincible sword's legend was about to die. Only Xuefan and the 3 old-timers were calm. The end of this fight between the man and beast wasn't just a mere conclusion to the war, but also the declaration of who stood at the top, who was the strongest. This was a practitioner's honor and conviction, something no profane reason could stain. Xuefan felt this on his own skin. Thus he watched this fight for no other reason than that. They all wanted to see the shocking showdown of the strongest, and how far they were from the top. Cough. As the power grew more savage in its approach, it caused his old bones to stiffen up. And with any flaring of its aura, pain speared through his whole body. What was truly astounding was that he was sweating as well. Bailey Yutian gnashed his teeth to bear through it, even as he wore an exciting smile and a lively gaze. He did not fear it, but relished it. How many years has it been since I felt such pain? This is a battle. This is how I should live. Ha ha ha. Laughing on the inside, Bailey Yutian shouted and gripped his sword tighter. His whole body shone purple while the sundering sword flickered with lightning. First of the 3 sundering sword strikes, all conquering. Whoosh. As the black winds were upon him, Bailey Yutian's hand tightened. His bones creaked and his body unleashed surges of lightning. With a sudden shift, a sword wave was unleashed in every direction, sweeping all in its path. Rumble. The sky thundered and the earth boiled as everything around quaked. From the invincible sword, a powerful purple lightning storm spread out, and as it met the black winds, they stalled for a second before decimating the winds. The purple lightning destroyed everything in its path, retaking back control of the skies, bringing back its purple hues. The terrible lightning slammed from up above, like performing a victory dance. Bam! Three-headed crow was flung back, flipping a dozen times, his eyes wild from shock. How can a mere human? Pa! It was too soon to be amazed as a sudden explosion came from its body, burning through his feathers. The stench of it filled its nose. Three-headed crow was overwhelmed, looking at the wound as it let out black smoke in disbelief. A human actually wounded me? This was a wound-sundering sword made. The invincible sword used the chance when the black winds were countered to harm him. The audience gaped at such an outcome. Even the sword kings were flabbergasted. They said none could fight a 9th-level imperial beast, but now it was wounded. What made it worse was that it came in retaliation from its own attack. This is outrageous. They started off believing Patriarch would have a hard time even escaping the Black Wind's attack, since it came from a 9th-level imperial beast. Only to witness the impossible. Patriarch crushed those winds and used the opening to strike back as well, making history. The invincible sword is worthy of his name. The Sword Kings went wild with joy. The Patriarch is our damn greatest pride. By contrast, Ouyang Lingtian's group mood sank as they all gave heavy sighs. Not even a 9th-level imperial beast can deal with the old guy. Is he too strong? Zhuo Fan and the old-timers were amazed as well, watching on to see how it would end. Who? The invincible sword was short of breath, wiping his sweaty brow and looking exhausted from the strain the strike put on him. He wasn't worried though, but thrilled, filled with thirst for battle. He got so giddy that he was willing to squeeze the other in a bear hug, if it were a human. Brother, what took you so long to see me? Why haven't we met already? I've been so lonely, all by myself for ages. Ha ha ha. Three-headed crow's feelings were anything but mutual, wearing a heavy expression. It was a mighty 9th-level imperial beast, with the whole mortal domain as its turf. Except for those really exceptional few out there, it feared nothing. Turned out, however, he got pushed back twice when fighting some average human. The annoyance was turning into hatred. All spiritual beasts were above humans when it came to power. Spiritual beasts of any grade were seen as either inferior, average, or superior. The first two could match a peak human expert, while the superior bests were a cut above even that, able to stand against those truly strong humans. Three-headed crow was a 9th-level spiritual beast, beyond superior even the best of the best. Add in Kunping's teachings, it was no longer limited to the mortal domain's power scale. Logic would say it was second only to the sacred beasts in the mortal domain, and not any human in existence. Its pride thus could not accept how an inferior human being actually came to harm it. Where would its dignity be among fellow spiritual beasts? And worse, what would it tell Kunping? Had it no pride? Three-headed crow was outraged, shaking its heads and glaring at the invincible sword with intent to kill. Spiritual beasts lacked the admiration humans had for true experts. You shamed me and now I'll kill you. It was just that simple for beasts. It was so enraged its fury was just short combusting. Shower, the cute thing, was so considerate she fanned the flames. Three heads, if you lose, I'm going to tell the chief. Doesn't Uncle hate letting go of others? He sent you to help yet you come back humiliated. Is there no one under him good at anything? We might as well not even ask for help the next time. Let him retire instead. Three-headed crow saw the warning in Shower's gaze and sighed. You are the company you keep. This girl is as twisted as that Zhuo Fan. Twisting the knife where it hurts. And hurt it does. Three-headed crow feared nothing but the sacred beasts. Now Kunping sent him on an errand, under another's command. It looks like having this lass fanning the flames will make my life hell. Curse you, spoiled brat. Getting so smug for having the sundering Thunder Phoenix inheritance. Stop playing cute with me. You're nothing but a 6th-level spiritual beast. You dare tell me what to do. Your mom was shivering every time she saw me. Why not me instead? We're both birds, so why can't I catch a lucky break? It pisses me off. Sighing hard, Three-headed crow's mood sank as his thoughts took a worse turn. Though not like it could talk back to her, since things were different now, a reborn phoenix and all that nonsense. The last will soon be just another boss. Three-headed crow's cold eyes turned to its only target, the invincible sword. It's all his fault, and today he'll die. Who? Three-headed crow's azure flame above its forehead flickered wildly like candlelight. Its eyes, however, were cold and icy, focused solely on the invincible sword who stood across from it. Picking up on its thirst for his death, Bailey Yutian grinned, holding his sword in both hands, fully intent to match it with his own lust for battle. Come, foul beast, try my second attack of the 3 sundering sword strikes. How dare you? Three-headed crow shuddered, shrieking. A wretched human dares challenge my authority? You have a death wish. Three-headed crow shook, and the azure flame on its forehead expanded in size, like an explosion, before shrinking back to cover the crow. Who? With a mighty cry, the crow had turned into an azure firebird. Judging from the pressure increase, it had to be 10 times as strong at least. It left the audience gasping and wide-eyed. Ouyang Chongqing and the Sword Kings were equally shocked. The crow was strong enough as it was, yet here it went going even further in displaying its complete superiority over them. The invincible sword barely fought back against it the first time, which meant now he would fall short. Ouyang Chongqing and the rest's faces shone with hope, while the Sword Kings sank in the pits of despair, high-strung and worried. Patriarch! Bailey Yutian stared at the huge bird of fire, eyes calm and gesturing. Come, foul beast! Pretentious fool! Three-headed crow squinted in anger, shouting as it flapped its wings to rush Bailey Yutian. Human, bear witness to a king's might, earth-crushing claw. Whoosh! As it dived to attack, 2 claws formed from azure flame, bearing down on Bailey Yutian. The air warped as it traveled, giving the illusion that space itself was melting. The azure claws of fire arrived in an instant, the blistering heat twisting the robe on Bailey Yutian, about to burst into flames. Not even the Yuan Qi protecting the best in the world could fend off this deadly fire and its effect. The Sword Kings were frantic. What fire is that? Why can't Patriarch fend off the heat? Once it explodes, then Patriarch. A heavy frown set in, their minds filled with disastrous scenarios. Ouyang Chongqing clenched his fists hard, beyond thrilled. The old monster is done in at last. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan and the old-timers remained silent. Second sword of the 3 sundering sword strikes, obliterate. As the fire claws neared, Bailey Yutian's eyes shone and gripped his sword with conviction. Following his shout, the sword slashed forward with all the might his aged, yet fit body had to offer. Whoosh! Unlike with the previous flashy and spectacular strike, Bailey Yutian released a thin sword energy this time. Despite its dull and flat appearance, this sword energy felt to have contained even more power than the last. It was also made evident from Bailey Yutian huffing for breath at the exertion. All looked curious. How could such a plain sword energy take so much out of him? It was made apparent soon enough. The sword wave clashed with the flaming claws, with everyone expecting to see nothing more than a blip where the small attack hit the claws of no effect. What followed instead was endless explosions as violent lightning ran rampant from within the flaming claws, swallowing them from the inside. This was just the start. All watched in stunned silence as the tiny sword energy shot in and out of the fire claws, leaving behind a streak of lightning that consumed the skies. Not even the azure flame stood a chance against the ever-encroaching purple. As the lightning grew, the huge flaming claws were swallowed in it, while the sword energy shot through them and for the 3-headed crow. How is this possible? 3-headed crow's eyes widened from shock. As the purple sword wave came head-on, it raised its own fire claw to grab for it. Rumble. On contact, the tiny sword wave exploded in a glorious fashion, unleashing a thunderstorm like no other, singeing the crow's body as it struck and swallowed it. The startling and frightening explosions that followed only amplified the dread felt from seeing lightning engulf the skies and the humongous crow along with them. The others stared blankly, incredulous how so much destruction could be packed into something so tiny. Why did that old guy's attack look so plain yet so devastating? Did the 9th level spiritual beast fall for it? Zhuofan mused and nodded in realization. So that's why it's called Obliterate. All power is focused on one spot followed by a violent release that can submerge and destroy everything. Star Reader. He analyzed the individual characters that make up the word. First means bury, cover, submerge, etc., while the second means exterminate, destroy, etc. Yes, the Sundering Sword is essentially a tool for pure destruction. The Invincible Sword's insights are worlds beyond ours. Ouyang Lingtian sighed. Seeing that focused destructive force only proves it, needing an amazing talent to control such wild power. The Invincible Sword is worthy of his name, the Peak Practitioner. The other two nodded with utter calm, despite this meaning that the Invincible Sword won and would spell doom to them all. They had broken off from the mortal affairs, gleaning into the world's nature. Whoosh! A black shadow streaked across the endless lightning above as Three-Headed Crow used its powerful bulk to fly out. It had lost its majestic air from before, however, now looking worse for wear. The only azure flame remaining burning was the feeble mote on the forehead. Even its plumage was singed, stripping away more of a 9th level imperial beast's prestige. All of this was caused by one man, the strongest human. Three-Headed Crow felt its entire honor had been dragged through the mud. Its eyes burned with hatred for the old guy, screeching, "Rotten human, you have slighted me for the last time. Now you die." Three-Headed Crow shot for the Invincible Sword. Its speed belied its now worse state, filled with power and vigor. Humans had spiritual beasts beaten when it came to smarts, but their bodies were leagues above. It had suffered an affront to his dignity with the Invincible Sword landing 2 strikes on it. But at the end of it all, the damage it suffered was only skin deep. The Invincible Sword, instead, was the one who neared exhaustion from those attacks, panting. This was a gap between spiritual beasts and humans. The spiritual beasts' bodies were just too damn tough. Sword Kings knew this too and cried out, "Patriarch!" Whoosh! Bailey Yutian's wave cut them off. Taking deep breaths, he forced himself, although with a pale face and weakened body, to stand tall. He even smiled in excitement. "I have roamed the world undefeated with these 3 strikes, only ever forced to use the first. Never has the chance presented itself or required the use of all 3. It's because no one could take them on. This time, ha ha ha, I'm relishing the fact I can use them all. Truly a joy. Ha ha ha. Three-Headed Crow. Thank you for fulfilling my lifelong wish and allowing me to fight with all I have." Bailey Yutian held his sword, his eyes sharp as he gave an effusive smile. Third sword of the 3 sundering sword strikes. Fatality. Whoosh. The sundering sword in the Invincible Sword's hand flashed purple and lightning snaked its blade. His eyes stared at it, and he started fading in and out of sight right under everyone's eyes. It gave off the feeling that the world was going along with this strike's build-up. Ouyang Chongqing slapped his head. What kind of skill is the old guy using? Why is his body warping like that? One with the sword and nature? Zhuofan cried out. Bailey Yutian's genius is without equal in this world. His insights in the way of the sword are so great. All he needs is the right cultivation level to ascend. Brother Zhua, he's at the top already. What ascending? There's hardly anyone in the 5 lands that can match up to him, maybe not even a 9th level spiritual beast. I'm not talking about the lands, but... Zhuofan's brow shook, shaking his head and letting his voice trail off. Bailey Yutian had achieved the peak in terms of swordsmanship, with cultivation being the only thing holding him back from unleashing its full power. If he were a saint right now, he'd already be worthy as the next sovereign. Zhuofan was after the same stage as well, though the sovereign stage was beyond arduous to reach. One not only needed to have adequate cultivation, but also needed insights in a path that made him one with nature. Many peak saints had strength while lacking true enlightenment. The Invincible Sword here had attained the hardest requirement first. All that he needed now was time. But with the 10 paths to heaven having been taken, no one could become a sovereign even by having the right to. The world's nature prevented it. There could never be an influx of true experts to maintain balance in the world. For the invincible sword to become a sovereign, he needed to take one off his perch first, the greatest problem for posterity, Xuefan included. He was after the same stage as well, working hard each day to cover all bases, mental, spiritual, and physical. And not just to reach it, but to fight one as well, to steal the throne. The only unknown in his plan was how many sovereigns were still around in the sacred domain, and if there were any vacancies. He never heard anything about the 10 emperors vanishing while in the sacred domain, now even more so. All he could do was get ready. In case of any challenge that might come, he'd cross that bridge when he got there. Xuefan kept watching the invincible sword, his respect mounting. Anyone qualified to be a sovereign was a rarity, making it rest heavily on fate whether such fortune might befall you of all people. Ouyang Lingtian looked startled. The old-timers, having trained in the sword, could sense more than any just how incredible the invincible sword's attainment was, never leaving him out of their sights. Who? Sending biting winds, three-headed crow charged head-on with its sharp claws primed to tear Bailey Yutian's skull off his shoulders. Bailey Yutian heard the whistling of the wind and the sword finally moved. Making a completely plain swing, Bailey Yutian faded in and out while lightning exploded as a purple sword wave flew at the three-headed crow. It laughed in mockery. Ha ha ha! Have you gone senile, old fool? You saw how your sword energy can't do anything to me. I easily crushed it last time and now you're using it again. A sudden groan cut him off, followed by spraying blood dyeing the skies red as it powered down like rain. Three-headed crow froze, jerking its head to look down in utter shock. How? The majestic claw that whistled through the air with incredible power, and his pride, was now gone, leaving behind a perfect cut. The sword energy had robbed it from it. It was stupefied. It was a 9th-level imperial beast, the toughest there was, yet it just got sliced from some sword energy? It saw his sword energy's power already too. Those previous 2 strikes hardly did anything to him. So what made this plain sword energy so damn special? This is just too freaky. Three-headed crow's 6 eyes were lost in utter confusion. Its mind had been made aware and became quite smart as well, perfectly capable of judging when to dodge or not. It never got within the range of the sacred weapon, since it would be easy for it to cause harm. While a human wielded it, any sword energy couldn't. This was where it was stuck. Bailey Yutian smirked at its conundrum, his body fading out once more as he unleashed another sword energy on its wing. Whoosh! Blood gushed once more as a huge wing fell, and the three-headed crow stood there too shocked to even sense it. How? Humph! This strike is called fatality, meaning demise. Bailey Yutian grinned, showing his pearly whites. No matter what I face, I will cut it with fatality. I am holding the sundering sword in my hand, sundering the heavens with it. What else is there that can't be severed? Bailey Yutian turned as he shouted, now fading in as he slashed hard at the three-headed crow's head. Wait! Whoosh! Three-headed crow's eyes were wide with dread, about to beg, but the invincible sword's unstoppable attack had already passed. The sword wave flitted through it, leaving behind a motionless three-headed crow. Slowly, its huge bulk peeled in two, crashing down on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The terror in those 6 eyes was the last expression it had as the azure flame died along with its life. The apex battle between the strongest human and peak spiritual beast had reached a most shocking conclusion that none saw it coming. Everyone was too out of it to speak. Ouyang Chongqing felt like crying, despair coming crashing down harder after having tasted hope. Brother Zhua even used his last card. A 9th-level spiritual beast no less. But this monster just won't die. Doesn't this mean it'll be our turn to kill us? The Sword Kings went wild with joy. Patriarch had crushed a 9th-level imperial beast all by himself. Amazing! The invincible sword's name will travel the far reaches of the world. Not just among humans, but even among spiritual beasts. Now nothing can stand up to Patriarch. Now this is the true invincible sword. Fan and the old-timers weren't so taken by emotion, looking at the humongous corpse with a heavy heart. They were not relating its fate with theirs, but weighing the challenging future ahead. Before them was the peak power across the lands and also their goal. Even Fan was solemnly watching the hovering invincible sword above. The invincible sword, the peak of mortal domain, to think anyone could attain such heights in a limited and barren world. Going further will mean being worthy of the sovereign stage. I strive for the sovereign stage just as well, and to reach it, I need to get to this level before returning to sacred domain. Peak of Genesis stage, the strongest in mortal domain, that's the bare minimum if I want to challenge a heavenly sovereign when I return. Fan stared hard at Invincible Sword, an evil grin creeping on his face. Invincible Sword, you'll be my final rival in the mortal domain. The moment I surpass you will be the time I leave this world. I just hope you'll still be around to be my stepping stone. Ha ha ha. Who? Oblivious to Fan painting a target on his back, Bailey Yutian's breathing was ragged, paling harder as he became weaker. Using all 3 strikes took a toll on his aged body, feeling how much it really was for the first time. But he did not mind it one bit, looking refreshed despite the waned face. He turned to Fan. Ha ha ha. Sir Zhua, thank you for that. I've greatly enjoyed myself. It's a shame I ended up winning. So going by our agreement, I'll be taking that head and burying you. Bailey Yutian pointed the sword at him with a cold smile. The Sword King flew next to Bailey Yutian, looking smug and arrogant. Well, now can you face the facts? Humph. Heart sinking, everyone flinched back from fear, now that this evil was coming for them. They still gave Fan hopeful looks, like looking at their last lifeline to save them from this despair and terror. Bro, do you have anything else? Fan muttered under his breath, then raised his hands to give a light clap, not looking the least bit terrified like his peers. Clap. Ouyang Lingtian and the old-timers stood at his side with a grave look, picking up on his intent behind such a gesture. The invincible sword's brow shook, looking confused. Sir, you're too nice. And the right thing to do is thank you for such a favor. The crisp clapping halted and Fan said, Thank you for making us witness such a rare showdown, of letting me peer into the heights of humanity's cultivation. It allowed me to have a clear goal, and for that, you have my deepest gratitude. Fan leaned and offered a sincere bow. Ouyang Lingtian and the other 2 followed along. The Sword King's faces twitched, not getting anything. What's this guy up to this time? Ouyang Chongqing's group were dumbstruck. Big Brother Zhua. Dad. What are you all doing? That monster's here to kill us and you're here bowing? You should be thinking hard on how to get us out of this mess. For crying out loud. You don't get it. Chongqing. Ouyang Lingtian broke the silence. In our world, practitioners don't get to choose. Remember that. All our affairs belong to this circle, but as a practitioner, a cultivator, this bow is a tribute to the strong. By not bowing now, then the secular world is holding you back and preventing you from ever reaching the top. We have been around for far too long that we've forgotten our initial goal for Tao along the way. Now, having met Sir Zhua, his actions and words have opened our eyes. People may be practitioners, but their hearts fall behind. We've been wrong for too long. Morong Lai sighed with wisdom, the trio giving Fan another look of respect. As a fellow cultivator, this young man understood this truth better than these old relics, who'd forgotten. That was why they fell short. Ouyang Chongqing gave them a blank stare, then jerked, recalling the monster hanging over their heads. The invincible sword looked to be sympathizing with them, his gaze showing a rare and calm expression, actually coming to see the 4 as equals. This never would have happened before. The invincible sword was the best of the best, be it among humans or beast. Who could be his equal? This time, however, he had such a gaze. His Sword Kings were baffled. Putting away the sword, the invincible sword cupped his hands, filled with respect. I've been roaming the lands in solitude, but now I've finally met true fellow practitioners. Sir Zhua especially, so young yet so enlightened to Tao, neither arrogant nor impulsive. You have my respect. It's a true loss that our intentions align, but not our positions. I am thus forced, by our circle of practitioners, to take your heads. Especially, Sir Jua, yours is an absolute must. It has been my greatest fortune to have met you today, Sir Jua, but now it's time to say goodbye. Bailey Yutian sighed one last time in regret, but then his eyes steeled, pointing the sword at Zhuo Fan with the intent to end him. Ouyang Chongqing was on the verge of crying. He still thought Zhuo Fan was taking the refined approach with the invincible sword, appealing to his heroism to instill fondness in another hero so they'd all make up in the end. The thing was, the old freak was buying it. That was until he flipped and drew his sword. Brother Zhua, he ruined your last feelings, so what do we do now? If only I knew this, I wouldn't have complimented him and just died. Now I'm not just ashamed but also getting killed. How could he possibly understand these true practitioners' feelings? At the very least, they were all clear on their grudges and affairs, public and private, and respect had no part in this at all. By refusing to admit the opponent's strength, you yourself would never grow either. Your potential would be crushed by your own denials. Easier said than done, such people being rarities. As Zhuo Fan took the lead, Ouyang Lingtian and the old-timers realized this truth as well, earning them the invincible sword's own respect as well, but also fueling his desire to kill Zhuo Fan. He knew the youth would soar and one day would threaten him. He might be searching for a good opponent, but finding one with the potential only filled him with fear. He had to snuff it out. A human heart was wrecked with contradictions and dissonance, something not even the best could escape from. The invincible sword's sword lifted, humming softly, the eulogy of all here into hell. Ouyang Lingtian was wounded heavily, but felt no fear, pointing his sword at the sky. The old-timers were finally doing this not for anyone else, neither to defend, but to challenge the very top, for their own path forward. A Tao heart warded all fears, for having the world within one understood all. Here and now, the top of their respective land finally showed the strength they should have. The Sword Kings could even sense the trio's change, despite how weakened they were. It was as if energy gathered around them from the world. The same with Patriarch. Their hearts had grown. The Sword King's brows tense, hearts sinking. They must die here and now, before they grow so strong they might even surpass Sword Kings. They have to die now to avoid a worse future. Ouyang Chongqing was clearly blind to the change, sweating buckets. There's no way 3 wrecked people can defeat that monster. It's over. This is the end. Wait! The one-sided battle was on the cusp of igniting when Zhuo Fan shouted, "Sir, I recommend you don't take it further and just fall back." Afraid, is it? Ha ha ha, not fear, but reluctance. Zhuo Fan sighed, I didn't care much about your fate so far, but seeing your battle made me realize that you're an opponent I'll have to take down myself. My strength is lacking now, so I'd like for you to keep living, for when I personally come to challenge you. I'd hate to end you now. Bailey Yutian started, then cracked up. Sir Jua, you sure know how to speak in riddles. Not even I understand you. If you have the power now, why wait to kill me? If you do not, why then speak of wanting my life? Why on earth would I let you go just to bring me more trouble? Sir Invincible Sword, there's nothing conflicting about it. Zhuo Fan smiled. I want your life, but would hate to do it any other way than with my own fist. It would rob both of us of an enjoyable battle. So I say Sir should save his energy, to let us live so that we may settle our fight fair and square. The winner enters Devil Mountain, and the loser will be buried in the dirt. The Invincible Sword's eyes shook as he cried out, Devil Mountain? Aren't you part of it? Why would you want to enter it? To be frank, I came from Devil Mountain, but can't return due to lack of strength. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan opened his heart to the one opponent he recognized. Sir, the 5 lands are tiny. Only when entering Devil Mountain will you know the true world of the strong. There's an endless amount of others above you. Though when it comes to talent, there are rarities. All you need now is a way in. On the day of our battle, you'll get your ticket. If I fail, it proves I'm not worthy to return. You are doing it for me. Bailey Yutian was plagued with indecision. Bailey Yuyun urged, Patriarch, the punk's words are poison. One minute he says he's from Devil Mountain, the other that he can't return. What kind of sect wouldn't allow the return of their disciples? He knows he's on death's door and clings to anything to fool us into letting him live. You mustn't let him get to you. Bailey Yutian glared at Zhuo Fan, though deciding still came hard. Devil Mountain is filled with experts? Beyond anything you can imagine. Zhuo Fan nodded, looking nervous as he recalled those days. There's no end to their legends. Your strength could hardly even qualify. The dragon breath pill sir calls it a toy, ha ha ha. Well, it's even less than one in Devil Mountain. But I have something way better. Something that would scatter your ashes in the wind. Would sir like to see? Bailey Yutian stared hard, unable to say a word. It was then that a thick fog spread from the sea inland, carrying biting cold winds. Patriarch. The punk is only trying to confuse us. Bailey Yuyun spoke at once, seeing Bailey Yutian sinking in contemplation. The Devil Mountain may be as terrible as he pictures it, but why then is he taking such careful steps with us? Why hasn't Devil Mountain sent even one elder to guard him? It doesn't add up. Is the sect that confident their disciple can roam the world all alone? Even as training, there should at least be some hidden guardian watching over him. Here he is, on his last leg, yet we see no trace of anyone coming to shield him. Are you saying there's no Devil Mountain? Exactly, or even if there is, it can't be as ridiculous as he makes it sound like. Bailey Yuyun nodded, staring confidently at Bailey Yutian. Patriarch, you've been roaming the lands for millennia, and yet didn't catch a word of something so overblown. As Sir is the pinnacle of the five lands, if you don't know its secrets, then no one does. The greatest doubt comes from this kid, being the only one who spread the so-called legend of Devil Mountain. He's its only disciple we've seen for thousands of years. Isn't that the least bit strange? How can it be just one training outside in all these years? For this reason I chose to cut in. It's nothing more than a huge lie cooked up by this guy alone to fool all heroes and cover his back. The invincible sword's brow trembled, his face sinking as he glared at Zhuo Fan. Quite right, Sir Zhuo. How is it you're the only one from Devil Mountain in all these years? Are you lying to me? The invincible sword roared as his fury was evident in his sharp stare, along with the thirst for blood. Zhuo Fan shook his head, sighing, presenting the thunder ring. Since Sir doesn't believe it, there's no avoiding a fight. It pains me being forced to end such a good future opponent like this. But it is what it is. With regret on his face, Zhuo Fan's eyes went cold as his ring released a scorching and wild power. The others' hearts jumped in their chest knowing a fight would break out. Their fists clenched, their brows sweaty. None knew just how effective the calm Zhuo Fan was in dealing with the best there was. Anything that might reveal it to be all a lie would doom them all. The invincible sword mocked the energy his ring released. Again with the dragon breath pill? Doesn't your family have any other toys? It's nothing to me. Yes, a dragon breath pill indeed. Although mine is leagues beyond that of Chower. Sir, better watch it. Zhuo Fan had a smile plastered on his face in complete confidence. Again with the lying? You sure know how to act, humph. There was nothing on Zhuo Fan telling the invincible sword this was all a ruse, but he still wasn't buying it. He was utterly convinced Zhuo Fan was bluffing, so he might as well finish this already. Well, of course, there were no tells to Zhuo Fan's acting, since all Zhuo Fan told was the truth. The instant he struck, there would be no trace of the old man behind. Bailey Yutian chose to listen to his suck-up advisor instead, now set on marching to his doom as he was ready to strike with the divine sword. Zhuo Fan's ring flashed brighter and hotter as a consequence. To the unsuspecting old man, this fight about to begin, if one could call it that, was a foregone conclusion. But could anyone from the mortal domain take on the full might of a dragon breath pill? Not likely, even if that someone was the invincible sword himself. Who? The wind picked up around them, stronger and stronger, the cold seeping into their bones and making all shiver, even the invincible sword. That's cold. The experts gasped in confusion. As Sword King level experts, mere cold was a thing of the past, so how come a light breeze got them shivering? The invincible sword was frowning hard, pausing his attack. Damn it, he's here. Ouyang Lingtian was the only one aware of the situation, his face filled with fear and shaking like a leaf. Everyone's eyes were on him. He wasn't scared when facing the invincible sword, so how come he's panicking now? What out there could be more scary than the invincible sword? Ouyang Chongqing glanced at his dad and asked, "Dad, who are you talking about?" Ring. The 4 divine swords present began to shake in their grasps, in excitement and battle-hungry. They were moving so hard they almost flew off. Everyone looked wide-eyed at the wild divine swords, with Bailey Yutian the most shocked of all. "What's going on? What did you do to the sundering sword?" "No one touched it. Not while you're holding it." Ouyang Lingtian struggled to get heaven-sealing sword under control while rolling his eyes. "It's him. The monster is here." "Who?" everyone cried back. "North Sea's overlord. The sea demon." Ouyang Lingtian turned in the sea's direction, watching as the thick fog engulfed the sea-bright sect. Cracking ice was heard as the cold spread and grew stronger, covering half the sect in a thick layer, while the black fog prevented anyone from peering through it. And it was still going. Damn, that monster would never attack our sect. Not while the barrier was in place. With it gone, he just showed up instantly. All turned north as well, looking startled and shocked. The invincible sword was the only one excited. "Ha ha ha. North Sea's sea demon's reputation precedes him. I've always wanted to meet him. I wonder if he'll fare any better than the 9th-level Imperial 3-headed crow. By all means, go for it if you have a death wish." Zhuofan knew the truth and rolled his eyes. Even so, he gazed at the fog hard, sharing a look with Chower. They both shot into the black fog. "Heaven-sealing CAO. Here I come." "Sir Zhua, don't." Ouyang Lingtian cried out, but father and daughter ignored him. The invincible sword followed right after Zhuofan. "Patriarch!" The Sword Kings shouted this time around, though he wasn't one to listen on a good day, let alone now. The black mist swallowed the invincible sword in seconds, leaving the worried Sword Kings behind. "Brother Yun, what do we do?" The other 2 turned to their elder. Bailey Yuyun thought hard and then flew in the invincible sword's direction. "Our duty is to protect the Patriarch." "Yes." The others nodded and followed him into the encroaching blackness. Ouyang Chongqing's team was stumped. What now? Their enemies just ran off. Having lost their target, they just stood there lost, without meaning or purpose. Ouyang Lingtian, the only one knowledgeable here, looked at the swiftly encroaching darkness and said, "Don't just stand there and flee. Once the mist takes you, there's no escape." Then Brother Zhua. Sir Zhua came to the North Sea for the sea demon. The rest is up to him. Ouyang Lingtian sighed and turned to the juniors. "Go. I'll use the heaven-sealing sword to stop the black mist from taking you. The sea demon is unlike the invincible sword. Harder than you will ever know. Now run." Ouyang Lingtian carried his wounded body as he flew for the black mist. "Father!" Ouyang Chongqing cried out, but he was gone. The other 2 old-timers shared a nod and spoke as they flew. "We'll lend Brother Ouyang a hand. All of you need to leave." "Brother!" Murong Shui shouted after him, but darkness already took him. The juniors looked at each other with clenched teeth, resolved to run away. They could not let their senior's effort go in vain. Zhuofan felt like he entered a new world, one of snow, ice and water. "Is this Ice Mountain?" Zhuofan was stern as mist formed while he was speaking. There were large swells turned into icy peaks as far as the Chower's eyes could see. She rubbed her freezing arms and said, "Father, is this CAO's world? Ice Mountain? It's one of the 3 deadly danger zones that takes most lives." He turned his eyes from the white skies and the constant snowfall to clear frozen sea, like a huge mirror. It glimmered with a mesmerizing luster, hiding the horrors beneath, of the thousands upon thousands of frozen bodies, contorted and appalling. Dragon Ancestor was right. CAO hates humanity to the bone. Any man-eating beast would just be following its nature and not toy with humans for one's twisted amusement. His heart is so sick it makes me wonder if he'll even let us talk. Father, don't forget about me. I'm no human. He's bound to listen to me, Shower stuck out her head, putting on a cutely smug look. A creepy cackle echoed all around them in reply. Hi hi hi, all flee at the sign of my coming. Yet you just came straight for me. Is it bravery or recklessness? Turns out that you knew my nature and came to find me. You also know the old dragon, I take it. This should be good. The two jerked and perked up as they nodded. They figured it had to be heaven-sealing CAO who spoke to have mentioned dragon ancestor like that. It showed some kind of friendship there. Maybe this won't be too hard. Since he came with words and not to attack, negotiations were still on the table. Senior CAO, I am Zhuofan. I have come at Dragon Ancestor's recommendation to ask Senior's help in saving my son. You will have my eternal gratitude. Zhuofan cupped his hands at the sky. CAO let another cackle, followed by his eerie voice. Saving? Hi hi hi, why should I? If Dragon Ancestor sent you, then you know humans have cut me deeper than I could heal. Now a human has me trapped in this place, fearful of leaving lest the five swords turn me into a sieve. I and humanity are mortal enemies. No amount of killing will ever quench my hatred. And you came to me for help? What a cosmic joke. Ha ha ha. No, Senior CAO. He is no human, but my brother. Shower rushed to explain. CAO taunted. Thanks for reminding me, girl. Weren't you saying just moments ago that I'm bound to listen to you? You sure are cheeky. I'll give you that, ha ha ha. Do enlighten me then. Where does that confidence stems from, when we don't even knowing each other? Old Dragon might have sent you, but that's no guarantee if I'll agree, humph. Senior CAO, I'm the future Thunder Phoenix. We're the same, you and I. Help me now and I'll return the favor. Shower's cheeks went red, pondering for a moment before taking a soft approach. In this vast world, there's only 5 of us sacred beasts. We need to unite against the rampant humans. Heaven-sealing CAO was silent, but then it cackled again. Little Thunder Phoenix, you only got Thunder Phoenix's legacy and had yet to fill her shoes. You certainly have no shame, calling yourself a sacred beast so soon. A sacred beast is the strongest beast. You, on the other hand, have a long way to go. All you have now is talent, yet you already see yourself on top. That's not a sacred beast style. It's more accurate to say it stinks of human cunning. You have gotten too close to them and have taken their foul demeanor. And you dare call yourself a sacred beast? Humph! Shower's heart shrank, turning to Zhuofan and shrugging. Little Thunder Phoenix, you came at the recommendation of the old dragon. But did he tell you to use his name when asking for my help? CAO roared. Zhuofan and Shower shook their heads. Senior Dragon Ancestor knows Senior CAO's deep and bitter hatred towards humans and wouldn't wish to force Senior into anything that you might be against. My only hope is that Senior would appeal to our honesty and help us. Shut it. Don't use human conscience on sacred beasts. You know nothing about us. Zhuofan's smooth words only earned CAO's lashing. Among the 5 great sacred beasts, I'm the closest to Old Dragon, but that doesn't mean I'll ever agree to any of his requests. Do you know why? Zhuofan shook his head, looking worried. Humph, for we, sacred beasts, are the peak of this world. We aren't like humans, living in societies, but roaming the lands by ourselves. There's nothing holding us together. The only reason Old Dragon sent you to me is because I can help, and not because he can persuade me to. The other 4 are no different. No appeal to our conscience will work because we don't have one. Only humans, like you, small and weak, live through working together for the betterment of the group. For any one of you alone in this vast world is doomed to die. Strength comes from solitude, with no friends or companions. Zhuofan heard CAO's fervent speech and the fury behind as he continued. Little Thunder Phoenix, your tactic of warming up to me for your own goal is precisely how humans operate and not like us sacred beasts. You're not fit to be a sacred beast, one tainted by humanity such as you. Thunder Phoenix's spirit would be furious to know her legacy befell onto some human in beast clothing. I'll even bet she'd snap your neck. Bloodlust spiked then, flooding this world. The biting chill made even Shower shiver in fear. Cao wanted to kill her. Shower wobbled back while Zhuofan flashed in front to protect her. Things were far worse than he thought. Cao's hatred for humanity consumed him to the point he'll kill even sacred beasts with human air around them. He can't tolerate anything that has to do with humans, turning into a bigger problem. If it was just human hatred, any bloodlust would have been focused on Zhuofan, but he now included all related to humans as well. That includes Shower and young Sanzi, the one in desperate need of his healing. This is a serious problem with no answer. Should I leave young Sanzi in his care? Zhuofan was conflicted. Cao roared once more and Zhuofan froze. Then the Cao laughed, sounding nice for once. Ha ha ha. Scared you, didn't I? Did you find my words frightening? Zhuofan had no idea what he was up to. Little Thunder Phoenix. I've only been telling you of how a sacred beast acts and hope you won't go against it. Otherwise, it won't matter much since you can do whatever. That's how impulsive sacred beasts are. Ha ha ha. Laughing like a madman, Shower shivered in frights. Cao then changed subjects. Who are you trying to save anyway? Mind letting me have a look at him? Zhuofan and Shower shared a glance and the former touched his ring hesitantly. Cao read him like a book, smiling. Worried about little old me? Haha, you should. I'm at bitter war with humanity and won't be caught dead helping a human. But like Little Thunder Phoenix said, we're sacred beasts and there's only 5 of us in the entire world. We only have each other, like family, with every loss a heavy burden. When family comes asking for help, I'm duty-bound to help. That's what I get for being your uncle, of sorts, ha ha ha. Father, will you entrust brother's life to me? Shower turned to Zhuofan. He is the only one that can save brother. We have to trust him. I can tell from his words that he's sincere. You call that sincere? Did he not just use your own approach, after talking you down even? Zhuofan squinted, not following her request. Cao mocked. Ha ha ha, humans and their suspicions. They came to ask for help yet still don't trust you. So many years have gone yet they never change. Humph, you can distrust me all you like. But since old dragon sent you, I won't make it harder on you. Go ahead and leave. With a hum, the space warped and a gap formed in the black mist behind the two, leading outside. Getting in was easy, while leaving was at heaven-sealing Cao's whim. By doing this, he also showed the two he was of no threat to them. Father! Shower turned her hopeful eyes on him. This was a rare chance that might never come again. Cao's domain roamed, unlike dragon ancestors, drifting about North Sea. How were they to find him again? He can also avoid us as well, making our search pointless. This was the best chance to negotiate with Cao, maybe the only one, who... A huge bird of hundreds of meters was perched on a cliff in All Beast Mountain Range, black as night and eyes like ice. On its head was a mote of azure flickering about, the chaos flame. Such a beast was being deferential. A tall man stood before it, taking his finger out of the azure flame, none other than vaulting Cunning. Cough. The huge bird coughed twice, then tested its human speech. Its eyes shone with joy, its face smiling as it bowed before the man. Thank you, master, for imparting me your wisdom. I shall never forget such kindness. I'm only doing this because I have a certain need for you. Cunning sighed. Midnight War Owl? You're a 9th level imperial beast like 3 heads, and I've been considering you along with it when I chose my aid. Now you shall represent me when leading the beasts. Shivering, Midnight War Owl looked baffled. Master, Brother 3 Heads said he'll be back soon. When it sees me, it... Ha! What a good friend you are. Cunning shook his head. It won't be joining us, I fear. That's why I had you take his place. Then, brother. The azure flame I give you is my seal. I know its condition better than anyone. That old Cao spared no pretense, even taking down my aid. Then again, old dragon should feel the same thing about me. Ha! Cunning paced around, turning to watch the clear moon hanging high in the sky. The thought of someone from the mortal domain making away with 3 heads never crossed his mind. Not since it was a 9th-level imperial beast he raised, pinning all the blame on Cao. War Owl. Cao used to be the simplest and closest to humans among us 5 sacred beasts. But with deeper ties, the cut is deep once broken. He gave his sincerity and was rewarded with betrayal. Now his heart is filled with hatred, a malice he can't ever let go of. Zhuofan stands no chance in talking any sense to a vindictive lunatic. Ha ha, my own envoy got killed even. Now they only have themselves to rely on. Kunping's eyes had a strange glimmer as he watched the moon. War Owl sighed at the demise of his brother. It turned to the moon as well, its gaze laden with the pain of loss and just a glimmer of hope. 3 heads died in this mission. I only hope it is completed so its death won't be in vain. Prayed for Zhuofan to pull through. The bright moon glow basked every corner of All Beast Mountain, as well as the chaotic war near the North Sea. It sent the prayer deep into the black fog and onto a pensive man. Should I trust him or not? Zhuofan was thinking hard on his decision, looking from the exit of Cao's domain to Chao's hopeful eyes. It might very well be his hardest decision yet. Facing a totally unfamiliar and untrustworthy opponent, he had no leverage to lean on, no control. Any choice had a real chance of ruining everything. By distrusting Cao, he and Chao would only avoid the problem, with a high chance of breaking it off with Cao here and now, never to meet again and leaving young Sanzi helpless. But by giving young Sanzi to him, Cao might take its fury and malice on young Sanzi. Zhuofan had heard it loud and clear, the true feelings Cao's earlier speech contained. Zhuofan was at an impasse, unable to see any viable option. Kid, I see you're hesitating, so I won't force you. You can go. Father. Cao urged, and Chao was being impatient. Whoosh. Zhuofan's eyes shot open just then, and young Sanzi's unconscious form appeared in this world of ice. He wore a gentle smile, free of pain and suffering. Senior Cao, he is Qilin's son. I ask Senior to lend aid in saving his life. I will be eternally grateful. Qilin? How did his son become yours? Cao's voice echoed from all directions in surprise. Zhuofan cupped his hands. He is my godson and we depend on each other. Humph, godson. Heaven-sealing Cao mocked. You even took him in. I can overlook taking the girl with the Thunder Phoenix's legacy. But now you have a true Qilin as godson? Planning on rearing them so you can one day rule the world? Hee, you sure know how to curry favor, taking them under your wing at their worst for you to use great sacred beasts when you need it most. You're the most deceitful human I've ever seen. Zhuofan did not refute, nodding. Yes, those were my thoughts as well. Were? Don't tell me they're gone now. They are my son and daughter, nothing more. Lies. Cao howled. There's no wretched being out there as humans. They'll even turn on their flesh and blood, let alone others. You took them in so you can use them. Zhuofan chuckled and shook his head. I won't deny it. I had that idea. As a family, children ought to obey their parents, no? By not letting them come to danger and being close to one another, our bond as father and son remains close, and also virtuous. I don't hurt them but give them my love and care. Completely worth it. Bullshit, you're just using them. The air shimmered and rumbling of avalanches were heard. Cao was mad. Cunning human, you have nothing but excuses. Using such cheap love on sacred beasts like us is utterly vile. Chao was about to argue when Zhuofan shook his head to stop her. Zhuofan went on, casually, Senior Cao has been around since antiquity but still can't see that the world is always in balance? Even when it comes to love, I gave them a family, a father. It's only natural to give their lives in exchange. Now's no different. Save the Qilin and I am yours to send on any task Senior Cao wishes without so much as a complaint. Sir is now stuck in this place, like a prisoner. But worry not, I have the solution. It won't be long before the mortal domain will be broken and get you free. Seniors Kunping and Dragon Ancestor are behind me all the way as well. You may distrust me, but what about them? Rotten human, always looking to bargain. Those old fools must be blind to put their trust in a bastard like you. I won't make that mistake. I never trusted a human again. Not since I have been imprisoned here. Following the roar. A deep cold shot for Zhuofan's head. Shower shot to defend him, but something slammed into her and was flung a mile away. Who? Biting and icy winds whistled past Zhuofan. Shower flipped 4 times before she could stop, looking stunned at the sight. Zhuofan was encased in ice, frozen and dead. There was no sign of life coming from him. He was stuck with his arm out, like all those stiff bodies trapped in the ice below them. Father! Shower muttered, then wailed at the top of her lungs. Father! Zhuofan was deaf in the block of ice, his eyes blank, his face flat. Hi hi hi! Cao cackled from all around. It's no use, little Thunder Phoenix. When I seal a human, even their souls are trapped. He's no different from a corpse, unable to see or hear. With time, his life will ebb, turning into another one of my samples. Hi hi hi. Damn it. Heaven's sealing Cao. Give my father back now. Shower shook from pain, her heart torn. Rage took her then as she roared at the air. Harm him in any way and I vow to take your life. Hi hi hi, how spunky. Cao patronized. Little Thunder Phoenix, I can squash you as easy as a bug the way you are now. But even in your prime, no sacred beast can beat another anyway. Ha ha ha. Why you? However. Cao switched tunes when she began. You have a choice. Didn't you come to save the young Qilin? You now get to decide who lives and dies, the human or the Qilin. Hi hi hi. What? Shower shuddered, looking between Zhuofan's frozen figure in ice and young Sanzi on the snow, barely breathing. Hee hee. What's there to think about, little Thunder Phoenix? Cao's bewitched. You said it yourself. There are only 5 great sacred beasts, that we're a family. The Qilin will die along with this young Qilin. While this filthy human has been using you, it's obvious then. You only have to nod and I will make mince meat out of his corpse. Then the Qilin can be saved. Ha ha ha. Shower gave a stiff shake, her eyes turning red as she choked. No, he's my father. I don't want him to die. I take it you'll be saving the human over the Qilin? Cao's snicker once again echoed, having a blast in her torment and weaving deceit. Then take the human while I'll have young Qilin for dinner. How could you? You're a sacred beast too. How can you harm brother? And you aren't? Why then do you choose a human over him? Shower was stuck, unable to reply as she looked between her father and brother with pain and sorrow. Whoosh. For figures then flashed in her eyes, led by the best in mortal domain, the invincible sword. Looking at the prevalent white and the boundless ice, Bailey Yuyun was baffled. That's strange. We've been running around the mist forever. Where did we end up this time? Why is there a world in the black mist? Patriarch, do you know anything about this place? It feels familiar. I seem to have heard about it once. Bailey Yutian frowned, looking just as puzzled at the ice and snow. But then he noticed someone. He shot straight for Shower with Sword Kings in tow. Lass, why are you alone? Where's Sir Zhua? Shower's lip quivered, pointing with bleary eyes and a frail voice. There. The 4 flinched as they saw Zhuofan encased in ice. What on earth? What happened to Sir Zhua? And they then looked down and noticed the sea ice below them holding scores of bodies. Bailey Yuyun turned to Shower in panic. Girl, you wanted to come here, right? Then you must know where we are. D-Dad called it Ice Mountain. Shower strained to speak through her pain. It's what everyone is calling it. One of the 3 danger zones. Ice Mountain. Success. Bailey Yuyun gasped, his heart stuck in his throat as the news scared the life out of him. Anyone knew that no one came out of the 3 danger zones alive, and now they ran into one. The 3 Sword Kings were now tearing up as well, lamenting their fate. That was why the brash and cocky lass turned so meek and distraught. Anyone would cry in this heaven-forsaken place. The invincible sword found his predicament amusing though. Ha ha ha. I've been roaming around for thousands of years and yet never stumbled upon any danger zone. Only now ran into it. Though what makes this place so bad to be called a danger zone? Lass, what's so dangerous about it? Bailey Yoon got the hint and turned to ask Shower. In such a bad place, being in the dark as to what might attack them was the biggest danger. Shower sniffed, pointing at Zhuofan. In other words, that's the danger, so watch it. Bailey Yoon bobbed his head and asked, how did Serjua turn up like that? From the looks of it, the ice mountain made it very easy for one to end up sealed. The problem is how. Shower was the only one to see it happen to Zhuofan, and so the Sword Kings got over their rivalry and asked, Humph. It's obviously the work of that wretched heaven-sealing CAO. Heaven-sealing CAO. The hell is that? The North Sea Demon. Shower rolled her eyes with a huff. The three exclaimed. The Sea Demon sealed the crafty punk. Bailey Yutian's eyes shone. The thirst for battle reignited. He looked around and shouted, Sea Demon, I've long heard of you and have come for a challenge. Patriarch. The Sword Kings looked tense at Invincible Sword, sweat trickling down their brow. The Sea Demon was famed for its savagery and challenging it before knowing its strength was ill-advised. Patriarch, you just finished fighting a 9th-level Imperial beast and are exhausted. You'll only be worse for wear if it turns out the Sea Demon is to be at the same level. Best you rest a couple of days, then challenge again for best chances. The strong had a powerful drive to challenge the stronger. The Invincible Sword was called such because he had been through countless deadly fights, but always prevailing. Where was the challenge in fighting a winning battle? The old guy had a nasty temper too, eager to throw himself into the fray against the Sea Demon. Regardless of its power, Sea Demon, I'm the strongest in the 5 lands. The Invincible Sword. Show yourself now, or are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Then you should be running back to the sea, not coming to shore. Hi hi hi, yokels are the most ignorant. CAO's creepy voice crackled. I'd have turned all you humans to pieces if it weren't for that heaven-sealing barrier. Now someone comes to run their mouths? You have a death wish. Bailey Yutian's eyes shone, resolved to fight no matter what. Anyone can talk, but hardly anyone can put their money where their mouth is and fight me. Stop hiding like a coward and yap along. That's the way of the weak. You call yourself strong? Hi hi hi. Heaven-sealing CAO laughed louder. Foolish human, if you're strong, the crickets and bugs ought to kill themselves in shame. Ha ha ha. Bailey Yutian turned cold, brandishing the sundering sword as he shouted, Sea Demon, enough talking. Show your face if you dare, so I can kill you. The sundering sword? The Sea Demon cried. So that's why, you're the sundering sword's successor. Bailey Yutian spoke coldly. I've been using the sundering sword's art for thousands of years, reaching perfection. Scared. Ha ha ha. Scared? That swordsmanship can't harm me. The scared one should be Little Thunder Phoenix. The 5 sacred weapons might look intimidating, but they hold no sway in my domain. Human, you shouldn't have brought it along. Hi hi hi. Bailey Yutian was perplexed. So you don't know. The sword is divine, but your strength is unable to unleash its potential. For the divine swords to restrain us, they need sacred stones. Now, you no longer have that chance. What's that supposed to mean? Bailey Yutian shouted. Rumble. The world shook and the distant mountains of ice and snow crumbled. It was like an omen that a demon was clawing its way out of hell. You'll be staying here, along with the sword. Hi hi hi. The rumbling grew more intense, like the world was about to crumble. Even Bailey Yutian began to sweat, his heart seizing. Outside the domain, Ouyang Ling Tian, Murong Lai and Shangguan Feixiong used their divine swords as lanterns to ward off the black mist that prevented them from advancing, each shining in its own light. The 3 had red faces and gnashed their teeth. Their bodies stretched taut as they strained themselves. With a sudden boom, the entire mist exploded. The shockwave flung back the trio and shook their insides till they coughed blood. The divine swords fell from their hands and into the mist. "Our swords!" They cried to no avail. The swords were gone and they were too weak to chase. They were helpless to even stop the shockwave from sending them into buildings until they fainted. Boom. Everything shook around Bailey Yutian, making him grip the divine sword harder, while looking on edge as he scanned all around him for anything suspicious. It had been thousands of years since the last time he felt like a prey, like he entered a hunter's domain. This was exactly what he felt from the sea demon, making him both nervous and excited, but most of all, thrilled. This is too damn nerve-wracking. While he relished in the challenge, the Sword Kings weren't so quick to agree. Just how absurd the sea demon is to make such a scene. Too much, and that'll mean we're just throwing our lives away. Wiping their sweaty brows, the Sword Kings felt for the first time like they were in the eyes of a hunter, making their blood run cold. This is too damn dangerous. Chower had a deep frown, still overwhelmed by CAO's choice to the point she blocked off what happened around her. Boom. The intense rumbling only got Bailey Yutian to be more tense. With one more explosion that wrecked the skies, followed by a deluge of snow and ice on top of them, Bailey Yutian's heart jumped and rushed to dodge one particular hunk of ice, while using the sundering sword to fend off the snowstorm. The Sword Kings and the Invincible Sword alike stood in absent shock to find the devastating sundering sword unable to break the hail of ice, only making it rebound off the blade. At best, the ice got split only when meeting the sundering sword's edge. This can't be happening. Bailey Yutian gasped, while the Sword Kings looked on in disbelief. The ice contained the sea demon's sealing power, yet among them four, only the divine sword had the strength to crack it open. They had trouble handling so little of the sea demon's power. But what about when he came at them at full strength? The invincible sword felt they not only stirred the hornet nest, but all nests. The danger zones were known for a very good reason. This fight may very well be my last. Ha ha ha. Bailey Yutian shook his head, his eyes shining with the will to die. They were blinded by what was before them, despairing just by seeing the sea demon's casual show of force. Rumble. Another rumble pierced their ears just then. The frozen sea cracked all over and crumbled, crushing the countless bodies trapped in its surface. Something the size of an island burst from the ice, looking like a shell that let out a chilling aura. An old weathered face came out next, with two eyes the size of mountains, one shining yellow and the other looked dull, with a clear wound in it. That scar was Sword Sovereign's handiwork. The absurdly huge creature towered hundreds of meters over them, howling at the skies. Heaven-sealing CAO's frightening power made even Bailey Yutian shiver, making him feel tiny and worthless. This is the sea demon, the Lord of the North Sea, P-Patriarch. Maybe should we ask for leniency? Bailey Yutian's face twitched, looking pained. He looked at the creature outsizing him 1,000 times over and said, "This thing is different from that 9th-level Imperial beast. We have no chance." Bailey Yutian's face sank. "You think? Do I look so blind to need your input?" Tilting his head way up until it became uncomfortable, to fully appreciate this huge CAO in all its glory, he gulped as a chill crawled up his spine. The invincible sword, the best in the lands, had never thought possible the day would come that just a mere aura would send fear in his bones. Bailey Yutian glanced at Zhua Fan's block of ice, now believing the kid's words. "Sir Zhua, you're right. The lands are just a speck compared to the great world. I'm not that strong after all. I am weak." The invincible sword regarded the CAO again and focused. He lifted the sundering sword and charged for the demon's head. "Patriarch!" The Sword Kings cried out behind. Invincible sword had made his mind, focused completely on fighting as he roared. "I admit that I am very weak, but my will of being strong hasn't changed. Sea demon, show me a peak expert's power." Who? The invincible sword psyched himself up, yet CAO's reaction was to flare its nostrils, sending a chilling air at him. The invincible sword seized on the spot, unable to move. With a thump, a clear block of ice slammed the ground, containing the invincible sword with the sundering sword in his most heroic pose. Not even sundering sword could fight off the cold, slowly halting its ringing. Dong! The sound rang through the Sword King's minds, numbing them. They looked at the CAO with dull gazes and pale faces. Their patriarch, the invincible sword, was done in from a mere exhale. What the hell kind of monster is this? Faces twitching, the trio crumbled on the ice in shock. Despair had their hearts in a tight grip, even hoping the CAO saw them as nothing but extras and let them go out of the kindness of his heart. CAO, however, hated humans with a passion, and that wouldn't change anytime soon. Hi, that's what humans are. Showing a condescending smile, CAO shook its large head and cackled. Picking on weak and fearing the strong, a race without honor. Where had their earlier fire gone to? Look at them, nothing but whiny dogs looking for clemency. Disgusting. CAO's voice released a wave of cold. The Sword Kings turned to flee, but the cold swept them in an instant, leaving behind 3 more sculptures. 5 more vivid ice sculptures had now joined the endless others and, unfortunately, might have the same sordid end as well, in pieces. Chao's heart was wrecked with anxiety. CAO chuckled. Little Thunder Phoenix, now do you see humanity's ignorance? Now choose. Will it be your human father, or your Chilean brother? CAO dove back into the sea, enjoying himself as he pointed out the Zhua Fan sculpture and unconscious Goose Santong. Chao looked left and right, unable to make a decision. Father would have definitely saved brother, because that's why we came here in the first place. But my brother wouldn't want father to be in danger. How is this a choice? You're overthinking it. CAO snickered. Humans forget kindness and are adept in betrayal. This man admitted to using you too. What's so hard about casting him out? You're only tools to him. Why would he care for some tools? Sacrificing yourself for him is not worth it. Chao sank in a long silence, but then she nodded. I've made up my mind. I want to save brother. Ha, good choice. Humans can't be trusted and should be abandoned. No. CAO laughed, but Chao cut him off with conviction. Not abandoned, but chosen. I know father would choose brother, so I won't disappoint him. The cackle stopped, with the CAO giving her the cold eye. You're saying you're choosing the human? Chao flicked her hand. I've made my choice, so save brother. This is what my father and I both agree on. Father's spirit would be gratified. Just how father saw mother losing her mind over him. He would be torn with guilt knowing he lived while brother died. A fate worse than death. Bull. Those vile and dishonorable humans can't feel guilt. CAO roared, with Chao pointing at his nose and shouting back. I made my choice. Are you going to do it or not? Are you a Welsher? So humans are bad like you say. But aren't you the disgrace of sacred beasts for not keeping your promise? CAO squinted and cracked a smile, revealing a deep chill. Using humans as reverse psychology? Good one, Little Thunder Phoenix. Having come to this, if I don't agree, what will change? CAO mocked and opened its maw to bite on the ice. Just that where he bit, young Xianxia lay. CAO ate young Xianxia in one gulp. Chao was too stunned to react. Chao's eyes went wide as saucers and turned red from the tears. She pointed a trembling hand at the devious and smug CAO, her lip quivering. Why you lied? You ate my brother. Give him back now. Hi. Girl. No one can tell me what to do. Ha. With a prideful laughter, heaven-sealing CAO gave the little girl a patronizing look, relishing her desolate and crushed expression. Chao's face twitched, the pain in her heart growing. Father and daughter braved many dangers to come save young Xianxia. But they just arrived here and her father sacrificed himself, sealed in ice, while CAO toyed with her emotions, giving her an impossible choice. When she did come to a decision at long last, she found out it was nothing more than a ruse, the bastard not planning to keep his word. She and her father were his entertainment. Chao's eyes were bloodshot, roaring, CAO, you rotten bastard. You used me. You broke your promise. You're not worthy of being a sacred beast. Hi. I sure had to mess around with you. What of it? Don't you humans use these petty tricks all the time? I'm only responding in kind. What's wrong with that? But my brother and I aren't humans. You've been corrupt from being around one, which makes you human all the same. Xiao raged, but Cao went cold and flashed its fangs with killing intent. I've said before, that no sacred beast reeking of human stink will be a sacred beast again. You, the Qilin, and that human father you all attach to are nothing but humans. As long as I'm around, no human will ever leave my presence alive, you included. Who? Cao breathed out a wave of frigid mist, turning into a tornado as it shot for Xiao. Xiao was unable to move from shock. She had no chance as she was against the heaven-sealing Cao, since she hadn't matured. The three of them would find their end on this very day. Ice spread over her body, creaking as it formed. Xiao stared into space, her eyes filled with tears of despair. Forgive me, Father, I failed. I couldn't save my brother. You and I are helpless as well, with me about to join you. Father, brother, see you again below. Xiao closed her eyes, having given up all hope, and sank in despair. All that remained of her defiance were those hot tears, evidence of the indignity she suffered. Cao mocked as she turned to Ice. Hi. I told you, little Thunder Phoenix. I never planned on helping either one of you. All I did was use you for the best entertainment. Sorry, but it seems I've given you false hope, ha. I just love to see my prey squirm. The thrill of seeing that hope broken, the horror, is to die for. Hi. Ah! Xiao cried out in powerless defiance, feeling victimized. She hated Cao and his guile. He never planned on letting them live, yet he imposed on her an impossible choice. He made her see her father and brother as they would die. And when she did finally decide, she came to realize that it didn't matter. She felt utterly powerless. It was better if all three of them had been sent to the hereafter from the start. At least they would go together. Now she had went through all that torture for nothing. Xiao cried out her pain, only feeding Cao's twisted hobby. The cold winds soon took her, about to encase her in ice. Bam! A black sword with black flames then shot from the ice and shielded her. The frigid winds struck the sword instead of Xiao, letting out loud hissing of steam instead of freezing over. The tornado was now turned into steam that spread everywhere, enveloping Xiao as well. Cao's mad laughter came to an abrupt stop, its eyes shaking as he gave an odd look at the sudden steam. The mist soon cleared and Xiao was safe and sound, with a black long sword covered in black flames hovering in front. It gave off an aura that struck fear even in the heaven-sealing Cao. Where did the sword come from? Who did that? Heaven-sealing Cao flinched, turning grave. Xiao looked at the familiar blade and hope rekindled in her eyes, muttering, Father, success. The hissing drew their attention to a block of ice, now sporting webbing cracks with black flames seeping out of them, only to explode at the very end. Someone walked through the ice pieces and stood next to Xiao. He reached out to take the sword and grin. Xiao, forgive me for putting you through that. Leave the rest to me. Father. Xiao cheered. You're all right. Not possible. I sealed you. I did. How did you break out? Heaven-sealing Cao gaped in shock, its claws slamming the icy sea, sending violent winds in all directions. Shuafan had been sealed, yet now was standing like nothing happened. He grinned, but his eyes were cold as ice. Senior Cao, I've been nothing but courteous ever since I came to Ice Mountain. You wanted to kill humans and iced me. You wanted Xiao to choose and she did. But even after a little girl did all you ask, you just go back on your deal just to toy with her innocent heart? That's where I draw the line. How are you any different with your slyness? If you'd have been sealed, you'd never know what happened after. Cao glared at Shuafan and roared. Shuafan smiled. I have the Thunderflame's protection. It's impossible to seal me, but that's besides the point. What matters is that you've been nothing but a disappointment, senior. You have made Shower cry. And nothing just. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. He flicked the sword, pointing it at the huge head. You stirred a father's rage. You toyed with my daughter and took my son. I'll have you pay for that. Heaven-sealing CO eyed him, then cracked up in disdain. Ha ha ha. You make me pay? Getting out of my seal changes nothing. I hardly need to lift a finger to squash bugs like you. You can't do anything to me. I'm not trying to, only letting you know that toying with your adversary must come while aware of the situation. Some people should never be fooled, Senior CAO. Zhuofan's eyes shone as he shouted, charging for the heaven-sealing CAO, like the invincible sword did before. This time, though, it was Zhuofan who challenged the greatest sacred beast. Shower cried, Father, be careful. Zhuofan's eyes were grave. Humph, screw careful. You're nothing but an arrogant bug. You can only be careful against a worthy match. You, human punk, have nothing on me. Who? CAO breathed out another wave of cold towards Zhuofan, the wind swirling into twisters. It was more than enough to freeze him into an icicle once more. Shower watched with her heart in her throat, worried sick for Zhuofan. Boom! Zhuofan had no intent to even dodge, slamming into the twister with a bang and letting the cold seep in his bones. That's that. CAO smirked in disdain, then felt the need to gloat over Shower as well. He didn't get the chance as a figure dashed through the twisters enveloped in writhing black flames. How? Heaven-sealing CAO was overwhelmed at the sudden development. His sealing never failed him ever and always struck true. This was the might of the apocalyptic thunderflame, a power beyond the 5 great sacred beasts. His seals had no effect at all. Not to say that CAO was powerless against Zhuofan, who had a far weaker cultivation. Zhuofan had quality while CAO had quantity, lots of it. CAO needed to just ramp up the power output and not get taken in by Zhuofan's words. Then he would seal him no problem. Zhuofan knew this as well, his eyes shining as he sped up to fly faster for CAO's head. The only chance at winning against a peak power like the CAO was to capitalize on his disdain and slight. He had to strike in the smallest window to give a deadly blow to the enemy and offer some hope at victory. As for any other situations, he was doomed, dead, finished. Zhuofan squinted, touching his thunder ring, going even faster and crossing half the CAO's bulk. The beast smirked half a second later. Amusing. That's an interesting black flame you got there. Can even overcome my seal. I wonder, just how much of it does your puny human body contain? Will it burn all of my seal's power? Who? Heaven-sealing CAO breathed out at Zhuofan once more. A sea of cold air came like a flood, as if the heavens fell on top of Zhuofan's head. The attack was tens of miles thick and 100 wide. That was no flood, but a literal mountain of ice and cold. The thunder flame within Zhuofan was bound to be snuffed out under such deluge. And when it failed, so did he, sealed in this ice like other countless humans before him. He only escaped last time due to CAO's obnoxious disdain. Now, the CAO would not make the same mistake again. Zhuofan's eyes shook, gnashing his teeth as the immense attack was about to hit him. His left eye's thunderflame roiled, while the right eye shone in 2 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void Second Stage, Thunderflame Void Annihilation. Whoosh! A black beam of fire pierced the incoming cold mountain, punching a hole through it big enough for his size. Zhuofan followed right behind the flames. Even so, the cold came closing in around him, eating away at his black flames on his body and turning into mist. It turned out the flood of cold was just too thick in the end. The thunder flame gave signs of dying now and then, but Zhuofan used his eye to get it burning again. He did it despite the strain it put on him, making his eye bleed. For the second the thunder flame halted was the moment it was all over for him. There was no room for error on the edge of the knife. Shower was anxious, unable to provide any bit of help to her father. CAO rose an eyebrow, looking piqued. Why is his skill so familiar? Where have I seen it? Bam! The beam of black flames punched through the thick deluge of cold. Zhuofan flew right out, covered in sweat and huffing. His left eye was bleeding hard, erased as it met the black flames. Zhuofan still charged ahead recklessly, without regard for his safety. He was at chest level of CAO, and next would be his target, the head. That would be when he had the advantage to grasp victory. Zhuofan stepped forward while ignoring his exhaustion. Xiao eased a heavy breath, now knowing her father had come through. Right, Heavenly Sovereign. It's Heavenly Sovereign's divine eye of the void. A howl of fury wrecked the world as CAO's bloodlust spiked. Why, you're with the Heavenly Sovereign. I'm going to crush you to a pulp. CAO slammed with its huge claw, making it look comical compared to the bug-sized Zhuofan. With rage burning in his bloodshot eyes, it roared. Heavenly Sovereign trapped me in here all my life. I'll never forget this debt for as long as I live. For being Heavenly Sovereign's inheritor, you shall die all the same. I'll ground your bones to dust and throw it all away. Who? The huge claw whistled through the air, its pressure stealing Zhuofan's breath away. He then felt his sternum snap and had to spurt blood from the damage. Shocked, Zhuofan turned grave. Just his pressure made me suffer already. That means the moment the attack lands, there'll be nothing left of me. Sweating buckets, Zhuofan was at an impasse. Xiao paced in worry, powerless to help. She could only watch and pray for him. Zhuofan was now near the neck, just 1,000 meters to go. Zhuofan's right eye shone with one golden halo. Whoosh! CAO's claw slammed down, hitting nothing. Zhuofan had jumped on top of CAO's head with an evil grin. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage. Shift? CAO cried out. It had let anger get to him, and Zhuofan's action slipped unnoticed. But then his intact eye squinted and yellow shone from it. Humph! Rotten punk. Don't think for a second that popping around the place will stop me. Your skill is crude at best compared to Heavenly Sovereign's. Void Seal. Ripples flew in all directions, giving Zhuofan the impression there were walls all around him. Now there was no way of escaping through Shift. Not that he cared, having reached his target. He smirked in glee, his hand touching the thunder ring. CAO was clueless to his intent, merely laughing at the fact the rat was trapped, laughter laced with sorrow. Ha ha ha, let's see you run now. There's nothing you can do. You can't harm a hair on me. Conceited little shit. Just because you got a taste of Heavenly Sovereign's inheritance, you think you can blow your horn in my face? The only reason you survived so far is because I never saw you worthy of my attention. Now that you're with Heavenly Sovereign, you'll feel all my wrath. Heavenly Sovereign, you son of a she-dog. I can't take it out on you, so I'll crush your successor to soothe my hatred. CAO cursed and shouted, snapping his head around and opening his maw to bite at the space-locked Zhuofan. Rotten punk. I'll make mincemeat out of you, and there's nothing your master, Heavenly Sovereign, can do about it. Ha ha ha. CAO, hold on. My father has nothing to do with Heavenly Sovereign. You're wrong about him. Xiao cried out, but CAO was past listening. His eyes red with sweet retribution. He wanted the kid eaten to quell the hatred festering within. So what if he got it all wrong? The target was human, wasn't he? All humans deserved death in his book. Father! Xiao's worry for Zhuofan only mounted seeing he wasn't listening. Zhuofan ignored everything, only focused on the ring shining on his hand. As the abyss that was CAO's maw closed in, his grin only grew eviler. Heaven sealing CAO. Your loss today is all because of your conceit. What? CAO reacted out of reflex, still going in for a bite. Zhuofan had a strange spark in his eyes, his snicker growing to his ears. I'm saying thank you for giving me this chance. You lose. Whoosh. Zhuofan flicked his hand and a miniature sun appeared, scorching and terrifying. That's... The huge eye squinted and heaven-sealing CAO gasped as he shouted. Old Dragon's full-powered dragon breath pill? Why would he give it to you? Heavenly Sovereign's successor. Ha ha ha, he'd never trust me if I really was Heavenly Sovereign's successor. But there's a difference between being a successor and learning his ultimate skill. I agreed to help him and he shields me. Like you said, they're all after something and not noble like you. As for now, Zhuofan's eyes shone cruelly, ready to throw the dragon breath pill. Cao was shaken up, scrambling to flee. He rushed to close his mouth and stammered. Now hold on, let's talk about this. Don't. Talking only works among equals. But you, sir, are too strong. Zhuofan didn't fall for his stalling so he could escape. So Zhuofan threw the fireball without qualms, shouting coldly, "Here's my gift, Senior Cao, for looking after my children. Also, Senior Dragon Ancestor sent his regards. May you eat well and stay healthy." Ha ha ha. The dragon breath pill crushed any barrier in place as it swirled straight into Cao's gaping abyss. Boom! Everything was dyed orange as the flames unleashed a sea of flames. Dragon Ancestor's full-powered dragon breath pill went off in Cao's mouth and the raging torrents of heat and fire shot in every direction. The terrible flames melted all ice in an instant, turning the sea into steam before it as well was erased in the scorching heat. Cao's fangs broke off then and there, ruined. The fire made its way deeper and into his body, every nook and cranny, engulfing his organs in boiling lava. Only when all his being was saturated with fire did it leak out, sending plumes of blood high in the sky in a mist of red. His body was now in dire straits as tons of blood spewed out of his mouth. His proud visage now paled greatly, his scales black, singed or burned. With one strike, Zhuofan was close to taking his life. As Cao was on the same level as Dragon Ancestor, taking such a blow had serious consequences. Only this time, it was even worse. The only way Dragon Ancestor could reduce Cao to such a state was by risking his own life in battle. It all came down to how cautious they were of each other. When fighting, they always kept their senses sharp. While Zhuofan was fairly easy to look down on, being a puny human and all working in his favor, he used his own weakness to his advantage, making the other show the perfect target to strike by opening his piehole. This was something no being in the world, and in their right mind, would make such a monumental mistake. The inners would always be weaker than a thick skin. If left with no choice, taking Dragon Ancestor's full-blown attack on his body was much better. At least it would leave a bruise or a cut. As for taking it out with his mushy insides, that was positively life-threatening. Then again, who could blame Cao if in his shoes? Zhuofan was just too weak to even tickle his stomach if he detonated inside. Who'd ever saw it coming that he'd deliver Dragon Ancestor's attack instead of himself into the maw of the beast? It was no different than Dragon Ancestor breathing fire down his gullet. In a duel of peers, why would one expose their weakness? To die? Zhuofan hit him more than good this time, practically destroying him, since that was the plan all along. Using Dragon Breath Pill from the start would hardly make Cao even twitch, only making him angry instead. The best course was to be a patient hunter for the right moment to strike, as he did. His plan involved using 2 Dragon Breath Pill, one on the face to pry the jaws open and the second down the hatch. It was like a boon from heaven itself how the guy simply offered himself from the start. That was why Zhuofan even drove the nail in by saying he lost, since he exposed his weakness. He and now Cao was paying the full price for it. Heaven-sealing Cao roared in pain, tearing up even. He swore on his life that such disgraceful defeat had never happened to him in his long, long life. He never suffered so much ever. Yet the day finally came that a bug from the mortal domain did him good. He, the overlord of the sea, a sacred beast. He was enraged. He lost all his honor, and howled with bloodlust. "You little shitty bastard! You're not getting out of here alive! Ha ha ha, Senior Cao! Do you think you're in any position to make threats?" Zhuofan mocked as he watched the black scales fall off the maimed body, and smelled the burn coming out from that blood spurting from him. With another spray of blood in tons, the sea took darker shade of red. Heaven-sealing Cao glared at Zhuofan. "Don't get cocky, Bastard. I haven't keeled over just yet. Wounded as I am, it's still more than enough to deal with the likes of you. Die! Heaven-sealing CAO reached with his claw to slap Shuafan out of existence. Bam! All CAO did in the end was break an iceberg into ice cubes. Shuafan flashed on the singed and wounded claw, sporting a smug and evil grin. Ha ha ha, Senior CAO. I see you don't feel like talking. The feeling is quite mutual, I assure you. I have no intent of settling this peacefully. Our debt is far from over. Shuafan's eyes shone and waved his long sword. The black flames on it roiled as he then shoved the pointy end into the claw. Pa! The deadly black flames and the sharp edge of the sacred weapon went through the tough scale without a hitch, letting out booms after booms. This is for young Sanzi. Even more wounded, CAO wailed. He slammed with the other claw, but Shuafan was long gone, now appearing on a shoulder. He slashed this time and the black thunderflame licked the scales and blew many away. That earned another howl from the sacred beast. This is for Chower. Pitiless, Shuafan lashed out all over the huge body and leaving gaping bloody wounds in his wake. Shuafan was not about to let this bastard toy with his own daughter and had her suffer in vain. Senior CAO, you're hanging by a thread at this point and can hardly muster the strength to seal me at this point. Your huge body now became a burden. Now I ask you what you asked me, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. Shuafan cackled, buzzing around the huge CAO like an annoying flea, slashing and poking at every chance. CAO was powerless to swat him, reduced to roaring and crying in pain. He was a proud sacred beast, among the best in the sacred domain. Even the sovereigns were weary of him. His stride must have come to an end since now even he ended up toyed by a nobody. It was a disgrace. No matter how humiliating it felt, he could do nothing for he was on the verge of dying. And that was due to Shuafan's grace too. Or he could have just thrown another dragon breath pill and be done with heaven-sealing CAO. He would be the first in the mortal domain to kill a sacred beast. His name would go down in history. Ha ha ha. Ah! Shuafan laughed like mad while CAO cried out in pain. Thanks to the early searing heat wave and the endless rumbling, the four sealed experts were thawed. The invincible sword gripped the sundering sword and suddenly coughed blood with ice and fire. The sword kings had it worse, spurting a couple more times. They turned worried towards him. Patriarch, are you all right? I'm fine, just a serious wound. The invincible sword took a deep breath and spewed blood with flame and ice again. What happened anyway? The trio shrugged in confusion, right as the symphony of wails and laughter reached their unfiltered ears. Curiosity got the best of them, and now they were witnessing a most bizarre play that left them dumbstruck. Before them was a battle of the strongest. Ah! Heaven-sealing CAO shouted in rage and pain, twisting and jerking from every attack. He flayed his tower-sized claws around in a futile attempt at ending his torment and squashing the bite-sized interloper. But the meal just wouldn't stay put, having also learned to bite back and hard at every chance it got. The end result was mounting wounds, tons of blood loss and excruciating pain for the overlord of the sea. Shuafan cackled all the while, his eyes savage and sadistic each time his blade sunk into CAO's flesh. Eh ha ha ha. The invincible sword and the sword kings blinked constantly, trying to get some sense of this absurd development. Bailey Yuyun's face twitched as he strained to ask, what's he doing? Is it me or is he torturing the monster? It's all real. I never once took the kid to pull something like this. The invincible sword was just as dumbstruck, looking dazed. What happened to me? Patriarch. The monster blew its nose and encased you in ice. And then what happened after? We got frozen too and don't know. Bailey Yufeng looked on stiffly as he gave automatic and flat replies. He forgot all about decorum while Bailey Yutian lost his customary pride, reduced to giving an unconscious nod and forgetting about chiding the junior's lack of respect. That's what this so-called fight did to all of them. CAO's humongous body that was riddled with wounds entered his vision. He felt he was still in a dream. I couldn't even touch this monster and now someone is toying with him? How did the kid do it? Bailey Yutian's brow shook and sighed along with his sword kings. Regardless of how, the strength must be absurd. The kid was being honest when he said he could wipe out the 5 sword kings back then. In the case of him having the same powerful tool, he wouldn't admit it either. This was a true trump card. If it could cripple the likes of CAO, then who in this world could withstand it? I was a dreaded existence, yet humiliated to such a degree. Thank heavens we have yet to reach a point of no return with him. The Sword Kings sweated buckets and the invincible sword squinted as his jaw set in defiance. Boom! The powerful shockwave spread everywhere and picked the 4 off their feet, flinging them all over the place. They slammed into the ice hard 1,000 meters away, heavily bleeding and looking much worse for wear. Looking back at the main event, they found the source. CAO wanted to squash Xuefan, and this had resulted in them suffering for it. Xuefan made a quick escape out of the attack's reach, popping on the beast's head and using the flaming sword. Ha ha ha, Senior CAO. With this strike, I give you my blessings. Bam! Ah! The black thunderflame flashed across the head and made blood spurt out of it. Heaven-sealing CAO howled once more, in anger and pain, but mostly futility. A sacred beast like him couldn't do anything against some lousy brat? He waved his claws again, trying everything to slap Xuefan out of the air. But all he got was laughter for his efforts as the bug used these chances to dodge and slash twice more. CAO unleashed twisters with every wave, shaking the world around him. But what gave the greatest horror was the constant cackle of Xuefan from within the winds. Like a devil from hell, he clawed his way out to toy with his prey while flaying it alive. The Sword Kings gulped hard, their hearts running wild as they made sure to dodge an errant ice block blown their way while keeping their eyes on Xuefan. What was most prevalent was the terror in their eyes. Why didn't anyone tell us this kid is a freak of nature? The monster is like a child compared to his sadistic streaks. Is he the devil? Patriarch, we'd better run before we get caught up in that kid and see demons battle. Looking behind, he saw the thick black fog filled with holes from the searing heat wave. Bailey Yuyun perked up and urged Bailey Yutian. Bailey Yutian cursed. Humph! Are you in that much of a rush to flee for your life, you weakling? In all my long years roaming the world, I've not once feared another's fight. You're right, Patriarch. No man in the 5 lands can stop Patriarch, but these two are anything but humans. Better to be safe than sorry, sir. Bailey Yuyun was hopeful as he shook all over while pleading. He knew Patriarch was not one to listen, but this was not the time to throw a hissy fit. They were all sporting deep wounds and they might very well meet their end from CAO's stray attack. Patriarch, let's just go, please. Bailey Yuyun was sweating all over. Bailey Yutian turned from him to the battle between man and beast and sighed. We're leaving. Great, Patriarch. The trio cheered. Ding. Bailey Yutian paused, looking at his hand to find the purple sundering sword shaking while pointing at the CAO with hunger. Invincible swords had a pained gaze. Sundering sword? You want to fight, don't you? Ding. Sundering sword gave a jerk in response. I'm afraid we can't. That fight isn't one we can meddle in. That is the world of the strong. A world I have yet to even enter. Bailey Yutian sighed, sapped of strength while tightening his grip on the sword. The moment I held you in my hand, I vowed to the heavens to take you to the summit. You made the right choice accepting me. Over the following millennia, I never stepped back against any that faced me. I'm sorry, but now I understand that I've yet to take you to the peak. I am truly weak. But rest assured, my promise hasn't changed. The day will come when I will take you into such a peak fight. For now, we must withdraw as we don't qualify to join it. Ding. The sword was restless still, though it soon quietened. It had now forgotten its mission of killing the sacred beasts. Even with one before it, wounded as it was, the sundering sword still gave up. It had long since become one with this human expert. The invincible sword's wish was the sword's. It wanted to challenge a sacred beast while being held and not go take one down by itself. The invincible sword smiled. Thank you. He flew out of the mist, with the sword kings behind him. But not before he gave Xuefan one last look, shouting, Xuefan, don't you die on me. I will one day rise to the top, and for that I need that ticket in Devil Mountain. Bailey Yutian then vanished in the fog. Xuefan shook and smirked. He shifted out of another claw and popped next to Chower. Stop! I lost! CAO, in the middle of his craze, jerked to a stop. He turned a confused eye on Xuefan. What's with him? Why give up? I might be strong and look tough, but he has dominated the fight all this time. Why then? The humongous creature plunged into the sea, sending a tsunami in every direction. Heaven-sealing CAO gave Xuefan a dark look of confusion. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing besides losing. I now await my sentence. Ding. He let vaulting sword slip and stick into the ground while he sat down. Chower cried, Father! CAO was perplexed. What's the damn kid's angle this time? Xuefan had a genial smile on his face. Gone was the mad and sadistic expression. Now looking like a real gentleman that wouldn't hurt a fly, preaching love and peace. A disturbing silence ensued. Heaven-sealing CAO was still tense and on guard at the sudden change. His fury now cooled down to a confusing calmness. All that he could think of were questions upon questions. He even forgot what he was supposed to do. His brain stopped working the minute Xuefan gave up out of the blue. Why, you don't want to punish me? I take it we can talk then. Xuefan watched CAO just staring there with a dumb look and smiled. Senior CAO, please spit out my son. CAO flinched and then exclaimed in anger. Are you making fun of me now, brat? No games and no insults. I only have a simple request for Senior to calm down and negotiate better. Xuefan smiled like a sage of boundless wisdom. His back was straight, his gaze deep. As I've said, talks or negotiations are conducted between equals. Please forgive my earlier transgression. With Senior's rage, it made it hard for my words to reach you. That is why I resorted to such tactics. I hope Senior can settle down now. Settle? Eyelid twitching. CAO snapped. You wish. Merely looking at your face get my blood boiling. There's no settling. And why would I ever talk to you? I want nothing more than to grind your bones and flay you alive. Wrong. Xuefan's gaze met his, unfazed at the outburst. Not us, but me. You want to flay only me, right? CAO shuddered. Giving a long and heavy sigh, Xuefan glanced at Chower behind him, then at CAO. In our fight, Senior CAO could do nothing to me. Senior CAO could at any time swallow Chower and threaten me to stay put. Why didn't you? Humph? Sacred beasts have their pride. Unlike humans who stoop to any low, even taking hostages. CAO spat. Xuefan shook his head. Senior, you're contradicting yourself. When you toyed with Chower, Senior had used all manner of dirty tricks humans employ. From the way I see it, besides Kunping, Senior is the closest towards human nature among the 5 great sacred beasts. With danger hanging overhead, mentioning a sacred beast's pride sounds like a tasteless joke. Senior. CAO's words got stuck in his throat, put on the spot, but then he grew stubborn. That was merely out of anger that I forgot about the girl. I don't need you to remind me. Xuefan shook his head, the smile never leaving his face. You should have said it at the start and I might have believed you. However, aren't you contradicting yourself with what you said before? Ha ha ha, Senior, you never considered Chower a hostage or intended on killing her. Did you? CAO winced. The 5 great sacred beasts are unique in this world. Xuefan took a deep breath as he gazed above. As soul beings, no matter how much bad blood is between you, would you still be so quick to cut each other down? The very top is a place of endless solitude. Even more when everyone around you dies out. CAO was grave. Xuefan continued. Senior does indeed hate humans to the bone, willing to even take it out on the sacred beasts that humanity corrupted. That bloodlust directed at Xiao did not lie. That's why I believe Senior truly wanted Xiao and young Xianxia dead. But humanized sacred beasts are nothing more than misled children. Regardless how furious, how outraged Senior was, were you still willing to end them? As such, I've always been watching you from the start, Senior, to see if the madness was real or not and whether you'd be willing to kill young sacred beasts. I'm glad to say Senior has not crossed that line. That can only mean young Xianxia is safe. So I ask Senior to heal him. Zhuofan gave a full bow of respect. Damn you, human, are you tricking me? Is that it? Heaven-sealing Cao set his jaw, his huge eyes turning bloodshot as he raved. Over many years, I've seen more people than I could count and know the darkness that lies in a human's nature. But you are the most sinister and cunning of all. I knew it the moment you used Old Dragon's attack. Now you're breaking my principles, twisting my beliefs so you can get your young Qilin back as good as new. No, I will not listen to you. Come fight me if you dare. But I will never do what a human asks even if it kills me. Xiao's face fell, looking worried at Zhuofan. He shook his head. Don't say that, Senior. I said it's my loss already. You call that a loss? Look what you did to me and you're holding all the cards. You can leave when you want or even kill me. Why is it I can't see you lose out on anything? I lost from the very beginning. Zhuofan sighed, saluting. Young Xianxia's Qilin shield is damaged and Senior is the only one that can restore it. I brought him to request your help. This put me at a loss, from which I could never recover. The only thing left for me to do was not to suffer a total defeat, losing even that with which I came. Nothing I could do will ever change Senior's refusal to help. That is why I ask Senior to lend a hand for the sake of the 5 sacred beasts. Heaven-sealing Cao gave him a long look then snickered. Hi. After all that yapping we've finally reached the real issue. Let me tell you. Senior. Zhuofan's shout cut him off, his gaze steeled in determination. Senior won't heal Qilin all because of me. Let me bear all of Senior's loathing towards humanity. As long as Senior agrees to save him, Senior can take a life for a life. Father, Xiao cried. Heaven-sealing Cao shook, his eyes having a strange glint. Senior might deny all you want, but know that you can't do anything to me unless I let you. Qilin and Xiao are both your juniors and can't do anything to stop you. I am the one who earned your ire, your bitter enemy. If you want to take it out on someone, would you feel better killing me or them? Zhuofan smiled. Senior's malice needs to be let go and I'm willing to be the means to do it, on the condition that Senior lends a hand. Xiao quivered, her tearing eyes never leaving Zhuofan as she bit her lip, drawing blood. She knew no one could change Zhuofan's mind once he was made up. This was also his only option. Cao was stunned, suspicion flashing in his eyes. Then he cackled. Hi. You're just too shrewd. Are you up to your mind games again? You think I'll sympathize and won't kill you? Wrong. I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your pieces everywhere. Cao slammed his palm on Zhuofan's head. The violent winds were sharp enough to rend the ice around. Xiao's tears flowed down her cheeks. Wait! A shout came just as the palm reached Zhuofan. The heavy palm grounded to a halt. Cao parted the claws to peek at Zhuofan with a mocking smile. Hi. I just knew you were working an angle. You played the noble sacrifice thinking you could earn my sympathy. Once I save the Qilin, you can just use it for your mind games, making these 2 pups want to die for you. Sneaky human. I've seen this old trick already and it won't work on me. Ha. Senior, that's not it. Since Senior mentioned trickery, Senior ain't exactly trustworthy either. Zhuofan's eyes shone, taking off his ring and throwing it to Xiao. My sacrifice can't be in vain. Once I die, Senior Cao must save young Xianxia. But if Senior breaks his word, there's another dragon breath pill in there you can throw immediately in his face. He'll be sure to join me and young Xianxia in hell once he takes another one. Just remember not to waste words or listen to him. The instant he stalls, throw it. Are you threatening me? No, a mere precaution. Zhuofan had an evil grin. I believe without a doubt that Senior wants me dead, while eager to help young Xianxia. The human heart, a complex concept, appears similar in some aspects to Senior's actions. As such, I am unable to confirm whether Senior would keep his word or not, contradicting himself once more. While I'm most sure that people won't readily give up their lives out of stubbornness, we all know that the true winner is the one living. You kill me, then die yourself from a tantrum? What's the point? Ha ha ha. Cao stared hard, his eyes flashing with bloodthirst. Fine. Now can I get on with it? Are you that willing to give your life for the young Qilin? He's my son. There's nothing I wouldn't do. Zhuofan showed a bright smile. Cao's brow shook and the claw resumed its savage descent. Great. Now die, human. Whoosh. The thick bloodlust bore heavy on Zhuofan's shoulder. Father! Shower cried out, holding the thunder ring tight. Her body was shaking all over and her heart was ready to break. Her father was about to die for young Xianxia's sake. Who? Zhuofan sat with his back straight at the coming winds, his eyes crystal clear. The palm halted at the very end for some reason. Cao shifted it back and looked coldly at the unfazed Zhuofan. Kid, there's no chance of winning this fight. You won. Bam! Cao slammed the claw into the water, sending a huge wave all around. Zhuofan smirked. Thanks. Father. Chower was stunned. Sure, she was thrilled Zhuofan hadn't been splattered all over the place, but a large part of her was plagued by confusion and doubts. Cao lowered his eyes and said, Little Thunder Phoenix, I knew from the beginning this human was sly, but you two children meant the world to him. Under my taunts, any other cunning man would fake sincerity and gain my sympathy. He acted like he was after something to provoke me into being savage and cast all my hatred on him while leaving you and the young Qilin out of it. You're wrong there. I really was after something. That never changed. Zhuofan threw his 2 cents. Cao shook his head. It takes a lot of nerve to admit it to my face. The fact that you were willing to take all my hatred for the children made you grow in my eyes. Zhuofan nodded. I never imagined you'd then come out of my seal and reduce me to such a state. I knew it was all to enrage me so you could give your life for Qilins. But you really went all out. You are one shrewd prick. You almost had me fooled as well. Cao continued. It then occurred to me, wasn't I making a mistake? Perhaps? Weren't you afraid I'd kill you then forget about saving Qilin? As you sacrificed yourself, I then realized all of it was nothing but a grand scheme to you. You angered me just so I'd give value to your death in exchange for Qilin. With one minor detail. Zhuofan scratched his nose. I did aim to garner Senior's rage, but when I rained havoc on Senior, there was hardly any planning involved. Doing it for Chower's sake. It felt great too. Ha ha ha. Cao stumbled and then glared at him. It only proves your genuine feelings. Why get so angry if you never saw the children as your own? The victim in all of this is my weary old body, now wrecked. But with all of these, I still couldn't believe you. What had me stop my desire to end you were your eyes. My eyes. Yes. Cao sighed. I once caught a youth who had the same look as you, calm, peaceful and steady. He only moved with the purpose of understanding the world, the Tao. He did it in the end, becoming a sovereign, becoming a dear friend of mine. Then why would he betray this bond? I never fully understood and have been in constant search of this gaze. One after another, people came, soon turning into millions upon millions, but not one proved of help. On the verge of death, everyone has anxious looks to some extent. Those self-righteous zealots are no different. So how then could such a gaze exist in the first place? Human, why didn't you have any hesitation beneath my palm? Did you truly believe I wouldn't kill you? You may be an expert in mind games and seeing my intent. But is your heart that steady even in death? Zhuofan mused for a moment and shook his head. An unsteady heart is born out of regret. Regret gives rise to fear, anger, and many more raw emotions. I had none as I sacrificed myself for my son. I had no true regrets, just some qualms. My promise to my wife and the promise to battle with another would not be fulfilled. So that's why. Cao sighed. The Tao can be split in two, obsession and detachment. The obsessed can't achieve it unless they let go. You have detached yourself from life and death, but cling to your vows. It's rare to find such a combination of characters. Kid, you have what it takes to become a sovereign. I'm sure of it. Now it all comes down to you if you can grab one of the 10 paths to heaven. Zhuofan nodded. Cao raised its head and, with a rumble, something flew out of his mouth. A blue and clear ice landed on the ground. In the 1 by 2 meters, young Sanzi rested. Brother! Shower cried in joy, with Zhuofan looked on with hope. Cao wiped his mouth. He only survived by luck. I put him inside a pocket in my body or he'd have died from the dragon fire. Senior. My stomach makes the heaven-sealing coffin. Cao said. His Qilin shield is damaged and to heal it I needed my gastric juices to permeate his body. The child will stay in the ice coffin for 49 days. The moment it thaws will be the day he is healed. Zhuofan bowed and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. I shall never forget this. Chower bowed as well, all smiles. You were right. As a sacred beast myself, we're unique, and it would bring me solitude in a world less of one. But us, old ones, are stuck in our prisons and can't look after them and need someone reliable. Uncle Cao, weren't you hating humans? Now you're entrusting us to one. Chower started then giggled. Cao shook his head. This is hardly a solution, forced into taking the lesser evil. Humans are hateful, but having been so close to them at some point, I could feel their deep love and sense of duty. For my hatred to be so strong, my love had to be just as strong. In any case, it's better to give you over to someone I can trust than to some twisted people. Zhuofan, these two shall be in your care. In this whole wide world, there's only 5 of us sacred beasts left. Senior, be at ease knowing I only have them as children. Zhuofan nodded. Cao nodded and smiled back. This human is similar to the first, both pursuing Tao. I hope he'll never change. Pa! A sudden sharp sound echoed and Zhuofan's eyes bled out. What's wrong, kid? I don't know. Zhuofan's brow shook, his face hard. Pa! The second time, Zhuofan felt his eyes burning in their sockets and held them. Again and again, cracking sounds echoed, with the black thunder flame leaking from between his fingers and going berserk. It spread like a tide of destruction as it covered Zhuofan. Just how when he fought Cao. Only this time, the thunder flame was out of control, the pain growing so bad he had to wail. Ah! Apocalyptic thunder flame, something that should never be in this world, ran amok. Who? Cold winds blasted and a thick black fog dyed everything in shades of gray, looking akin to purgatory. Bali Yuyu watched with worry as the black mist stopped its invasion. Behind her was Shui Ruohua helping Chu Qingcheng. She looked behind her, at the open teleportation array and worried as well. What's taking them so long? Did something happen? Rustle. The grass moved and Wu Qingxiu with Ouyang Chongqing and the rest dragged their feet over to their salvation. But seeing the girls, they started. You should have been long gone by now. Why are you still here? The guy's slow wife refused to go, so we decided to wait for you. I would simply force her through if worst comes to worst. Bali Yuyu rolled her eyes and pointed at Chu Qingcheng behind her. And where's he, anyway? Is he all right? Ouyang Chongqing knew who she mentioned and sighed in exhaustion. He went after the sea demon. It's going to take a while before he arrives. We'd better leave first. The sea demon? Haven't you noticed the creeping black fog? Ouyang Chongqing nodded and asked, Big sister, you should have seen how good Big Brother Zhuor is. He beat up 3 sword kings and after challenging Invincible Sword, dashed straight in to face the sea demon. Invincible Sword must have followed after Big Brother for a fight as well without delay, all plunging straight into the black fog. You're telling me Patriarch is after Zhuofan? Bali Yuyu gasped in fright. Is he going to survive with Patriarch on his heels? Ouyang Chongqing smirked. Big sister, take it easy. Dad said the sea demon is worse by a mile than invincible sword. Since big brother went for the sea demon, then what's there to fear some invincible sword? I'm sure that with a savage beast before him, invincible sword would be sure to turn into a sniveling coward. The only danger to big brother can only come from the sea demon. It would make invincible sword look like an amateur by comparison, hee. Ahem. Look who you're speaking to. Wu Qingqiu glared and cleared his throat before speaking heavily. Frigid Rain Sword King. Ouyang Chongqing is crude in his meaning. Brother Zhua is level-headed and would not come all the way to face the sea demon without precaution. If he can handle the sea demon, that means invincible sword is of no consequence. Yeah, so lighten up. You're better off worrying about our situation. Dad said once the sea demon's black fog spreads, everyone is done for. They're now trying to stop it. We better take the chance and run, so as not to drag them down. Then leave, coward. Bali Yuyu bore her sharp stare into him. I don't know how dangerous the sea demon is, but I am clear on Patriarch's strength. No, once Patriarch is after him, no begging from my part will spare him. Bali Yuyu shot for the black fog, shouting behind her, Leave! I've escorted you here, so I've fulfilled his request. Now even Big Sis left. With all of us injured, we'll be dead for sure if anything happens. Ouyang Chongqing chuckled and shrugged, staring hard at the open teleportation array. So we're going, right? Right? Wu Qingqiu sighed with a twitching face. Do you have to ask? Staying won't do any of us any good. And made the first move towards leaving with others close behind. Wait, senior brother Wu. Qingqing won't leave. Shui Ruohua cried after him. We've been here for a while, but Qingqiang refuses to budge. It feels like she won't leave until Zhuofan returns. Wu Qingqiu sighed in understanding. Junior sister Chu won't be pleased. But staying here will only burden brother Zhua. We're leaving, even if we must force junior sister Chu to come along. Wu Qingqiu and Yi Lin shared a look and flanked Chu Qingqing. Ouyang Chongqing was most eager, joining them with a bright smile. Sister-in-law, pardon me. It's for your own good. Big brother Zhua doesn't want you hurting. I know you can't understand me, so, sorry. The guys grabbed her shoulders. Ah! Akin to divine intervention, Chu Qingqing heard a most familiar wail. She shuddered and the guys were blown away. Ouyang Chongqing even staggered before smacking his rear on the pavement. The sharp pain made him wince and tear up. Sister-in-law, please, we're only trying to help. Why shield yourself with Yuan Qi and hurt us? Don't you know how injured we are? We can't take your... While he was whining, the Western Lands group looked at Chu Qingqing in shock. In all these years Chu Qingqing had lost her mind. She hardly showed any reaction, let alone using Yuan Qi for anything. Did this mean she was back? They all lit up, with Shui Ruohua grabbing her shoulder in excitement. Qingqing, why you're awake? Zijua Fan. After all these years silent, she stammered a familiar name, her eyes flashing now and then. Everyone was overjoyed. It's a miracle, or maybe triumphant love. In only a few days brother Zhua did what we couldn't in years of trying. A heart can heal only with the right medicine. Shui Ruohua was ecstatic, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Chu Qingqing's lips trembled, while her eyes took on a look of horror. Zijua Fan is in danger. He's in danger. She then shot in the air, straight into the black mist. Qingqing, wait! Shui Ruohua panicked and rushed right after her. But the minute she tried using her energy, she coughed blood, falling back. None of the ethers could do anything, too weak to follow. They came out wounded from the fight with the 10 princes and merely walking was a miracle. Flying was out of the question. Watching Chu Qingqiang vanish, Ouyang Chongqing sighed. Where's big sister when you need her? Sister-in-law hasn't been hurt like us, making it impossible to catch her. Did she snap? She's not crazy, just her mind dulled. Since she woke up just now, why take off like that? Wu Qingqiu frowned as he pondered. She mentioned Zhuofan being in danger. Did you hear her too? Ouyang Chongqing shrugged. Maybe she's hearing things or restless. Big Brother Zhua is definitely in danger in the black mist. But how could we ever know? We're not only miles away but even standing before the mist. There's no way to notice whatever's going on in there. How is sister-in-law so sure then? She totally snapped. Then I fear. Xianxia looked in the distance then sighed. Their hearts are connected. That means Brother Zhua is in serious peril. The rest tensed, looking grave and worried. Bali Yuyu was rushing through the dark fog when she stumbled upon 4 people flying out. She gasped in recognition. Ugh! Can I just pretend I didn't see them? Bali Yuyu shook, conflicted between Zhua Fan in the mist and the 4 people. She wanted to make sure Zhua Fan was safe, which was impossible if the 4 caught up to her. So she spotted some ruins around and wanted to avoid them like a plague. But that blasted Bailey Yuyun just had to spot her just then, shouting, "Is that Yuyu? Come quick! Patriarch's hurt. Damn you and those blasted eyes of yours. I was this close to dodging you. Just you wait. The moment I get the chance, I'll be sure to gouge those shifty eyes out of your skull." Bali Yuyu's heart raged while flying over to the 4 in annoyance disguised as shock. Patriarch is hurt? How? Is this how you 3 protect him? Bailey Yuyun sighed. Not even our best was enough. The sea demon is absurd. He couldn't even touch him. The SC demon is that strong. For even Patriarch to. Bali Yuyu's heart sank, knowing Zhua Fan was in there alone with that beast. How could Zhua Fan stand a chance where invincible sword failed? Filled with worry, Bailey Yuyu turned to the black fog with tense fists. Bailey Yutian failed to notice Bailey Yuyu's shift. Maybe the deep wounds scrambled his senses. He coughed iced and burning blood and sighed. I've never seen strength like the sea demons. I have suffered a complete defeat. But this is only the beginning. One day, I will come to challenge Aegis. Ugh. Invincible sword coughed fire and ice again. His face white as paper. Patriarch, don't speak. We better look for a quiet place to heal. We can't ignore your wounds. Bailey Yuyun urged. Invincible sword waved him off, sighing and looking at the black fog behind with determination. No, I'm staying. I have lost. But I want to see with my own eyes the result of such a powerful showdown and its victor. Powerful showdown? Bailey Yuyu lit up. Patriarch. Is someone still in there fighting the sea demon? Bailey Yutian took a deep breath and nodded. Bailey Yuyun sighed with a grumble. Yuyu, speaking of, I have something to say to you. How in heaven's name did you even do your investigation? Because of you we were this close to making a mess of this and getting wiped out. What did I do? Bailey Yuyu was baffled. Bailey Yuyun spat. You have the nerve to ask? Did you not say that Zhua Kid is in soul harmony stage at best? A trifle? Yeah, why? Why? Did it ever occur to you that the Missy next to him might have a powerful bauble to give us Sword King's heavy wounds? That child almost had all 3 of us killed. Bailey Yuyun shot a reproaching glare, with the 2 nodding along, feeling victimized. It was utterly mortifying for a wee girl to make them scramble away in fright. If word got out in the central area, they'd have no self-respect left to even walk outside. Bailey Yuyu gave a confused shake of her head. You mean shower? But she's adorable. How can she be tough? Adorable? That's news to me. Bailey Yuyun's face twitched, fuming along with his 2 brothers. Like father like daughter. Like master like disciple. With the small one godlike. The parent couldn't be any lesser. Did you not know she has a trinket to handle Sword Kings? What's worse, her dad had something that could end Patriarch. Heaven almighty, he just took out a 9th level Imperial Beast for crying out loud. His spirit animal no less. That's a damn 9th level Imperial Beast. I'm willing to bet not all 9 Sword Kings combined could put a dent in its plumage before getting annihilated. Success. Bailey Yuyu gasped. A 9th level Imperial Beast? Wasn't that just a myth? It exists, and he has one. You didn't know? Not a hint. That's why I'm asking. How did you make your investigation? Bailey Yuyun huffed and puffed, turning at the end to Bailey Yutian. We were fortunate. Patriarch skill is divine to kill the 9H level Imperial Beast, the true best in the lands. Ignoring the blatant suck-up, Bailey Yutian felt he was at the lowest point in his life to mind anything else. Bailey Yuyu's heart jumped in shock. Patriarch killed the beast? When it was his turn, did Patriarch finish him off? Ugh! Bailey Yuyun shook from a sudden chill, his face sinking. He peeked at Invincible's sword then barked. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. He can never again be mentioned anywhere near Patriarch. But aren't I talking with you, Brother Yun? I'm saying your info is faulty and almost got us killed. Don't mention it again. All right? Bailey Yutian raised his voice, sighing at the black fog. I was about to fight with him when the sea demon arrived. He was after the sea demon and I wanted to meet it too. All of us entered its domain. I arrived there just to see him frozen by the sea demon and challenged the beast. It ended with me frozen as well before I could even get close. By the time I woke up, I'd found myself gravely wounded along with the three of them. But I witnessed a most shocking scene, one that I would never forget for as long as I live. What? Bailey Yuyu was nervous, eager to know. Bailey Yutian sighed. Zhuofan and the sea demon fought. He was clearly not to its level, but thanks to an ingenious skill, he was slowly gaining advantage. The sea demon was forced to just take his attacks. That happened after sea demon was gravely wounded, near death. I don't know how he did it, but I'm certain he was behind it. It was thanks to his showdown with the sea demon that a heat wave blasted over us and thawed the ice while also leaving us with deep wounds. With how the sea demon suffered at such a blow, it's clear that once the two of us fought, I'd have been reduced to ashes. What invincible sword! Ha ha ha! I've been blind all my life, unable to see the vastness of the world. The Sword Kings lowered their heads. Bailey Yuyun shot a glare at Bailey Yuyu. See? This is what your report did, downplaying the tiger into a cat. He almost ripped us to shreds. It's giving me the chills just thinking about it. Bailey Yuyu was stumped, blinking her big dull eyes of their fog. The guy is that great? He sure didn't look like it. Patriarch, you're waiting for the fight to end, but how will you find out the winner? It'd be better if you tended your wounds. Bailey Yuyun bowed. Bailey Yutian said, it's simple. We can't see their fight, but the end will be obvious. If Zhuofan wins, he'll be coming out. If the sea beast won, the black fog would retreat, leaving nothing behind it. Retreat? Why would he? Ha ha ha, the sea demon would have won a Pyrrhic victory. Is he supposed to wait here for other humans to kill it instead of licking his wounds? Bailey Yutian's eyes shone with conviction. So I'll be waiting right here for the conclusion and confirm my next great rival. The Sword Kings started and nodded, staying with him. Bailey Yuyu was nervous as she remained here, waiting not for the end, but with hope in her heart that he would come out of the black mist. Whoosh! Someone shot past just then and plunged into the fog. Bailey Yuyu cried out. Didn't she transfer away? What's she doing here? Can't those louses do anything? Oh, someone found it tedious and came to die. Bailey Yuyu noticed and mocked. That right there is a fight that could end even us, watching from the sidelines. For a mere girl in the 5th layer of ethereal stage to go in is plain suicidal. Ha ha ha. Or maybe the kid won and she'll be safe. Or the kid lost and the sea demon wouldn't spare a single human. It's all up to fate, ha ha ha. The 3 Sword Kings jeered, with Bailey Yuyu nervous as to what to do. Should she go in? But she squashed the thought as soon as it popped. I was to save her for that rotten punk. But now he's in a fight to the death, so why bother with her fate? Whatever, let her go. It's all the same to me however she ends up. Bailey Yuyu's eyes shone coldly, her heart taking a crueler stance. It's better if she's gone. Then the punk would have no one to worry about. Ha ha ha. Ah! In a world of snow and ice, Zhuofan howled with black flames writhing all over him. Shower panicked, turning to CAO. Uncle? What's happening? The divine eye of the void he inherited is too weak while the black thunderflame is savage power beyond any level, now out of his control. Going to extremes, It's very easy for the black flame to run amok, eating him instead. Heaven-sealing CAO was grave. He has been using the eye skill through the fight, and the divine eye of the void reached its limit for controlling the thunderflame's nature, thus lashing out. But where did he get the thunderflame from? Why is it so violent? Why doesn't my seal work on it? Shower grew anxious. Uncle CAO. Dad's apocalyptic thunderflame is made of 4 sacred beasts' powers of terrible strength. How can it be controlled? The power of 4 sacred beasts? How? Heaven-sealing CAO started and paused. Did 9 Serenities research succeed? Kid, whose successor are you? My master is 9 Serenities sovereign Ek. I see. Then the old guy did it. Heaven-sealing CAO nodded and sighed. That's why the thunderflame is so wild, made up of 4 sacred beasts' powers, while above our level so my sealing doesn't work. Uncle CAO, help him. There has to be something we can do. Shower could not take it anymore. Zhuofan's wails and seeing him cooked under the flame brought her to tears as she urged heaven-sealing CAO. The Bias sighed. The kid gave his all and some in taking all my malice for humanity so he could save young Qilin. I admire his spirit and I could have helped at the start, but weak as I am from the old dragon's fire, it is impossible to suppress the thunderflame. Water and fire are opposite and I'm also powerless right now. Or else I would have sealed him as he jumped around. What can we do? Nothing. I'm hanging by a thread as is. Heaven-sealing CAO shook his head. Shower was crying now, filled with pain and worry for Zhuofan. Whoosh. 3 flashes came out of the thick black fog and straight for heaven-sealing CAO. The 3 divine swords that slipped out of their owner's grasp sensed CAO's energy and shot for it to kill this sacred beast. Heaven-sealing CAO winced, about to submerge under the sea. But heaven-sealing sword flew around the beast and sent a sword wave freezing his body in place. The other 2 divine swords stabbed deep into his shoulders, drawing blood. Heaven-sealing CAO roared in pain. Curses, despicable, striking someone who is down. Have you no shame ganging up on me? Is this how your master taught you? To mock him, the divine swords gathered then split again, each striking from a different direction and punching holes in CAO's bulk. Uncle CAO, what's wrong? 3 swords can't be that tough. Why? Shower cried out. Heaven-sealing CAO felt like crying. I know these sacred weapons better than you. They can't do much without absorbing sacred stones. But as I am now, I can't even seal them. They're taking advantage of my state and with the fire and water in conflict within my body stopping me from sealing them. Not to mention they're sharp as hell. I can't hold on much longer, Ak. CAO howled in pain, with Shower by herself in worry. What do I do? I'll take on a sacred weapon for you. Don't. They may be weak now, but you're no match still. You'll only die. CAO shook his large head to stop her. He waved his large palm around and slapped the heaven-sealing sword away. The 2 swords, however, used the opening to shoot through his chest, drawing another howl out of him. Even with the flesh wounds the swords were giving him, with enough time death would come in the end. Not to mention his bane was among them, the heaven-sealing sword. CAO grew restless by the second. What rotten luck today has brought. I should have just stayed home instead. Thinking humans were at war, he planned on causing extra damage to them, only to be the one to get damaged and near death. Blast it all to hell. Couldn't I have checked the stars before coming here? Whoosh. The divine swords ran circles around him, making CAO cry out every time. Shower was unable to sit still from anxiety. CAO was the only one that could help Zhuofan. Without him, Zhuofan was doomed. She was powerless to help anyone. Divine Eye of the Void's 7th stage Void Seal. Beneath the corrosive thunderflame, 7 golden rings shone, followed by a shout like that of a beast from hell. The 3 divine swords jerked, but they reacted too slow to get away and the spatial ripple caught them. The swords clanged on the ice, their sword spirits gone. Heaven-sealing CAO sighed. Crack. Ak. The black thunderflame grew more berserk, eating away Zhuofan's entire left eye. Without it to curb it, the thunder flame feasted itself on Zhuofan, giving him searing pain. "Father!" Xiao cried out in tears, with Cao hesitating. "Kid, thank you for that. I'm amazed you'd help me despite the cruel predicament you're in." "Ha ha ha. It's nothing." Zhuofan strained to swallow the agonizing cries as he smiled. "I was not helping you. I never owe anyone anything. You save my son, then consider the debt paid." "That won't do. Not when saving a fellow sacred beast is a must." Heaven-sealing Cao spoke. Zhuofan said, "You're saving young Sanzi as a sacred beast, but he's my son. Such a favor I have to pay back. Also, this is also my wish. I knew the thunder flame would take me one day. It just so happened to be today. My life was doomed from the start. But young Sanzi and Xiao have yet to grow and protect themselves. Few are those worthy of absolute trust in this world as well. Sorry, but now it's my turn to entrust you. These children need someone. Senior Cao is their elder, worthy of trust. I saved you so that you may become their rock. I hope seniors will look after them. Xiao, I'm going. Use the recoil array to free seniors from their torment. This is your future and your only hope. They'll look after you and be safe. I'll also give you the tools to achieve it. Find Wu Randong in the Serene Shores trading. I had everything laid out." "Father!" Xiao kneeled at his feet in tears. Zhuofan smiled, wishing to hold her one last time, but drew back his hand after seeing the violent black flames. His road was at an end. But unlike his last life, he had a legacy, making it worth it. Zhuofan took a deep breath and closed his eyes, focusing on reigning in the pain he felt, yet his heart was at peace. "This life has been brief, but fulfilling," Cao shouted at last. "Kid, it's too soon to give up. I can't stop the black flames, but I can give you the means to do it yourself. Take it." Heaven-sealing Cao gouged out his eye. Blood spurted like a fountain, dyeing the sea red. Cao offered his palm, and in it rested a blue and dazzling eye. "Uncle Cao?" Xiao shuddered, looking stunned at the huge bloody eye. Cao smirked, gazing upon the eye and the scar it had. "That brat, sword sovereign, gave it a scratch, but it still has my sealing power. It should work in sealing the black fire from exploding." "Really?" Xiao lit up. Cao nodded, smiling despite the blood seeping from the empty socket. Zhuofan grimaced as he strove to speak. "Senior Cao, thank you for your assistance. I am very sorry to have made you to sacrifice Senior's eye." "Haha, it's just a useless eyeball. Nothing to it," Cao said. "You helped me deal with the sacred weapons. Being incapable of letting go of some eye would only make me look no different from those despicable humans. I would then have no ground and right to hate them. Now get ready to take my seal. I don't like owing anyone, just like you." Cao threw his eye and used his palms to pressure the huge eye and send power into it, soon shining blue. It then shrank down to the size of a human eyeball, drifting toward Zhuofan encased in black flames. The violent fire sensed a deep chill coming from it and cooled somewhat. Relaxing from the unspeakable pain, Zhuofan sighed, nodding at Cao. He waited for the blue glow to enter his body and get the flames under control. Whoosh! The eye was about to enter its new place when fire flashed by and sent the eye flying. Cao cried out, crying out in shock. "What was that?" "Thunder flame void annihilation." Zhuofan looked stumped. "Why? I didn't even use it, Ak." He clutched his head as the black flames came back with a vengeance. Thunder flames cracked the air as it shot all over. Zhuofan raised his heavy head, sending lightning like a machine gun. The dangerous thunder flames struck down in endless numbers, leaving everywhere black flames. Xiao jumped away, trying not to get that terrible fire from touching her. Heaven-sealing Cao had trouble with his large bulk, taking on dozens of thunder flames. He once again howled in pain as blood seeped out from the new wounds. "Ah!" Zhuofan gripped his head in agony. His right eye's 7 golden halos flickered, with traces of black thunderflame on their edges and eating their way through the gold. Shower cried out, dodging while shouting, "Uncle Cao, what do we do? You have to help him." Ack! Blast it. His black flames made the divine eye of the void lash out as well. Heaven-sealing Cao howled as he jerked from every hit. Divine Eye of the Void is Heavenly Sovereign's top skill, focused on the void in particular. In layman terms, it's a vessel sealing large amounts of power for his use. But even he could only ever hold the berserk purple lightning. Now the kid holds the far more ruthless apocalyptic thunderflame. His skill is far below Heavenly Sovereign as well, and makes it impossible to contain such insane power. As he can't seal the thunderflame, it runs amok. Before was just a bit of violent outburst, while now it crushed its vessel. Divine Eye of the Void has been infected and got out of control as well. The kid is in dire straits now. Once Divine Eye of the Void is ruined, he loses any means of holding the power and it would burn him to ashes. Shower cried out, "What do we do? What of your eye? Can it help, Dad?" "Not anymore." Cao shook his head with a deep frown. He had the Divine Eye of the Void to help settle the savage flames with my eye. Now the Divine Eye of the Void is out of control and has no vessel. Nothing can contain this power, not even me. Can't your eye act as vessel? Are you kidding? I am heaven-sealing Cao with the innate power of sealing. My eye has the same power. It's already full of it to accept anything else. Cao rolled his eyes. And what spatial power is stronger anyway than Heavenly Sovereign's Divine Eye of the Void? His ocular skill rises in power with the user. It's not like a sacred beast's innate ability. Not to mention the thunderflame is above our powers. We have no hope of containing it. It can only be the Divine Eye of the Void. My eye has the power to settle it so he could get it under control. There's nothing we can do to save Father? It's unclear. Cao shook his head. He just lost control of Divine Eye of the Void for now and is yet to be ruined as well. We just have to purge the thunderflame from his body and I'll seal his eyes. With nothing to generate the flames, it will settle. The problem is how to do it. As he is now, he's a chariot run amok. We have to seal the eye generating the thunderflame, then the Divine Eye of the Void to mend it. Whoosh! Black thunderflame shot by his face in streaks and exploded high in HT sky, punching a huge hole. In it was a bizarre view, a fantastical paradise of rivers, mountains, and nature. Success. Cao gasped, dumbstruck. Shower shouted, This is Father's power? His thunderflame void annihilation is amazing, but not like this. He wouldn't have needed three-headed crow otherwise to intimidate the Sword King's and invincible sword. This isn't his. It's the thunderflame exerting far more than he can handle. Blanking a few seconds, Cao turned to Zhuofan and shook his head. The thunderflame is out of his complete control and it only grows stronger until it consumes him. If we want to save him, we need to seal it fast. Shower panicked, crying from feebleness. The thunderflame was beyond deadly. And now that the Divine Eye of the Void went crazy too, everything was truly apocalyptic. Who could stop something like this? Father is the source, so how in heaven's name do we remove all thunderflames from him? Shower had tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched Zhua howling in the flames. Cao dodged the painful strikes while looking at the eye in his hand with a sigh. It's too late now. Whoosh. A flash of white streaked past them, ignoring the savage flames and hugging Zhuofan's contorted figure from pain. Soft lips then took his. Who? A twister enveloped the two, with the woman in white unleashing a pure glow that soon covered the two of them. They had formed around them an exquisite array that shook the world, with the spiritual energy from everywhere surging over. Zhuofan's black thunderflame surged like a tide at the woman. Mother! Shower muttered. Heaven-sealing Cao started, looking at the spiritual energy flow around them and lit up. There's always a way. The brat must have saved the world in his last life to have such godlike luck. Heaven-sealing Cao. We can seal it. Cao gripped the eye and his lone eye shone with determination. In a black space, the black flames spread to every corner, burning the 500-meter-long prismatic dragon. It howled from pain, its pristine scales and sharp claws eaten away. In moments, the dragon's size was reduced to a third. The dragon squinted and sighed. He gave up hope. With the death of my soul, I'll be erased from this world. The dragon closed its eyes at peace. He had given up on everything, but then Cao gave his eye to save him, sparking hope. Now not even Cao could do anything to get him out of this disaster. All these changes led to an uneasy heart from peace. He was better off not even trying. Alive or dead? Shuafan, haven't you made peace with it? The dragon smiled, free of pain and ignoring the burning flames. Who? A wind blew out of nowhere, brushing the flames and the dragon. The huge dragon froze. Where's the pain? He opened his eyes to gaze in shock. Where's the thunder flame? The cooling breeze passed once more through the space. Pure light followed, shining down like fireflies, bringing a touch of color to this dark place and hope into the huge dragon's eyes. Why is this light so familiar? The dragon stared, feeling soothed under the glow as the light slowly seeped into his body and healed his battered soul. The huge dragon stood proud and majestic once more. What's going on? I was about to die, so why am I alive? Where did the light come from? Did Senior Cao manage to save me? Can I go back to Xianxia and fight the invincible sword? The dragon roared in laughter, focusing his senses on his real body. Success. The thunder flame was still around, but Zhuofan's pain subsided, opening his eyes. What he saw left him in utter shock. Xianxia. Chu Xianxia was hugging and kissing him, though her eyes were still lost. She had done this out of nothing but instinct. Xianxia, hurry and let go. Zhuofan's eyes shook, noticing the ravaging thunder flame around him and Chu Xianxia. He shouted with panic. He wanted to get his lover away and not drag her down, only to find out he had no strength to even twitch a finger, leaving him confused. Cao smiled. Awake, are we? Kid, I don't know what miracles you did in your past life to have someone exchange their life to save yours in such a doomed situation. You truly are fortunate. Exchange with mine? Zhuofan reacted at last. The thunder flame now moved from him to Chu Xianxia and burned her instead. Zhuofan gasped, finding himself powerless to help. Xianxia, leave. I don't want you to save me. Just go. Chu Xianxia didn't hear him, her sightless eyes staring back at him with her body using her yuan qi to take his flames into herself. Zhuofan's heart was in constant pain, the right eye and the now empty and black left socket shedding bitter tears of sorrow. Xianxia, leave. I don't need saving. Kid, you just don't know how to count your blessings. Who could save you as you are? Cao glanced at him. That thunder flame is devastating and needs the right vessel to contain all its power. But this girl has the empty spirit body. Do you know what that means? Since ancient times, hardly anyone understood its real implications. Allow me to enlighten you. Heavenly Sovereign has the empty spirit body. It's why he got to create the divine eye of the void and grasp sovereignty through the spatial path. Now you get it? She has the same body as Heavenly Sovereign. She can take on your divine eye of the void's role into containing the violent thunderflames. Her soul is a domain soul practicing arrays. With the power of one person, an array can be formed. This array is baffling, able to draw upon the cosmic cycle's power, but not to fight. It is to help. Your soul was about to fade, but the girl saved you in time. Even with the flames off you, you'd end up a wreck with that ruined soul of yours. Now though, your very core is intact and safe, able to reach sovereignty without a worry. And all thanks to this lass. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan shuddered, looking around lost. Thanks to his extensive experience in arrays, he could glean into its functions despite not having a base. Cosmic Soul Nurturing Array. How can someone know it? How is it you know it? Zhuofan shed tears as she looked at Chu Xianxia, his heart in agony. I clearly ruined it. Yes, even as a sacred beast, I can tell this array focuses on soul recovery. A life for a life. Every soul is unique, making using the array lead to soul clashes. That's why only the empty spirit body can use it. Cao sighed. Kid, no one would ever turn their soul into panacea for another, unless she did it for one person, to save him when he needed it most. Kid, you are fortunate to have someone who cares for you so much, to give their life for you. The tears flowed out of his control. Zhuofan stared into Chu Qingqing's empty eyes, filled with sorrow and anguish. Her only thoughts were for me, but she still doesn't recognize me. Zhuofan shouted, Chower! Get her back! Chower shook and took a step forward. It's too late now. Cao spoke. They're both affected by the thunderflame. Taking the girl will only lead to both of them dying. Let this continue and the brat can be saved. It's either both of you die or just one. The choice should be obvious for a smart guy like you. Then I'll die with her. Throw her off yourself then. Don't involve the little Thunder Phoenix. Cao snapped back. Little Thunder Phoenix sees you as a father and her as mother. She'll be killing the both of you. As a father, you should not let your own child carry such guilt. Senior Cao, you do it. Don't feel like it. I gouged my eye out for you and everything. Letting you die would mean I maimed myself for nothing. Cao glared at him and turned to the pitiful Chower. This is love, something every sovereign experienced. He needs this pain. But father, Qingcheng hesitated, watching Zhuofan struggle to get Chu Qingcheng away. Cao smiled. He's now weak due to the thunderflame exhausting his yuan qi. As drained as he is, he can do nothing but go with our wishes. Cao glanced at the two. The black flames were mostly on Chu Qingcheng now, leaving only a little left within Zhuofan's body. Chu Qingcheng could take in no more. And the more there was of the thunder flame, the faster she burned. At this rate, the flames would consume her before she finished. Cao mulled over the situation, his eyes drifting to the three divine swords. The lass alone can't take all the flames. We need to amplify the array. Cao flicked and the three divine swords floated over as he mumbled. The array uses the heaven cycle's power and needs the 5 elements at its core to showcase its might. But we don't have them. I am only able to replace earth, fire, water, and wind. Heaven-sealing Cao held out a scarlet sword and stuck it at a spot around Chu Qingqing. Soaring sword, representing the boundless earth. Ding! Soaring sword was on Chu Qingqing's left, shining scarlet. Heaven-sealing sword, representing the surging water. Ding! Heaven-sealing sword stuck 3 meters from Chu Qingqing. Decimating sword, representing the scorching fire. Ding! Decimating sword stabbed where Cao gestured. The problem was what came next. Cao frowned but heard a whistle as a black sword floated before him, its blade quivering. Vaulting sword. Heaven-sealing Cao just stared at it for a while, flinching awake. What's with that look? I didn't even recognize you. Then his eyes lit up. The sword spirit changed, right? Ding! Vaulting sword hummed in agreement. Why else wouldn't you gang up on me with the others? It all makes sense. You changed your master. Ha ha ha. Cao laughed, then grew grave. The kid sure is something to change even a sacred sword spirit for his own use. As the heavenly sovereign inheritor, it's only natural though. That means you want to save your master as well. Go. Vaulting sword, representing the billowing wind. Heaven-sealing Cao pointed and the vaulting sword struck the exact spot, 3 meters from Chu Qingqing. With the 4 divine swords included, the array surged and the earth shook. The black thunderflame on Chu Qingqing spread among the divine swords, tainting them black with lightning. Chu Qingqing shook as well, taking in more of Zhuofan's black flames into herself through the array. Her power increased and took it all in with greater speed, leaving the excess her body could not contain to the 4 divine swords. For the next half hour, Zhuofan watched as the thunderflame left from him to Chu Qingqing with tears in his eyes and pain in his heart. Chu Qingqing was committed, despite the fire eroding her into nothingness. 2 hours later, The last trace of thunderflame left Zhuofan. Cao went fast into action, before any more were generated in his body. He shot the blue eye into Zhuofan's face, burrowing into the left socket and releasing icy energy. Divine Eye of the Void was still out of control and felt hostility towards this intruder, shining in 7 golden halos, unleashing a terrible power. Luck had it the Divine Eye of the Void was far from trained to perfection, just at the 7th stage. While Cao's eye belonged to a sacred beast, albeit damaged, it still proved enough. Using it while the apocalyptic thunderflame had still been around though, and the Divine Eye of the Void would have had the upper hand. With the main problem gone, the Divine Eye of the Void alone posed no danger. Even Heavenly Sovereign showed its strongest power when both eyes worked together. One eye was easy to seal. Before Divine Eye of the Void got any more ideas, Heaven-sealing Cao held out his palm and unleashed a cold twister upon Zhuofan. The Heaven-sealing eye joined in to cover both eyes. Success. Zhuofan's eyes had a layer of ice over them, with a cryptic seal forming on his forehead. With it, Zhuofan's vision went black, losing sight of everything, including that of his wife burning away from the black fire, who. Heaven-sealing Cao eased a long breath, nodding, "Kid, the apocalyptic thunderflame I ran amok, damaging Divine Eye of the Void as well. You will have a hard time controlling the 2 skills for the next while. I have used a heaven seal on your eyes to save them. When the Divine Eye of the Void recovers, you will grasp the seal on apocalyptic thunderflame eye and can open it. Abusing the thunderflame will only get you killed. It's for your own good, so you better take care." Xianxia. Zhuofan only focused on his grip on Chu Qingqing's hand. His ears flooded with the hissing of the black flames. He didn't need eyes to know, the sorrow eating him up inside as he bit his lip. "Qingqing, answer me even if it's with few words. Why do you want to save me?" Chu Qingqing stared back, devoid of any emotion even as the black thunderflame ate her flesh. Then she closed her eyes as her life got drained away. "Ah!" Zhuofan howled, his emotions all over the place. He couldn't even cry from the seal. Cao sighed. "There's no fault in a man's tears. Crying helps in times of great sorrow. Though it doesn't look like you can. Nothing coming out from the seal. This girl can't be saved either. May she rest in peace." Cao's eyes held nothing but respect for her. Humans are the most fascinating creatures, capable of so much evil, but there are also those worthy of respect. "Ah!" Zhuofan cried himself hoarse, shouting at the sky with a red face, his heart unable to bear this crushing sorrow. Chower watched her father's weak struggle and mother's demise in tears. She forced the sobs away, though not wishing to cause more pain to her father. Cao sighed. "The young Thunder Phoenix is more human by the second. But I don't hate it. Ha ha ha." Sorrow took Cao as well as he watched Chu Qingqing almost gone under the Thunderflame's attack. The body is almost finished and now comes the soul. Once it is gone, she may rest. You have given me one last frail hope in humanity. Qingqing. With Zhuofan's last cry of immense grief, one tear shining in 7 colors came from beyond the icy seal and fell down his face. Heaven-sealing Cao gasped. "How? Not even the black flames can escape my seal, so how can a tear?" The tear was just that grand, defying his common sense as it swaggered down. It was like smacking him senseless. "Is there a leak in my seal? Or what? Even so, there's no way a mere tear can slip out." Zhuofan was in too much pain to register his cry of shock, using his all just to shout his pain. His mind blacked out and he fell limp. But the prismatic tear fell from his face and onto the still burning Chu Qingqing. A multicolored light exploded, erasing the black flames. A mote of white floated out of the body under the cover of the prismatic light, coming before Cao. The undying sovereign path? Heaven-sealing Cao gasped, looking at Zhuofan in stupefaction. How can it be? How can the kid have a sovereign path's protection? Only the 10 sovereigns can. Cao's eyes grew grave. Just who on earth is he? Shower started, pointing at the prismatic glow. Uncle Cao, what's that? Any that delve deep into Tao becomes a forefather of that path. A sovereign. As he forms his sovereign path he grasped from the heavens. He would be as undying as the world itself. Graver than ever, Cao glanced at the prismatic light. This glow can only come from those understanding the 10 paths to heaven, something only a sovereign can wield, the sovereign path. It is the core of their beliefs. They would never fall so long as it stays strong. The girl was on the brink of having her soul erased, but the sovereign path saved her last trace. Shower was overjoyed. Does that mean Mother is saved? Of course, and not just saved, but protected under the sovereign path. There's only a handful of beings that can touch her in the world. Cao's eye shook as he watched Chuafan unconscious from the heartache. His eye gleaming. Young Thunder Phoenix. Just who is your godfather? Why does he know one of the 10 paths to heaven? Shower started then shook her head. Looking between the two, Cao turned to the huge hole the thunder flame punched in the sky slowly mending. He snatched the resplendent glow in his hand and threw it into the black hole. The hole then closed right after it swallowed it. Regardless of how this path came to be, with the kid so special, I must get his favor. Cao's eyes shone and smirked at the closing hole. Girl, see you in the sacred domain. Ha ha ha. Rumble. The sky was blue. The sun was bright. But a gloom descended with the thundering noise coming out of nowhere and shaking everything in creation. A prismatic glow flooded everywhere, wreaking havoc as it crossed the heavens. It caused the ground to sake as well, incomprehensible as it sounded, surging like waves. As for the people riding the waves, they were barely standing, with the real experts under a heavy pressure from the light, sealing their power and reduced to weak and frail mortals. Even flying was impossible. Inside a grand and lavish palace among the trees on 7 Sacred Mountain in the sacred domain, a group of white coats with white long beards stooped in an attempt to keep themselves steady. A broad man with a Van Dyke beard stumbled in through the doors, panic on his face. Lord Saints, just what is going on? What is this? We know not, but the world is in turmoil, taking it out on everything. This isn't normal. We've been living for 1,000,000 years but never seen anything like it. Something must have happened. Check the archives records for anything. The world is about to go through a change. Yes. The man staggered out at once. The Ruby Cloud sect in the sacred domain held a group of Taoist women scrambling as they strained to stand upright. One among them, aged, stuck to the wall while looking above at the prismatic phenomenon. Her heart was frantic, her face a mask of fear while her eyes filled with confusion. Just what is going on? Has sacred domain ever seen such a shocking change? Whoosh! In moments, the prismatic glow faded in the distance. The woman hesitated then rushed unsteadily in the distance, leaving her disciples behind still trying to fight the shaking. In one corner of the sacred domain, devoid of the shock and franticness the rest of the domain felt, in a quiet and isolated manner, a creak snaked about a book pavilion where a hand held a chess piece in hand. It shook once before stilling. The sacred domain began rumbling then, with only him and this place unaffected. A sovereign path appeared? Next to him, a man in black and hidden face gasped. Has he returned so soon? We didn't even feel it. Pa. The hand finally placed the piece on the board. The path is present but not the user. It's quite unexpected for him to separate himself from it. The sovereign path keeps him alive at all times. With it gone it means his end is nigh. The man in black nodded as he said, Should I investigate who he gave the path to? In the dusky room the man laughed in the end. Don't bother. The sovereign path is born of the world and only a sovereign can find it. We have no chance, so why try to? Besides, the person protected by the sovereign path has to be important. He will stand out with ease and soon will be found. Also, I'm not content with just his path, but his people. Pa. Another chess piece fell, with 2 glimmer shining peculiar in the gloom. The right shone in 12 golden rings while the right flickering purple. Your path returned. But when will your man return? Ha ha ha. The dark laughter spread through the world, making even the prismatic glow high above shudder. Rumble. The sacred domain was rumbling still, with every corner jolted around. It took 2 hours for the prismatic glow to fade and the commotion to die down. Though all denizens of sacred domain were now shaken to the core and confused. Only some really old and powerful relics knew the truth, as well as the cause of it all. Heaven-sealing CAO, who was grinning after the mortal domain, got shaken up as well. It's been too long since the 10 sovereigns formed their paths. That's the last time I've seen such a phenomenon. Uncle CAO, what was that? Why did I feel so weak? Finally able to stand still without the ground moving beneath her? Xiaoer asked curiously. CAO sighed. The coming of a sovereign path causes stirrings throughout the world. When the 10 sovereigns formed theirs, the same happened. Once the path enters the body, they would be one and the phenomenon ceases. Enters the body, then, Xiaoer exclaimed. CAO nodded with a smile, looking at the unconscious Shuofan. Once the kid wakes up, tell him his destiny with the girl has yet to run its course? Ugh. Heaven-sealing CAO frowned. What's wrong? Xiaoer asked. CAO barked. Curses. Why are humans focusing all their power here? They're clearly after me. As I am now. Heaven-sealing CAO gave his battered body a once-over and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Humph. The enemy comes in waves and I'm in this sorry state. I don't plan on playing anymore. I'm leaving now. Heaven-sealing CAO slapped the ice and launched a ripple. Rumble. Deep sounds echoed out as the ice and the sea was on the move. The black fog withdrew as well, along with his departure. Shuofan and Xiaoer were on the ice too, thus following him to the North Sea as well. Hey, what's happening? What are you doing? Little Thunder Phoenix. You can't feel it, but a flood of strong cultivators are just ahead. CAO's face twitched. I'm not afraid of a bunch of bugs, not by any means, but I'm wounded and can't handle them. Don't humans like to say, know when to quit and make a tactical retreat? I don't feel like fighting them, so I'm going. Rumble. CAO's claws moved and the ice he was on sped up. Xiaoer went to Shuofan's side and left with him. Bailey Yutian's group outside got their bearings after all the shaking. They looked at the receding black fog and the endless corpses it left behind. The invincible sword and the others flinched, sighing. The sea demon is still alive after all. Shuofan did not survive. With that large shaking, even outside its domain we felt utterly weak. That sea demon must have been behind it. Bailey Yuyun's eyes flickered with fear as he sighed. To think the sea demon is so strong. Despite the deep wounds, he still had so much power in him. Turns out the sea demon had the final say. That Shuofan is dead. Bailey Yutian felt regret. The rival he approved of was so short-lived it left him empty. Bali Yuyu's heart was in pain, clenching her fists from sorrow. That rascal died just like that. Whoosh. As all were taken in by different emotions at the demise of Shuofan, they heard something coming from up above. Cultivators in the millions blotted the sky as they charged in to draw blood. Some were wiping their tears and howling in sorrow of not living past today. They all were charging to their deaths and all knew it. What chance were there really to take down Sword Kings and the invincible sword? Thus, the millions of people were crestfallen, having handed their wills to their lord, now charging in with the rest. Shuofan's order to get 2 lands worth of soldiers here to kill Invincible Sword was now in motion. Bailey Yutian's team was clueless of this. They watched the flood of bloodthirst coming from these people while none thought for a second it was all for them. In fact, they took them as their own reinforcements. Bailey Yuyun laughed. Patriarch, Prime Minister Bailey's army came through for us, and now that they're here the northern lands are ours. This way we got something for our efforts. Bailey Yutian looked at the approaching mob and then jerked. Hold on. Why don't they look anything like the people from the central area? Why do I feel their bloodthirst is directed at us? Shuddering, the Sword Kings paused and then looked peculiar at the bloodshot gazes of the mob. Yeah. Why would they be coming at us? Invincible sword. Screw you. Fight me if you have the guts. Invincible sword. Son of rat bastard. I will haunt you from beyond if I die today. Invincible sword. It's either you or me. I've come to take your skull as my personal chamber pot. Knowing they were doomed to die, what could running their mouths do? Kill them again. Weren't you so tough, oh invincible sword? The best in the world. None would slight you in the least, but since I'm going to die anyway, I can cuss your entire lineage. The black cloud came down like heavy rain, roaring and shouting curses without stopping, like true heroes. The obscene and quite colorful language grated the invincible sword and the sword king's ears, making these lofty figures stare dumbly. Who are these guys? They have guts to come cursing us. Even the four lands leaders show us respect. These bugs must have a death wish coming around and running their mouths without rhyme or reason. While not suicidal but dead men walking all the same. No amount of threats would work on people that knew death was a certainty. Bam! Bailey Yuyun bowed to Bailey Yutian. Patriarch, allow me to set them straight and make them rue this day. No! Bailey Yutian's gaze was cold, shaking his head. They're cursing me, which means only I have the right to take their lives. Humph, nothing but a bunch of ignorant fools to dare mock even me. I'll have them face the consequences of their actions. The sundering sword in his hand flickered with lightning and the heavens took a purple hue as lightning flashed above. He raised his sword at the stampede and made a casual swipe, shouting, Humph! You think yourselves the likes of Sea Demon or that Chua? You just don't know your own worth. Rumble. A purple sword wave flared as it traveled straight through the army. The flooded sky of lightning struck down along the path of the wave, unleashing a veritable thunderstorm. What followed were the obvious wails and howls of demise as the army was reduced to ashes in the wind. Left behind the attack was a scorched earth, now black from the ashes. One strike was all it took to cull tens of thousands of lives. The best in the lands might look weak before heaven-sealing CAO, but he was still a god in the mortal domain. Patriarch's might is supreme, the best in the world, ha ha ha. Bailey Yuyun cupped his hands and gave a round of praise. His flattery might have worked before, when the invincible sword truly thought himself standing at the top. Now it fell flat, if not ironic. Witnessing Zhuofan and CAO fighting, Bailey Yuyun's suck-up was nothing but a shame to the invincible sword. Is that sarcasm? Pa! Bailey Yuyun found himself flying, slamming hard into the ground 100 meters away from the casual slap, coughing blood and gore. Getting back up on shaky legs, he bore a look of utter confusion to his lord and patriarch. Cough. Bailey Yutian had a coughing fit, spilling burning and frozen blood into his hand and showing it in anger. Is this the supreme might the best in the world has? Were you blind to not see the sea demon's power? How am I the best? Patriarch, the sea demon is a monster, while among humans you, bull. The best in the world are split between humans and monsters. Then why could Zhuofan hurt the demon while I couldn't? Invincible sword flicked his hand, boring his glare into the man. I need able bodies, not some disgusting bootlicker. Got that? Yes, Patriarch. They all bowed at once. Bailey Yuyun lowered his head, his complaints never voiced. Cough. Invincible sword coughed again. Being severely injured in the ice mountain from CAO's ice and Zhuofan's dragon breath pill. He was at less than half power. Every attack he made would only worsen his situation. It mattered little though, since bugs were not worthy of his full power. How much harm could flexing his power cause anyway? He was about to find out how wrong he was. That group was a mere appetizer for what was to come. While he could cull a wave, how long could he keep up? Whoosh. The skies once again littered with a cacophony of vulgar calls. Invincible sword. Fight us. Coward. We're waiting for you. So come on. Invincible sword. You have some cheek to be so arrogant. Calling yourself above everyone. Invincible sword, you're not invincible, just delusional. Feel like living? Then get on your knees and walk between my legs. Ha ha ha. Invincible sword's face twitched, his stooping figure shaking from rage. He turned stiffly at the sudden catcalls to find another bunch of bugs looking for a quick death. The insults became harder and harder to bear. Another bunch of maggots came to die, cough. Invincible sword tightened his jaw and the sundering sword hummed with desire to strike. He caved before he ever got to swing it and spurted blood. The Sword Kings rushed to help. Patriarch. Bailey Yuyun volunteered on the spot. Patriarch. These ants don't deserve Sir's attention. Leave them to me. I will handle them. Beat it. They came for me. Not facing them will only give credence to their insults. He shoved Bailey Yuyun away and swung sundering sword with bloodshot eyes, sending another sword wave with resounding booms that resulted in thousands upon thousands more deaths. While his body coughed blood again, damaged further from his stubborn stance. The others were watching in worry and supported him. Patriarch. Next team attack. Outside the Seabright sect, Lung Wuchang noticed the purple lightning flaring in the distance and ordered the tens of thousands of men. Bear in mind that you may never return, but you have to taunt that old monster as much as you can. He is a man of excessive pride that disdains your very existence. Taunt him and he will strike with all he has. It is a path of no return, I know, but you are fighting for the chance of the next teams to live. The more that monster wastes energy on you, the higher the next team's odds at taking him down. Within you lies the power to have your fellow brothers survive this. Know your sacrifice is not in vain. The men howled in high spirits as they marched to their doom. One elder sighed from the side. Exalted double dragons have said many times the Luo clan is filled with talents. Sir Lung is wise to have the clans and sects of two lands arranged so their friends and family lay in the back for the greatest chance at surviving. It'll be hard not to do their best. Ha ha ha. Merely a trick is all. Lung Wuchang smiled. As we're using the human waves tactic against the invincible sword, cooperation and formation among strangers hold little value. This arrangement is the most effective. Sir Lung is most right. Then I shall go call for the next team. Take care, Executive Lu. Lung Wuchang gave a slight bow, then his kind smile fell the moment that back left his eyes. He smirked. Humph. They have not an ounce of remorse in using others' lives to strengthen their position. These four lands' leaders truly are. Sir Lung disdains such base people? A cheerful voice reached him. Lung Wuchang shook and turned to see a familiar figure, bowing. If it isn't Miss Xianxia, with your deep grief for loss of life, why are you on this cruel and bitter battlefield? Not all wars are cruel. Xianxia sighed. I have to thank Sir Lung for this strategy, to lessen the disasters. Brother Zhua ordered for two lands to surround the invincible sword but did not go into details. Sir Lung's effective organization has raised the tactic's chances of success. Telling every team to go slander the invincible sword will cause a man of his temperament to fly into a rage. He will tire more like this and spare us from further casualties before his death. Lung Wuchang nodded, but his smile was bitter. Clan head sent me to organize the attack with this idea in mind, but it may be against Steward Zhua's intention. Why do you say that? Do you believe for certain Steward Zhua had no concrete way of dealing with the invincible sword? Lung Wuchang's eyes shone with conviction. Steward Zhua's plan is to see both sides crippled. Shuddering, Xianxia gave him an incredulous look. That can't be. Brother Zhua is the Grand Marshal of our lands. Why would he? Speaking of his position, isn't it merely interim? Calling it exploit isn't much of a stretch, regardless of how bad it sounds. Lung Wuchang's eyes shone. When the dust settles, fingers will be pointing. The lands are now at war and the leaders of the four lands have no choice but to show courtesy when inviting Steward Zhua to take charge. Once fighting stops, the Grand Marshal loses its meaning. The four lands would remain, but what about Steward Zhua? He is a far too shrewd a man to not pick up on the obvious danger coming with his new status. Furthermore, Steward Zhua's plan destroys the main headache, collapsing the central area. while also making the 4 lands break under the severe casualties. When 2 fight, a third always wins. Steward Zhua took the reins, but who is he working for in the end? This is the main issue. Lung Wuchang smoothed his goatee, showing a crafty smile as he sighed. I wonder, will Steward Zhua take it out on me for reducing his plan of grinding the 2 sides' assets? I guess I'll just dump it all on Clan Head, who just had to be so righteous and sorry for humanity. Wouldn't you say? Ha ha ha. Watching him go, Xianxia frowned deep in thought. This means the man hasn't changed at all after all these years. It's like he hasn't once thought about humanity's well-being. Boom. The invincible sword faced the endless waves of soldiers with wave after wave, sending them all to hell. These men were suicidal lunatics, coming one after the other again and again. Invincible swords weakened, but not enough for the attack to be blocked. The 4 sword kings looked lost. Anyone knew that making an example out of a few of them ought to scare these cowardly rabble away. But they had all gone insane, coming with the sole purpose of dying. They were lining up for execution. What is wrong with the people of northern lands? Have they lost their marbles? Their marbles were very much accounted for. It was Zhua Fan's attrition tactic that convinced them all that the only way to win the war was over a mountain of corpses. They were simply climbing on the stairs to victory. Sometimes, it wasn't death that scared people, but dying without meaning or purpose. The Sword Kings were just too strong, making all of their efforts feel empty when they couldn't even hurt their enemies. Here was where Zhua Fan came with a solution. Through the power of 100 million people, they would wear them out. By changing perspective, the crowd's morale shifted. Their deaths now had worth, leading to the ultimate death of the invincible sword and the Sword Kings. Adding to it Lung Wuchang's tactic of splitting kin and friends, their value only soared in their hearts. The more you drain these monsters, the safer your kin will be. And who's to say they won't earn glory? With victory in their hearts and souls, they all stepped forth to their doom without any fear. Boom! With another wave down, the invincible sword paled from exhaustion, gasping hard and coughing blood twice more. His wounds only deepened. Patriarch, please rest and leave it all to me. Bali Yuyu chose the perfect moment to block him. Weak as he became, he no longer insisted and fell back, going to rest with the other 3 Sword Kings. As for the next wave of soon-to-be dead people, Bali Yuyu would handle them. The soldiers still cursed and taunted, but the old man had no more energy for them. No longer stubborn and turned a deaf ear to heal. Lung Wuchang saw Bailey Yutian withdrawing and a Sword King taking stage. He decided to make slight adjustment to the tactic, by sending 5 teams at once instead of just one to drain them harder. And every last one of the attacks came pouring down right for the invincible sword. It was no wonder Bali Yuyu was frantic in keeping Patriarch safe while also exhausting herself. The other Sword Kings had to replace her. Though weren't they wounded themselves? 10 waves were nothing, but having pushed on to 100 and the earlier damage began to show their effects, making their situation that much harder. Luckily Bailey Yule rushed here with the Crown Prince at the best moment to hold the fort. Which was not to say that a heavily damaged 1, 2 normal and 3 wounded Sword Kings could outlast the constant attacks from the 100 million soldiers 2 lands were throwing at them. No, they certainly had it bad. While the suicidal madmen couldn't touch them, their Yuan Qi took a heavy blow. Only 3 days into the fight, they found themselves dazed and their Yuan Qi reserve next to bone dry. As for the enemy, they still had 2/3 of their force intact. In the dark at the actual numbers, the Sword Kings were in a dangerous spot, only amplified with every passing wave. Their strength wasn't the only one leaving, with their minds taking their toll as well. Bailey Jingwei, didn't you say you're going to break into northern lands with ease, you bastard? Weren't you going to support us? This feels like the whole of northern lands' forces are now focused on us. Where the hell are you? Bali Yuyu couldn't take it anymore and lashed out. The other Sword Kings were aggravated as well, with bloodshot eyes and growling. They believed in Bailey Jingwei's plan, but for some reason, everything took a turn for the worse. What kind of problems could his plan to attack all lands meet? Despite their frustration and confusion, they were very much in the dark about Bailey Jingwei having it far worse than them. Go, go, go! Charge for crying out loud. Breach northern lands at all costs. At the northern lands border, Bailey Jingwei was frantic and anxious as he pointed at the smoking battlefield and howled like he was possessed. His white teeth crunched so hard they might break any second. Zhuo Fan, you rotten piece of... I'm not through with you. I'm going to get you for using this despicable tactic on me. Just how are Patriarch and the others holding up? It's been 6 days under harassment from 100 million people. Then there's the 3 divine swords. Patriarch has to be safe. Bailey Jingwei's eyes were red all over, howling, charge, no matter what. Get in there, you goddamned rejects. Answering him was a draconic roar. Dan Qingxin pointed at the sky and hacked down. A resounding boom followed, making the sky echo with the wails and cries of hundreds of Genesis experts as they lost their lives. The enemy lines were shaking to the core as well under the onslaught. Ding! A most sublime zither added some color to the battlefield, but this turned out to be a dirge. The sound split into 7 sword energy attacks, mowing people down and unleashing a shower of limbs, viscera, and blood upon all around. The music turned soothing once more, with the man in white gently touching the strings with a peaceful smile. It's the Zither Sword King. Look out for his 7 notes obscure sword. A venerable from northern lands recognized him and shouted, moments before he popped like an overripe tomato. Shangguan Feiyun hovered high above, lowering his fingers. You think Zither Sword King is the only one to watch out for? There are 4 Sword Kings on this battlefield. Are you calling the others weaklings? Yeah. Zither Sword King always shows off, playing a zither on the field of battle. Wine Sword Immortal whined, approaching Shangguan Feiyun. Should we try being refined for a change? At this rate, all credit will go to that string plucker. Next thing you know, Prime Minister Bailey is shouting at us for not trying too hard. I'd rather not have him grating on my ears with his yapping. Ha ha ha. Wine Sword Immortal laughed and spurted wine, then pointed. The wine turned into a golden inferno that took sword shape and fell down like rain to kill 1,000 experts. Shangguan Feiyun's heart sank. Wine Sword Immortal. Is this the decimating sword art from southern lands? Fire really is the most effective way of killing. Let's not dwell in the past. Wine Sword Immortal shook his head with a sigh. I've had a drink over with Morong Lai back then, considering him a friend. He was also kind enough to let me observe Decimating Sword for a year, leading to today's results. But times have changed. I'm afraid, and I don't know if he'll gift me more wine. Humph, once you take southern lands, all the wine will be yours. What taste can stolen wine have over one offered by a dear friend? Wine Sword Immortal looked worried, sadness flashing deep in his gaze. Seeing how 2 Sword Kings were chatting merrily, Bailey Jingwei had to do something about that. His anger burned to new heights as he shrieked. Shangguan Feiyun, Wine Sword Immortal, did I call you here for a drink? Charge, god damn it. Tisich, the brat is picking our faults again. Wine Sword Immortal shrugged and sighed as he shot for the Northern Lands front line. Shangguan Feiyun was right behind him. Huffing and puffing, Bailey Jingwei shook all over. Damn these foreign Sword Kings. They can't do anything right. What do I do? It's been so many days and Patriarch. Prime Minister, sir, report. A messenger bowed before him. Bailey Jingwei snatched the jade slip and read it with heart in his throat. What's so important in these crucial moments? He jolted, and in the next moment his eyes shone. The punk is missing and not leading the alliance? Perfect. Boom. Sun Sea sect leader Bu Xingyun appeared among some broken ruins. He watched the lightning flaring in the distance and noticed it had ebbed since yesterday, its weariness becoming more pronounced as time passed. His eyes shook and he took a deep breath, turning from the incredible display to looking around. Crack! The splitting of a rock entered his ear and Bu Xingyun's eye lit up. His attention snapped to the source, reaching it in moments. He sent a palm attack, blowing away the rubble and revealing the frail sect leader of Sea Bright sect, Ling Yuntian. With his ruined clothes, messy hair, pale face and blood on his mouth, he didn't look as dignified. Sect leader Ling, how are you? Here, take this healing pill. I'll take you somewhere safe to recover. Bu Xingyun helped him and a blue pill entered his mouth. Bu Xingyun then placed him on his back, moving swiftly through the air. Now they're all accounted for. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Bu Xingyun arrived minutes later 10 miles outside Sea-Bright sect, at a tent. The patrols were all Sea-Bright sect disciples that had survived. They moved with purpose at their arrival and helped him take Ling Yuntian into the tent. There were many others inside lying down and wounded, exalted double dragons and the 3 Shangguan clan venerables among them. At the time the invincible sword's powerful sword struck, they all survived by the grace of the 3 divine swords, although they were now hanging by a thread. Seeing the new addition, they all cheered, "Sect leader Ling." Ling Yuntian was placed on a stretcher like the rest, and as he heard the frail voices, he cracked an eyelid to wheeze out, "Where am I? What happened?" "Ha ha ha, Sect leader Ling. Did the monster's blow hit you in the head? We've all been defeated and damn nearly killed. It's thanks to Sect leader Bu that we're still alive, coming to our rescue before breathing our last among rubble." Exalted He Ran explained with gratitude for Bu Xingyun. "Sect leader Bu is our savior. We can't thank him enough." Bu Xingyun gave a modest wave, even blaming himself. "You're too kind, sirs. I am ashamed to not have been there alongside you to fight. This little help is nothing. If you had come with us, you'd have been buried under the ruins like us, then no one could have helped some old men. Sect leader Bu, you were right not to join the battle. I ask your forgiveness for the many disagreements we had before." "It's fine," exalted He Ran. "We're all in this together. They were mere trifles, ha ha ha." Bu Xingyun gave a bright laugh. Ling Yuntian knew by now that all the men here got saved by Bu Xingyun. He forced himself to prop his body and thank Bu Xingyun. Whoosh. The tent opened just then and a man in a black robe entered laughing. "I am very pleased to know that all of you are still in this world. Sect leader Ling, exalted double dragons, as well as the representatives of the eastern lands and southern lands. I wonder if your precarious condition had made you more tolerant for my advice." "Who are you? State your name," Ling Yuntian shouted. The man in black removed his cowl, revealing a savage smile. "I guess some of you here have yet to meet me. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Central Area Swordstar Empire's Prime Minister, Bailey Jingwei." "You're Bailey Jingwei?" Everyone gasped and stared with big eyes. "What are you doing so deep in the northern lands? How did you pass Sea-Bright sect's defenses?" "Guards, seize him." Someone raised his hand to grab Bailey Yutian, shouting, "Ha ha ha! Instead of enjoying yourself from your position, you dared venture here. Now we're not only taking your empire's cornerstone, Bailey Yutian, but even the wisest Bailey Jingwei. The destruction of the Sword Star Empire is nigh." A group of Sea-Bright sect disciple entered to cut off the intruder's escape. "Wait!" Bailey Jingwei shouted before Bu Xingyun got to grab him. Bu Xingyun smirked. "Prime Minister Bailey, what trick are you playing now? Humph, you may be clever, renowned throughout the lands, but you are a frail scholar. Why so nervous then?" With a sneaky smile, Bailey Jingwei shrugged and spoke to the wounded elders. "Sect leader Ling, I have come alone and weak before you just so we can talk. You're free to take me prisoner once I'm done taking down the head. Or are you perhaps afraid of a little old scholar standing in your domain among the greatest experts in the lands? You wouldn't even give me the chance to speak." Bu Xingyun paused and turned to Ling Yuntian for directions. Ling Yuntian coughed for a bit and gave a weak wave, sending the disciples away. Bu Xingyun snapped his head back on Bailey Jing, cursing, "Your tricks won't work here, Humph." Bailey Jingwei nodded with calmness. "Prime Minister Bailey, with both sides trapped in a bitter war, what purpose does your visit hold?" Ling Yuntian demanded. The others focused on Bailey Jingwei and awaited his reply. "What's this sneaky Prime Minister playing at? Coming in here without so much as a Sword King for escort? Does he have a death wish?" Bailey Jingwei shook his head, his voce firm. "To be honest, I've come to save everyone." "Save us?" They all looked stumped. Then exalted He Ran mocked him. "Prime Minister Bailey, Are you alright? We hold all the cards and morale has never been higher. A disciple came in just now saying your patriarch is barely holding on while we still have millions of soldiers ready to fight still and finish him. And you have the nerve to come into our domain and proclaim you're here to save us? What a sick joke. They say Prime Minister Bailey is beyond wise. But to think you came to preach such idiotic nonsense. The rumors must be inflated, ha ha ha. They all laughed at his expense. Bailey Jingwei shook his head, not falling for his jab, waiting for them to laugh before continuing. You're all right and you have victory in your grasp. I am aware and accept my loss. Everyone is very close to ruining my empire with your ingenious plan. But while that is a bitter reality, so too will your demise following our nation's defeat. Ugh! The smiles froze on their faces and looked grave. Ling Yuntian glared. Bailey Jingwei, what's that supposed to mean? Ha ha ha. Haven't you considered what might come next after you employ such a plan? Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone with wisdom. I admit you win this round, but you'll be losing as well. You will crush the undefeated Sword Star Empire, but at a cost of your own demise. Be it Seabright Sect or Double Dragon Manor, Shangguan Clan and Murong Clan, they all will fall in time, experiencing the same defeat as my nation, erased from this world. What a load of bull. Your Sword Star Empire is the one to fall here. It has nothing to do with us. Why would we be joining you in death? Nothing? Then do you all know how gaining victory against a mighty foe ruins my nation? Absolutely. Ling Yuntian smirked. As long as we take the invincible sword down, your empire loses their foundation. Then I still have at my disposal millions of soldiers and 4 sword kings. While you are drained and weary from the fight with Patriarch, I can still destroy the 4 lands. Really? Those kings you're so proud of will turn on you in the end. Ling Yuntian disdained. Without the invincible sword to coerce them, the sword kings won't ever listen to you. They all let out smug smiles, filled with confidence. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone with mockery as he smiled. What makes you so sure the first thing they'll do when learning of Patriarch's passing, they'll be turning on me? Air. The wounded elders all froze, unable to reply, frowning. The bedridden old men looked at each other before staring back into Bailey Jingwei's deep eyes. What do you mean? Ha ha ha, nothing, just given the impression we're all part of someone's master plan. When 2 fight, the 3rd wins. None of us are victors. With anger in his eyes, Bailey Jingwei sighed. The wounded looked on with nothing but doubt in their eyes. Bailey Jingwei shook his head and let out a long and heavy breath. Then he composed himself as he spoke. I bet that wise ass of yours only told you what you wanted to hear of how this will end. Then allow me to share with you the rest. First of all, this plan is devious beyond measure. Takes a lot of metal to send everything at Patriarch. I never dreamed you'd have it in you. Technically it's not bravery, just up against the wall, ending up used. I have to give him credit. This move hit me where it hurt the most. I aimed for instant gains when attacking the 4 lands. I went for bolstering our Sword King's numbers, increasing the Empire's power, but they are volatile. Once Patriarch is gone to stop them, the 4 will lash out. They're the biggest threat to topple the Empire. Didn't Serjua say the same thing? The patients grinned to themselves. That's Serjua's plan, all right? The only reason the wisest in the world even bothered risking his life to come here for a ceasefire is because Serjua cut him deep. But that's only half of it. Bailey Jingwei could read them like a book, continuing. Next comes death, though unsure if it'll be yours or mine. Did you think that with Patriarch's death, the 4 Sword Kings will turn on us? What a joke. They all come to my central area for fame and fortune. Do you really think they'll just give it all up? The men gasped. Why you mean? Humph, I can't say what they'll do for certain. But if it were me seeing both sides at death's door, I'd definitely revolt. I'd gather a personal army and use retribution for Patriarch as an excuse to keep fighting, dyeing the 4 lands in blood. And only when the 4 lands have nothing left to fight with will they turn against the central area. Giving a devilish smile, Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone with guile, enticing them with his words. That's why I say the fall of my nation marks the destruction of the 4 lands. The 5 lands would then belong to the 4 sword kings. That's not a pretty picture, is it? The leaders of the 4 lands in question were sweating buckets. Bailey Jingwei smirked, keeping his voice even yet still piercing. Toiling so hard, losing so many men to claim to kill the invincible patriarch, yet all for another's sake. See, Bright Sect will be finished. Double Dragon Manor as well. Shangguan clan. Ha ha ha, with Shangguan Feiyun's hatred for his clan. Even if it still exists, what good will come of it? At the very end, the world would belong to the 4. Oh, and let's not forget Serjua. It must come at a surprise to know that the central area is facing a rebellion. A hidden power is on a swift rise. I believe that once the major powers of the 5 lands are out of the picture, a new world order will come. Since Serjua has the greatest credit in conducting this play, it's only fair to get a slice of the pie, wouldn't you say? Ha ha ha. Their wounded faces twitched, looking nervous. If all went like Bailey Jingwei said, what were they fighting and dying for? Was it all a scheme from Serjua against the central area and the 4 lands as well? They all grew grave and felt fear as Zhuo Fan's wide smile entered their minds. He's terrifying. They had no way of seeing through this devious plot, and they were perfectly fine doing the work for him. If it really was the case of ending their clans and sects, how would they face their ancestors in the beyond? They all hung their heads, distressed. Damn Zhuo Fan. I just knew that sneaky punk was up to no good. He almost used us. Do you all still remember how he wanted to cause chaos in the central area? It turns out it's all to vie for power. Bu Xingyun roared, cursing. Sect leader Ling. What do we do now? Ling Yuntian's brow shook with endless worry. He also happened to turn his eyes on Bailey Jingwei as he thought, Prime Minister Bailey, you're not here just to flex your smarts over us, are you? Get to the point. Just what he wanted to hear. Bailey Jingwei showed a genial smile. Sect leader Ling. I've come to settle this matter, since both of us are doing the work for that shameless punk. I hope that Sect leader Ling and every leader shall cease and desist their assault on Patriarch. Stop! You want us to leave a monster like Invincible Sword alone. Ling Yuntian hesitated, and for good reason, his fists clenching in rejection. We finally have him on the ropes for the first time. When will we ever get such a chance again? Ha ha ha, I'd find such a chance equally hard to give up if I were in your shoes. Sect leader Ling. But everyone should know that Zhuo Fan's scheme rests solely on Patriarch's fate. To unravel it, you must let go of Patriarch. Sirs are all men of your word. Are you willing to lay waste to your foundation for the sake of another? I have to say, I'm touched. The patients jolted, gnashing their teeth and nodding. Having gotten his point across, Ling Yuntian turned to Bailey Jingwei and spoke heavily. Fine, we agree. But after Invincible Sword leaves, rest assured that our empire is in chaos and suffered heavy losses. We have no time to waste. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone and nodded. Once Patriarch is with us, the war will cease, with neither side a winner. I vow on my Tao heart, on behalf of the Sword Star Empire, that will not step 1 foot on the 4 lands for the next century. The elders found it much easier now to agree. They would now have 100 years of peace. Ling Yuntian nodded as well, then called, Guard tell. Boom. As silver waves passed, tens of thousands of experts met their end. Bailey Yuyu and Bailey Yulei shook under the exertion, looking wan and frail. They slumped on the ground with no more strength to give. We can't hold on anymore either. Gasping for breath, Bailey Yuyu looked at the others, equally spent, and shook her head. The others felt the bitterness of despair. These days Patriarch and the Sword Kings took turns in fending off the enemy, but this led to aggravating wounds and spent Yuan Qi. Whoosh! Here came another wave, men coming to die for their cause, shouting and cursing. What's this? Why are they all on the ground? Does this mean? Their dead eyes, resigned to their fate, glimmered with hope and jubilation. Be brothers, they're spent. Attack and take their heads. They're exhausted? Does that mean we don't get to die? Not just live, but take invincible sword and 5 sword kings' lives. We'll live forever in history. Roar. The howls rang through the sky and the suicidal team got pumped, charging the enemy with fervent joy. A world of fame and wealth was waiting for them, stepping on the bodies of the brothers before them and now plucking it like nothing. Grinning to their ears, the men went crazy as they lunged like ravenous wolves at the chance to go down in history. Their true and vile natures were laid bare to the world. Bailey Yutian's lips shook, looking furious as he held the divine sword in defiance. I, the great invincible sword, am not about to meet my end in a glorious battle against an expert, but at the nibbling of cockroaches. What a disgrace! The sword kings were just as unwilling, dying from Murong Lai or Ouyang Lingtian, and even that freak Zhuofan would have been so much better. Now they were shamed having their honor smeared with these bugs. Hold! Sect leader Ling sent orders for everyone to stop attacking Invincible Sword. Any violation means death. A shout echoed into the crazed maniac's ears, making them freeze in stupefaction. What the hell? Rooted to the spot, the men had glazed looks of confusion at the unbelievable things they were hearing. They were so close to breaking this impossibly tough bone, and they just want them to stop? Even Invincible Sword's group was left speechless. What in heaven's name is going on? What are the Four Lands planning this time? Whoosh! A man in white landed, the venerable in charge of the wave, and walked towards Invincible Sword with a bow. Sir Bailey and Sword Kings, please follow me. Your people are here to take you. Our people? Flinching, the 6 looked at each other baffled. But since they were like lambs to the slaughter, what more could they do to them? They ignored the strangeness of the invitation and the possible trap. With Bailey Yutian coughing blood a couple more times and some sword kings lending their arm, they all stumbled forward. Why? Just why let them go? A howl of indignation and fury broke the sky and a figure in gray shot for Bailey Yutian with a savage punch. My brothers died at their hands. We suffered so many losses, got them ready to reap, so why the hell won't you let us take their lives? I'll have my revenge for my brothers. Die! Invincible Sword! Bang! He hardly made any progress towards Invincible Sword as an energy wave flashed past and left him in bloody pieces. The elder in white flicked his Yuan Qi-charged fingers, smirking in disdain at the rest. Have I not made myself clear? The leaders of the Four Lands have decreed to let Invincible Sword leave. Any violation means execution. The men shuddered and lowered their heads in anger and hatred. They knew not what got those higher up to lose their heads and come here right when they were about to succeed only to stop them. Had the tens of millions before died for nothing? Ignoring these bugs who were unable to control their fate, Bailey Yutian walked away with the old man. They soon reached a thicket. Ling Yutian's group was waiting, along with a friendly face, Bailey Jingwei. Jingwei, what's going on here? Can you explain it to me? Bailey Yutian was gravely wounded but still had the demeanor of a king. Bailey Jingwei cupped his hands as he bowed. Patriarch, we made peace. Oh, I see. Bailey Yutian sighed, looking at the hovering image behind him. Is that a teleportation array? It's quite subtle and compact. I wager it can only take a couple people at once. Is it your handiwork? Yes, Patriarch, to be on the safe side. I built it after coming to Northern Lands. Good, let's go. Bailey Yutian walked straight for the portal, uncaring about the situation. The others followed. Ling Yuntian smiled and stepped forward. Sir, both sides have suffered in this war and are heavily wounded. I hope there won't be any conflicts in the future. Bailey Yutian never once spared him a glance, going through the portal at his own pace. Ling Yuntian's face twitched, put on the spot. Humph, you're not even fit to talk to Patriarch. Not when you cower away from the fight. Geezer. Bali Yuyu huffed and followed through. The Sword Kings echoed her disdain, going through the portal, including Crown Prince Bailey Jingtian. Bailey Jingwei smiled, bowing with respect at Ling Yuntian. Yet his smile felt flat. Sect leader Ling. This is just how Patriarch and Sword Kings are. I offer my apology on their behalf. It's fine. I just hope Prime Minister. Of course, for the next century we'll be at peace, ha ha ha. Farewell. Bailey Jingwei smirked as he passed through as well. His mask of kindness fell right as he vanished, revealing the naked scorn beneath. With all gone, Ling Yuntian's group remained. He was looking tense and heavy. Feeling his pain, Hu Xingyun laughed, sucking up. Invincible Sword's arrogance is common knowledge. It must be hard for sect leader Ling to suffer such humiliation yet save the Four Lands Foundation. Search everything. Ling Yuntian roared. Why could Bailey Jingwei teleport to the heart of northern lands from the front lines? And what is this secret teleportation array doing here? Why could he enter our Sea Bright sect like there was no one to stop him? Shuafan was right. Northern lands has a traitor, and of great status as well. This is the only possible answer for a central area to have such a hidden door. Hu Xingyun nodded. Yes, we must investigate. Sect leader Ling, leave this to me. I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Ling Yuntian nodded and sighed. Just who is this traitor? In Bailey Yutian's camp, Bailey Yutian and his group appeared through the portal, with Bailey Jingwei in the rear. Invincible Sword and the 5 Sword Kings felt ages since they saw the familiar faces and mood. They were finally back in their own domain to safety. Sword Kings were anxious to go to the security of their hope, especially after suffering through millions of men coming at them relentlessly. Prime Minister Jingwei, thank you. Crown Prince Bailey Jingtian spoke earnestly. We're alive all thanks to your timely intervention. But how did Prime Minister convince them to accept a ceasefire so willingly? It's simple, because they had us by the short hairs. Bailey Jingwei shook his head and revealed a jade slip. The imperial capital reports that the Swordstar Empire now has over 1,000 cities that have fallen. Once news of Patriarch's wounds spread, the 4 Swordstar Empire won't sit still. We are beset by conflict from every side and have lost the strength to fight this war. Of course we'd be happy to go home in peace. How did it come to this? For even the Empire's core. Everyone cried out. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Yes. Shuafan has made us suffer the worst. We'll likely need decades to settle. That guy again? How did he manage to get our empire? Bailey Jingtian and the Sword Kings gasped. Bailey Jingwei had a bitter smile. It is all my fault, Patriarch. The guy had beaten me completely in strategy. It might come as a shock to know that he was appointed as the commander of the 4 lands, the Grand Marshal. Bailey Jingwei began telling everything that had happened. The audience was just too out of it to react. They knew Shuafan to be some mystery sex disciple, but to think he also held control over the boar, with the 5 lands dancing to his tune. He bested Patriarch and outclassed Prime Minister. Just who was this godlike talent? In short, I only managed to get those geezers to relent because that punk is missing. I fear that not even my presence would have swayed them otherwise, and I'd have only suffered by going there. That guy is the greatest opponent in my entire life. Fear lingering in his eyes, Bailey Yuyun was grave. The other side, with Bailey Yuyun saying, Prime Minister, you can relax now. He's no longer a threat to you. Wadash Bailey Jingwei began. His corpse got eaten by the sea demon. Who cares how great he was in life? Ha ha ha. Bailey Yuyun narrated their side of the events this time. Bailey Jingwei listened with a dumb look. His eyes then landed on Bailey Jingtian's missing hand and cried, Curses? Is this guy our bane? All of Bailey, from young to old, from refined to martial, got smacked around. But in the end he got done over by some mystery sea demon? How are we then to exact revenge? The one opponent we acknowledge is gone like that. Who are we to fight now? Go take it out on Ling Yuntian and those fools? Are they worth the bother? Bailey Yutian frowned hard. His features twisted in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Blood spurted high and his eyes went black. Knocked out. Yet he still had the mind to mutter, Shuafan, your life is mine. Boom. By Prime Minister's orders, retreat. Shouts louder than the howls of death spread across the battlefield, with both sides fighting a bitter war and the 4 Sword Kings unleashing their killer moves. These men roamed the battlefield and sent the latest orders of Bailey Jingwei. About to unleash another strike, Shangguan Feiyun jerked to a halt. We're about to win this and now we're pulling back? What's Bailey Jingwei thinking? We must have lost the battle. The soothing melody came to a halt as well as Zither Sword King spoke. Shangguan Feiyun roared in defiance. Where have we lost exactly? Everything's going our way and are about to march into northern lands. How is this a loss? Bailey Jingwei also promised me help in attacking eastern lands. Now we're pulling back just when the enemy's about to fall? I can't accept it. So, this is the Central Area's war with the Four Lands. Since Prime Minister Bailey ordered a cease and desist, no one will fight on. You're welcome to face the Four Lands by yourself if you want to, ha ha ha. Dan Qingxin returned as well. Wine Sword Immortal smirked, quite perky as he caught up. A cease is great. I won't get to kill anymore and get on those old friends' bad side. Zither Sword King glanced over and left after putting away the zither. Shangguan Feiyun was the only one pissed by this development, but still withdrew, though he flicked his sleeve in annoyance. Prime Minister's order spread all over and the fighting stopped, with the Sword Star Empire pulling back. The battlefield soon became silent as the grave, having lost all the clamor of weapons and shouting. On northern land side, 200 defensive arrays got crushed and had lost more than half their men. Their last barrier was about to fail as well, and then they would have all got mowed down. Marshal Luo Yunhai was tense, soaked in sweat and equally incredulous at a Sword King's might. They managed to last the first 6 days all due to their defenses. But once the 4 Sword Kings stepped in, it felt like the world came crashing down on them. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Hold fast! One more day! Every last one of you, hold! We need to buy our men time. We can't let them get past us and ruin the Grand Marshal's plan." Boom! The sudden explosion drowned his voice. All the men were shaking as they faced the relentless enemy, his words falling on deaf ears. Letting out a deep breath, he shook his head. All tactics and strategies fell through at this point, only able to defend. At the end of the day, strength was what mattered the most. His pep talk wouldn't change reality, who lost or who died. Whoosh! The explosions came to a halt out of the blue, catching Luo Yunhai off guard. Tuoba Taizhan ran over with a happy look. "Marshal Luo, great news! They're falling back. The Sword Star army is retreating. We survived the onslaught. Ha ha ha. They're leaving." Luo Yunhai was dazed. Then he turned to his head steward. "Steward Zhuge? What are they up to? Why fall back out of nowhere?" Zhuge Chongfeng was deep in thought at the sudden development. A soldier rushed over and bowed, carrying a jade slip. "Clan head, Sir Lung sent word." Snatching and reading it, Luo Yunhai smashed it on the ground, exploding in anger. "What the hell? Those geezers! What is it, clan head? What happened?" Zhuge Chongfeng asked with a start. Luo Yunhai took a deep breath, his face twisted in rage as he spat. "Sir Lung said those old coots ordered retreat, just as Invincible Sword was about to die." "What?" Zhuge Chongfeng pursued. "What of Steward Zhua? What did he say?" Luo Yunhai sighed. "Brother Zhua got caught by the sea demon when he went after it and is now missing. This decision is all on those old guys. So that's why." Zhuge Chongfeng nodded, turning to the silent hellscape where both armies bled and died. His eyes shone as he said, "It seems the parties reached a hidden agreement. The war is over. How can there be peace?" Luo Yunhai roared, aggrieved, his eyes bloodshot. "We lost over half our men. There's only 40 million of us left. And Sir Lung said sacrificed close to 60 millions to wear down Invincible Sword. We lost 100 million people, equivalent to 3 lands. With the old coots giving up now, then how are we supposed to defend the next time they attack? The death toll is tremendous and we paid a heavy price as well. Who is going to take responsibility? Did they just die for nothing?" Tuoba Taizhan didn't take the news too well either. Only Zhuge Chongfeng sighed and nodded as he explained, "Clan head, allow me to be blunt. I've been a dynasty's prime minister and know exactly what these men in power care about, having served an emperor myself. Using the chance of Stewardjua's disappearance. Their moral compass. Bailey Jingwei strike them where it hurt the most, having leverage over them and making them cease the war regardless. As for what they are so much about, ha ha ha. Clinging to power. As for the forces of the four lands and the damage, they have little concern. Haven't the lands reared so many experts just to keep them safe? Clan head. I'll be honest with you. These four lands leaders may be of righteous sex and lofty as immortals, but they wallow in lust for power, incapable to rise above the mundane world. Wanting them abandon everything and give their everything for Tao is fundamentally impossible. They might be willing to sacrifice their lives, but there are some things they find far more valuable than life. More valuable than our lives. Stewardjua used to say desires held you back. For so many years the four lands feared the frail scholar, Bailey Jingwei, for this exact reason. Bailey Jingwei is a master manipulator of others' desires. The only one who can fight him on this is Brother Zhua. Luo Yunhai nodded in understanding then teared up. Speaking of, I miss Brother Zhua, Steward Zhuge. He may be missing, but I want to find him with sister. And when I do find him, I'll never let him go. Zhuge Chongfeng smiled. I know clan head is aggrieved, but it's best not to see Steward Zhua like your past whiny self. Ha ha ha. Stop teasing. Luo Yunhai glared at him. Deep in the North Sea, in heaven-sealing Cao's domain, Shuafan was still out, laying on the icy sea, looking haggard and weak. Chower watched over him with worry. Cao was concerned as well, ignoring his wounds. They both failed to notice that no pain was greater than a withered heart. Shuafan had sunk into an abyss. It was all up to him to wake or not. A drop plopped in the water, sending ripples. In a black space, a man stood beside a pond with a crushed expression. There was nothing around him, just emptiness. Shuafan's eyes were, by all account, dead. An aged hand appeared just then, landing on his shoulder. Shuafan never so much as blinked. A faint smile came into view as a stooped man walked to his side to sit. Ha ha ha, you're back. Didn't I tell you not to come to this dark place? You'll never get out. Who are you? Shuafan stiffly turned around to see only the outline in the darkness. Then he recalled, You're that. The old man nodded and a row of white teeth were revealed in the darkness. Yes, I told you last time that I'll come every time you appear here to stop you from passing on. Last time was due to nearing death, but this time is far more dangerous. Your heart, your will is dead. Sorry, I made you see me again. Aren't you even going to ask me who I am? No point. I don't need to know anyway. Shuafan spoke. His lonely eyes made him look like a corpse. The old man shook his head. It'll be a shame to yearn for death so soon. I helped you in protecting the girl's life. If you want to see her again, live and meet her in the sacred domain. What? Shuafan shook all over, astonished. With only his teeth showing, the old man looked faded, yet a prismatic glow hovered over him. Remember how I told you to accept everything about the one you care? I am the same. I can't have you sink into oblivion, ever. But I'm afraid this will be the last time. I can no longer protect you from here on. Take more care of yourself. The old man turned into the prismatic glow and faded away. Senior. Shuafan shot to his feet, awake. Shower jumped in joy. Dad, you're back. Kid, you're up at last. You only have a scratch here and there and collapsed from exhaustion. Even so, you were out for a whole week. For a moment there I thought you lost your will, never to rise again, ha ha ha. Cao laughed in glee. The next thing you know, you wake up like nothing. Shuafan saw black before his eyes and touched their seal. What bothered him most was the lack of any trace of his wife's energy. He rushed. Qingcheng. What about Qingcheng? Senior Cao. You mean the girl? You saved her, so take it easy. Me? Yeah. Cao explained after seeing the confused expression he had on. To save you, she took the thunder flame into her body, just as her soul was about to fade away. A sovereign path came out of you, shielding the last vestige of her soul from annihilation. It was the only thing that stood in the way of her rejoining the mere spiritual energy of the world around us. Zhuofan's brow shook hard, looking pale and dismayed. Sovereign path? Isn't that what legends talk of only as the ultimate skill of the sovereign stage, one form that gives eternal life? How come I have it? You don't know? Of course not. I'd have used it from the start if I did. Not to waste time running all over the place. In that case, I know even less. Cao shrugged and grinned. It said only a sovereign can wield a sovereign path, as in the 10 sovereigns. Hardly a feat possible by a Dao amateur like you. Does that mean a sovereign resided within you to protect your little old life? That's quite the backing, kid. Now, who on earth are you, exactly? Plagued with confusion, Zhuofan was lost. But then he snapped back as he recalled the hazy elder. Has he always been protecting me? But who was he? Why would he appear only as my life is about to be extinguished? His mind was drowned in question with no answer, questions he could only put aside for now. He instead asked Cao in worry, "What about Xianxia's soul? Where is she?" "I threw it in the sacred domain." Sacred domain? Yes. Cao grinned. Boy, you and the last luck is out of this world. Did you know the North Sea had a connection with the sacred domain? Zhuofan mulled over. From Dragon Ancestors' map, close to the North Sea is indeed a world wind tunnel. But I didn't know where exactly. Hee. Then let me tell you about Heavenly Rebirth Lake. The lake in legends saying it can have someone reborn? Zhuofan's heart jumped in shock. It's only a myth in the sacred domain. A mere hearsay, and mostly taken as a mere story. But after looking through the 9 Serenities' secret records, I knew it to be Rebirth Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. It twisted time and space, and as long as just a sliver of your soul remains, rebirth is possible into an easy life. Only its hard barrier makes it impossible for all but the fated to enter. The other 9 sovereigns were no different. Such a miracle of creation was actually here in all places. Go figure. Cao nodded. Every sovereign has their own unique ability, seat of enlightenment. None may enter but themselves. Maybe because of your thunder flame in relation with the divine eye of the void, you tore a gap in the barrier. Don't you find it connected how it was the heavenly rebirth lake here of all places? It offered the last the chance to be reborn. The other option would be ending up as a cripple if not outright dying from having but a sliver of soul remaining. Zhuofan pondered and finally nodded with a smile. That's why that senior told me to live to see her in the sacred domain. Xianxia is already there. Then I will survive until we see each other once more. But who was he? How did a sovereign end up within me? Why would he give everything to help me? Why would he choose nothingness just to help me save Xianxia? Regardless of it all, this is one immense favor I have to return. The only question is if I'll ever get the chance. Zhuofan finally showed a wide and bright smile, his heart at peace. She has yet to pass on, waiting for me out there for the moment we're together again. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan's deathly outlook now turned vibrant with hope and vitality. He aimed for sacred domain to fight, but now he had another reason, love. Zhuofan's mindset shifted just as faint sounds reached their ears. Zhuofan started as he sensed the source to be the vaulting demonic sword. On its blade there was also the blazing black thunderflame. It must hurt, right? While you, kid, were taking a week-long nap, the sword was being burnt all this time. Cao smirked looking at the shaking blade, teasing, "Kid, I don't know how you got such an idiotic sword spirit. The 6th grade sacred weapon was made by Sword Sovereign with the rarest of ores from the 5 danger zones. Not even your thunderflame can so much as scratch its blade. Yet the swords taking on your thunderflame very soon got snuffed. Just look at the other 3 swords becoming dead in just an hour. Only this sword spirit fueled the fire with its spiritual energy and let the thunderflame burn it for 7 days. Talk about the pinnacle of stupidity, enduring so much pain and anguish. The sword gave an indignant shake while also showing its impatience as the flames crackled with much force. Zhuo Fan was connected to the sword spirit and sensed it. Smirking, "I get it. You sure are ambitious. Let's give it a try." "What are you talking about?" Cao looked out of it as he stared at Zhuo Fan. He took the ring from Chower and his hands shone with glittering sacred stones, taking flight and burrowing into the ice and snow. Cao watched from the side. In 6 hours, the array was done and Cao gnashed his fangs. "Refining array? What for? Can't you tell, senior? What else but refining?" Zhuo Fan chuckled, signaling, and the demonic sword skipped into the array, with the other 3 divine swords flying inside. Zhuo Fan was then focused, making signs as he shouted, "Heaven, earth, mystical and nature. Earth, water, wind and fire. With the thunder flame as medium 4 swords unite, with my sword spirit controlling the shift." Boom! Zhuo Fan then ended with pointing at the array, unleashing a reverberating explosion that shook the whole of the domain. The thunder flame on the demonic sword slipped into the array, surging with strength from the power of the array. It grew so high one might think it would puncture heaven itself. The 4 sacred swords enveloped in the black blaze began to melt. "Boy, do you have it in you to refine sacred weapons?" Cao looked stunned. "We're talking about the 6th grade sacred weapons that the Sword Sovereign made, and you think you can refine them?" Zhuo Fan shook his head. "My skills are mere parlor tricks compared to Sword Sovereign, but I'm not trying to refine his sacred weapons. Now am I? I only want to combine them, to fulfill my sword spirit's wish." "That's impossible. The Sword Sovereign needed the 5 sacred beast powers to refine them. I even helped him get them. That is the reason these 5 sacred weapons are our bane. He also had the same idea of combining the 5 powers while refining them to make a sovereign weapon. But with the powers in conflict, everything came to waste. You expect to succeed where he failed. He failed because he lacked something I happen to have." Zhuo Fan was gravely releasing black energy in waves at the array as he pushed out his palms. "Demon transformation art. Whoosh." An inky black like the darkest night descended, swallowing the 4 divine swords, now warped under the constant torment of the thunder flame. The demonic sword exploded in a scarlet and bloody light, using it to envelop the 3 swords. As the thunder flame and the black energy ate away at the 3 blades, the amalgamation within the bloody bubble twisted and melted into one entity, in the form of a black sword. Cao stood agape, remembering to shout after a long time, "I totally forgot you combined the 5 sacred beast powers. How hard could melting sacred weapons be?" Sacred weapons are tough, with no mortal flame able to scratch them, while the thunder flame is the supreme power of the world. Using it to melt the bodies and the demonic method to merge the sword styles, the thing Sword Sovereign failed becomes achievable in your hands. "Kid, you sure are something." A humming was heard and a black blade with blue, red, green and golden stripes flew out of the inferno. Zhuo Fan gripped it in his hands. "It's not me, but the 9 Serenities Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants." Zhuo Fan beamed. "Senior Cao, I shall never forget what you did for me today. Farewell. I need to get back to Sacred Domain." "Zhuo Fan. Where are you, Zhuo Fan?" "On the shore of North Sea, devastated from the brutal and bloody battle. The surviving Sea Bright sect disciples were busying themselves restoring the heavy damage. Only a few people traveled along the shore of the expansive sea, shouting and pleading with tears in their eyes. Luo Yunchang with Shuang'er and their people were searching with a bleak outlook for one missing man. Luo Yunhai was walking aside, gazing at the vast waters with a heavy sigh. "Brother Zhuo, we finally came to know you're alive, but where could you have gone to now? A dead man like him always pops out of nowhere and vanishes in the same fashion moments later. He won't even drop by for a visit. We get that you're busy, but the least you could do is send us words now and then and not keep us heartbroken and always worrying about you." Wiping her tears, Luo Yunchang chided. Her sisters consoled her, giving her a handkerchief. Luo Yunhai shook his head. "Sister, Don't feel bad. Brother Zhua has great fortune, and I'm sure this time is no different. That's for the good guys. No evil wicked man ever got blessed with good luck. Someone shouted in reply. They all turned in anger at an elegant and lofty girl, her eyes always looking far over the wide sea. She looked cold and sorrowful, but her biting words clearly struck someone when they were down. Luo Yunchang stared daggers at her and snapped. What did Zhua Fan ever do to you? Why are you cursing him when we don't even know if he's alive? His fate is no mystery, not when he's dead. The girl sighed. Everyone knows how strong the sea demon is, and the information we have says that when the sea demon withdrew, only the invincible swords group got out. That fiend is without a doubt laying crushed under the sea demon's paw. His sins are heavy, but out of respect for the departed, I will stop here. I only want for no one to follow his example on the evil and bloody path he trailed. Hey, what's the big idea? Sister Shui. Brother Zhua is gone now, so could you at least try to show some consideration? Luo Yunchang raged, waving her hands around in defiance. Another girl rushed over to placate them. Did you forget why we're here? Brother Murong and my father are still missing. A man strutted over to the girls, shouting, Sister Shui Yener, I had no luck finding father and the others. What about on your side? The three were also here searching the rubble. Murong Shui ignored them and went to look. Good and evil have always been on separate sides. The devil is gone, but the whole world knows of his sins. You may refuse to hear the truth, but do you think you can stop all people from talking? Wait! Luo Yunhai held out her hand to block them. Her eyes glimmered and Luo Yunhai walked to her and looked into the other girl's flat gaze. Miss, don't judge before you understand. Zhua Fan is my big brother and my Luo clan's steward. As his brother and clan head, I am unable to ignore your blatant slander. You call Big Brother a fiend with grave sins. Why? You're his little brother? Well, so am I. Take a powder. Ouyang Chongqing snickered, worming his way in their graces. But Murong Shui glared at him before turning to Luo Yunhai. I am not talking behind someone else's back, nor am I insulting the departed. Evil is evil. Since you wish to know his vile deeds, I shall lay them all out for you. Murong Shui began with her trip to the central area. When she finished, Luo Yunhai sneered. Central area is our enemy. Brother Zhua was besieged on all sides by enemies. Whether in self-defense or attacking, it was all within his right. You call that a crime? In that case, who among the 4 land leaders, including your Murong clan, is innocent? He involved countless innocents from a merchant group. Those clinging to the powerful should be ready to fall alongside them. But all those lives, gone before their time. Where you see life, I see fairness. Luo Yunhai retorted. You call them innocent. The same type of innocent fostered on wealth and power. Could those innocent hands be clean then, never stained with blood and grime? Since they aren't, then they're not innocent. You might even say they received just rewards. What's there to sympathize with? Murong Shui frowned, unrelenting. Sinners as they might have been, not all deserve death, yet so many have died. You don't get to judge who dies or lives or how much of a sinner one is. What gave you the idea they deserve to live? Brother Zhua said once, corruption begets corruption. They might have just stolen a single needle, but what goes around, comes around. To say nothing of a merchant group, wallowing in profits. Their hands couldn't be dirtier. Brother Zhua did the world a favor, acting in heaven's stead. He's not heaven. Who is he to pass judgment in its stead and harm so many people? Neither are you. Why do you insist on labeling Brother Zhua as evil while calling yourself righteous? Luo Yunhai matched her at every turn, leaving Murong Shui tongue-tied. Zhuge Chongfeng chuckled to himself. Clan head statecraft is progressing well. He stepped over, encouraging. Miss, I was once an imperial prime minister, and can say with confidence that among officials and merchants, countless people lay dead at their feet. The Murong clan is a righteous clan, with Miss only looking at the thousands of casualties and not at the details leading to the disaster. To be honest, In my capacity as his formal opponent and now colleague, I can assure you that Steward Zhua is fair. Fair. Morong Shui mocked, pointing at the thousands of corpses, howling in exasperation. You call it fair? His vile plan of having so many lives accompany him in death? Luo Yunhai cast a cold eye on the bodies, shouting back, Commander Taoba! Present. Tuoba Taishan snapped to attention on Luo Yunhai's side. Commander Taoba, tell this miss, what was our relationship a dozen years ago? Enemies. And Zhua Fan. Enemies. Have you met in battle? How did it conclude? In Tianyu's Great War, I suffered a crushing defeat. My soldiers laid to waste, my officers broken, the death toll uncountable. I marked the end of my career. Do you hate him? What hate is there for a soldier to fight on the battlefield that uses his own strength? Tuoba Taishan chuckled, then snapped loudly. Hate is a sign of cowardice. Hate cannot prevail over an enemy. I lost to Zhua Fan and all he has is my utmost respect. I only think of fighting him again. Nothing more, nothing less. Luo Yunhai dismissed him, turning a sharp gaze on Morong Shui. Now you see? On the field of battle where the fighting is most fierce, it is measured in defeat or victory, and not in casualties. Best be prepared to die the moment you step into the fray. For there is no good and evil, only weak and strong. In this war, the four lands had prevailed over the central area. Regardless of the casualties, we won. This was Brother Zhua's justice. None shall ever call him vile or evil. If you think war is evil, then let me tell you the difference. Luo Yunhai flicked his hand and a map appeared before her eyes. Due to Brother Zhua's plan, the battle resumed to only northern lands, allowing the other three lands to be safe. Even with the enemy armies entering deep into the three lands, due to Brother Zhua's tactic, they had always been on the move, not stopping for anything, thus their influence minimal to the people. You're a leader of southern lands. Now you may return home and see if even a grass was touched. Also, even with the war waged on northern land's soil, we held the front line, stopping them from taking any step deeper while our people behind assaulted the invincible sword. In between, no civilian had been affected. When the war was over, they were still living their normal lives. Brother Zhua had come up with the plan, but no innocents have been implicated. This is being impartial. Morong Shui's brow shook hard, muttering, her voice weak. But his plan caused many people to die. If not for him, even if we lost, there wouldn't be so many casualties. Miss Morong, weren't you listening? Brother Zhua, only let those involved die and not the innocent. Luo Yunhai's sharp stare never left her, roaring. To be blunt, the war between the four lands and central area is nothing but a battle of interests between us who use these lands' resources. All the deaths are warranted, for we fought for ourselves. The true cruelty and evil would have been dragging the populace into it. They suffer when we flourish. They suffer when we decline. What do they ever get in peacetime? Why should we involve them in wars? It's the same as driving a spiritual beast-pulled carriage, and you find 6 children playing in the road. If you decide to veer off, you'd be hitting the one child hiding behind a tree. What would you choose? Would you be trampling the children or the other one? Morong Shui was stuck. Allow me to help you. Luo Yunhai shouted over her. You only see lives as numbers and would have chosen the lone child without fault to protect the 6 playing in the road. Since they were more, you believe you did the right thing. Here's where Brother Zhua differs. He would have gone over the 6 children, for they were in the wrong and had to suffer the consequences, instead of having an innocent life take the fall for them. That's being impartial. The same applies to us now. To involve even one innocent life into our war would have been the greatest sin. No matter how many of us died from battle, all are within our rights. For we refuse to give what we have. When every man is for himself, what's there to complain about? Rooted on the spot, Morong Shui looked dumbly at Luo Yunhai, words failing her in even mounting a retort. Luo Yunhai gave her a hard stare. I know Brother Zhua isn't a saint by any means, but he is one demon I respect. He never lays his hands on good people, with demons always fighting other demons. To my eyes, he is heaven's judge in punishing evil. I ask that you keep your insults you have for him to yourself. Your immature understanding of kindness and justice have no use in this world. Luo Yunhai flicked around and left, leaving the three in complete stupefaction. Zhuge Chongfeng quickened his step to catch up to the clan head. Luo Yunhai paused moments later. Clan head. Noticing his dark look and clenched fists, Zhuge Chongfeng asked. Luo Yunhai gulped, his voice low. Steward Zhuge, we are too passive. Even in times when the Luo clan had nothing to their name, I still didn't feel as passive as now. We had him, we were so close to winning after the bitter and heavy sacrifices, yet we gave it all up just because the ones above said so. Clan head, I understand your feelings. Zhuge Chongfeng smiled, his eyes sharp. Clan head wants to seize power, recalling our unstoppable rise. Luo Yunhai nodded. We've had a swift growth in the western lands, but far too benign. We have never held the right to decide in any real situation. Just how we were sent to risk our lives, then gave it all up the next moment. We never had a say in it. We're only reactive. I want to lead the world and not have some codger's toy with me. Luo Yunhai's eyes shone as he revealed his wish. Zhuge Chongfeng nodded. I understand everything, clan head. With the world now recovering after the chaos, it is ripe with opportunities. We will help clan head take it all. You can be sure of that. Luo Yunhai glanced at him, signaled, and left with his people. But for the first time his eyes held a deep desire for power. When in Tianyu it was Zhuo Fan who helped him with every plan. The Luo clan was weak, but not defenseless, taking its due share every time and working its way up to change its fate. After Zhuo Fan left, he gave Lu Yunhai 3 great minds to help with everything while laying the groundwork for the development of the Luo alliance. He groomed the righteous clan to never lose its core values, or its honest style, earning the admiration of people everywhere. Now, even with how great the Luo alliance was, it was nothing but a pawn from the western lands on the world chessboard. Pushed around, told what to do, striving and suffering, yet not once able to fight for the right of those that perished. Even in their civil war they just ignored the imperial order. Here though, in the war of the lands, they were to stop when told to, regardless of if the higher-ups lacked the decency to explain why. Regardless of the deal those old men reached, one thing was certain. They, the little men, had nothing to do with it. They were there to be used. Luo Yunhai had never before been treated with such callous disregard, like a convenient tool. His heart burned with the desire to change the futility and weakness he felt. In this cruel world, morals and duty are garbage without the power to back them. You might care for the men under you, but would your superior sympathize? You might worry about the people, but would those above? Duty and honor were built on supreme power. Everything else was moot. It's why Brother Zhuo took the Luo clan to the top of Tianyu before leaving. For even being another's right-hand man, you'd still be his pawn. I've grown lazy these years, to not understand Brother Zhuo's pain. Luo Yunhai closed his eyes, tearing up a bit, but then he snapped them open with resolve. No more. Brother Zhuo, you've left us 3 great minds to assist our assault, not defenses. The Luo clan will climb its way higher, starting now. Never again shall we be stuck in a rut like today. We write our own fate, not letting others use us ever again. Luo Yunhai walked on with purpose and determination. Morong Shui never spoke a word. Hey, who does the punk think he is? You think you're so tough yelling at my girl? Ouyang Chongqing finally reacted and lashed out. Shangguan Qingyan glanced at him and smirked. You complain now when they're gone. What was that back there then? It's just he made damn good sense and I had no comeback. Besides, he's Big Brother's brother and I have to show restraint. Or Big Brother might come after me. Tsh all bark and no bite. Shangguan Qingyan rolled her eyes and disdained. Morong Shui's eyes shook and said to Ouyang Chongqing, You believe him? That what that fiend did was impartial. Well. Ouyang Chongqing glanced at her, not wanting his answer to anger her. Shuer? Chongqing Yenner, you're here. Elder brother. Dad. Father! The three were caught by surprise at the familiar shout, then turned with joy to find their family they had been searching for all along. The three were looking grave, even with their warm gaze upon their children and siblings. Morong Shui sensed the change and frowned. Brother, what is it? The three sighed, with Morong Lai beginning. Swear, this will be our last meeting for a long time, if not final. What? The three juniors shouted. Morong Lai gestured to them to calm down. We have discussed retiring and understanding Dao in peace. Henceforth, swear, you shall be the acting Morong clan head. Chongqing, you'll only have yourself to look after you in the sect from now on. Yenner, tell my decision to our venerables and elders. Take care. Ouyang Lingtian and Shangguan Feixiong gave their own encouragements, their eyes firm. The juniors were left dumbstruck. But why? In our fight with the invincible sword, we came to understand that we've let the mundane matters take over our lives for too long, keeping us from seeing the path. We bug our minds with the secular affairs, unlike Serjua and Bailey Yutian, who despite being in the secular world, their hearts only focus on Dao. We need to return to seclusion. Morong Lai was the only one who spoke. As for the second reason, you should know by now. How did the war end? The juniors looked confused. Morong Lai sighed. I guess you're too young still to see it, so I'll tell you. Ever since we woke up among the Ruble, we saw the war ending and were stunned. We went to sect leader Ling and then came to know of the deal with Bailey Jingwei. 100-year peace. But who is to stop the invincible sword after that? All I got from him was silence. Or better yet, they never once thought about it or cared. For with the fall of the invincible sword, it meant the 4 sword kings would run amok in their lands. While with the invincible sword alive, the world war might have its second act in the future. The death toll would be even higher, with the people suffering for it. Schwerer, you know that our clan is a clan of valor, Shangguan clan is righteous, but even our venerables gave in to the proposal, also they could keep the clan alive for a century more. Morong Shui lowered her head and bit her lip. Take me but save the world. It's the foundation of the Morong clan. But never imagined the day would come when they would push the pain 100 years later on their children. Morong Lai shook his head. Schwer, we've let the profane infect us and twist our views. The Morong clan isn't what it used to be. Shangguan clan is the same. Thus we decided to step back from worldly affairs. Sending righteousness into the mundane world only invites temptation and decay. Perhaps it only helps demonic cultivators to understand their path better. Morong Shui shuddered and Zhua Fan's warning rang in her mind. For the righteous to reach the end, rising above is a must. Surrounded by the profane and your Dao heart will be tainted. Drowned in your demons, you might never find righteousness again. The fiend is so clear on both paths. Does that mean I'm the one unable to tell the difference between the two? Juniors, this is goodbye. Morong Lai cupped his hands and laughed. The other two did the same and left just like that. The juniors' shouts were too slow to reach them. Morong Shui was left there, with closed eyes and a sigh as she recalled Zhua Fan's ridiculing smile. Facts spoke louder than words. Her own brother was disappointed in their clan. Their clan had long since lost their righteous reputation, selling out the people of the 4 lands. It was all them, and not those vile and cunning demons. It seems I need to do the same as my brother, go into hiding and learn the way. With a bitter smile, Morong Shui sighed. I hope that once I understand everything, I'll see you in a different light, fiend. The War of the Lands started after more than a year of ample preparations from both sides, yet lasted under 2 weeks. These few days were more than enough to cause a widespread change to the world. The losses in the war were the highest on the 4 land side, having been the one at disadvantage to begin with. They had lost close to 3/4 of all their manpower to hold back the invading army. It was nothing more than a Pyrrhic victory, of blood and carnage. Nonetheless, a win was what they had achieved against a formidable foe. They had forced the central area into retreating. Yet it felt more of a defeat because when the chance presented itself to finish off the undefeated empire, they chose to let it slip away for some odd reason. All the soldiers who risked their lives and the very few lucky ones to have outlived this war felt toyed with at the news. For what had they bled so much? While the powers that be talked among each other, the lower rung was easily swayed and gullible, saying something like it was for their own good, as more losses would be disastrous, or any such sanctimonious excuses was enough. This took their mind off the reality that the invincible sword was going to come back with a vengeance, possibly go berserk in his assault. While a fraction of officers were sharp enough to figure it out, the main bulk of the army was made up of lost sheep going where the wind blew. All the pain, bloodshed and suffering felt soothed with tangible gains in their hands. After such a genocidal war, many crucial positions in the Four Lands became open. In the Western Lands case, the 9 sects were in short supply of disciples and elders, and they started mass recruiting. In the Eastern Lands and Southern Lands cases, the head clans ruling them were short-handed as well and needed to fill in countless spots, mostly low positions. With brilliant prospects ripe for the taking, many scrambled to climb the social ladder. For who had the time to mind insipid stuff like the illogical decision of the leaders to negotiate a ceasefire? The Luo alliance had heavy losses as well and also took in crowds of people into their fold. Every time he saw the boundless greed in all their eyes, Luo Yunhai sighed. The pigs! Lung Wuchang and Zhuge Chongfeng were happy though, as supreme power was being dumped on their heads. Without these fools, who would carry out all those power plays and upstaging battles? Such was reality. As the Luo alliance wasn't a selective sect that took one disciple at a time, it could gobble up whole clans by the dozens. It recruited like a ravenous whale feasting on krill. In mere months, it was halfway back to its old self. It left all the sects in the dust and in utter shock. The Luo alliance experienced the swiftest growth after the war. While the quality left much to be desired, it made up in quantity. It jumped right into being at a top middle 3 sect level and even showed signs of catching up to a superior 3 sect. Double Dragon Manor was just as stunned. Before, the Luo alliance was only at the top lower 3 sect level. The growth was just insane. It soon became apparent why. This was the Luo alliance's spoils from the war. Being an alliance, it had swift growth as its main feature. This was noted even before the war, though not at this rate since other veteran sects stood above. Now that the veteran powers were weakened, the Luo alliance showed just how fast it could bolster their ranks. Exalted Double Dragon's side. Zhuo Fan has set up the Luo alliance well. Luo alliance will soon become the head of the 9 sects, if not on the Double Dragon Manor's level. None of them were aware that this war had stirred Luo Yunhai to reach for the top. Double Dragon Manor would have no chance to stop it by then. Some clans cheered, others bemoaned. While the Western lands were buzzing with activity and recuperation after the war, the Southern lands, Northern lands and Eastern lands were in the pits of despair, wretched and devastated. Their main factions were recovering, sure, but the main issue here was the lack of a most crucial figure. The 3 divine swords got lost when their wielders entered the sea demon's black mist in a grave state, and now those 3 clans washed their hands of their land's problems, opting for seclusion. The 3 lands were left dumbstruck. Without the leaders, it'd be a miracle if they could withstand the 9 sword kings, to say nothing of the invincible sword. To get these 3 leaders to come back to them, the Northern Lands group kicked Ouyang Chongqing's door. The Eastern Lands blue bloods waited at Shangguan Qingyan's house for news, while the Coots in the Southern Lands had the Murong compound on lockdown to not let Murong Lai go, staying there until death if they had to. They were met with a vile and most unscrupulous Ouyang Chongqing. He knew they needed him, so he had no qualms in asking for a bribe then and there. To make it worse, he flaunted in their face every day, acting like the king of the Northern Lands and getting on their nerves because he knew they couldn't touch him. As for when his old man would come around, he made sure to be as vague as possible. In Shangguan Qingyan's case, there was a lady too refined and poised to fall so low. So she bolted her door to any and all solicitors. The troublemakers were easily dispatched with the help of the clan's 3 venerables. They were far from helpless. After some thorough examples were made, the crowd knew when to take a hint. The biggest shock came in the Murong clan. Murong Lai vanished and, as it turned out, so did his sister. With the 2 gone, the clan had no one to turn to. Having lost their divine swords and their leaders, the three lands were at their weakest in history. With little choice, they returned to restoring their strength. They learned from the Western lands to just take in people en masse for the common ranks. This ought to patch up the most glaring vulnerability. The more the better, no? The four lands being in such a horrid mess presented the perfect chance to the central area to take them all down. With their 9 sword kings, a division was more than enough to mow them down. Bailey Jingwei's peace accord made it impossible, having pledged on his own Dao heart from invading those lands for the century to come. Though a man as wise as Bailey Jingwei was not so foolish to set himself up to 100 years of stagnation. The peace came to be because he had no choice. He truly needed a century of peace. The Sword Star Empire was the mightiest, employing the greatest army, but it had lost its cohesion, a thing of the past, replaced by bits and pieces. With the central area's vast swaths of lands and riches, in just a couple of weeks, 1 million insurrections ignited. A third of the towns fell, making it the worst civil war in the history of the central area. Zhuofan made a killer move, telling the Serene Shores trading to rise up in time of war. Even within the relatively short time frame, the Serene Shores trading had no qualms and flipped the mighty nation upside down, especially how void it was of any real military to stop them. The entire insurrection was a chain reaction. With one taking the lead, the other local thugs followed right after. It led to the mighty nation that knew only peace for a millennia burning down to pieces faster than tinder. Bailey Jingwei, himself, was stunned to find the peace he maintained had so many dangers lurking under the surface. They hardly were worth notice if they had been put out when they started. Now, though, he had to rein it in and look after his patriarch while pacifying the 4 sword kings. He knew, though, that the Sword Star Empire was now changed forever. The insurrection was on a massive scale. He might force it to simmer, but the embers would still be there, losing the cohesion it enjoyed for so many years. To cull all the foreign elements from such a large territory required time and patience, 100 years at least. Bailey Jingwei made the vow for good reason. He did not want the 4 lands to mess up his nation any more than it already was. Funny how the 4 lands leaders still thought they had forced Bailey Jingwei into a corner to make such a proposal, enjoying their victory. They were just oblivious to the fact that Bailey Jingwei played them all this time. It was something every side needed right now, Prime Minister Bailey the most. Grandmaster, how is the patriarch's condition? In a dim hall, a wizened old man came from behind a thick drape. Bailey Jingtian rushed him for answers. The emperor and the crown prince were right behind him. The man bowed. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, Your Highness, I have given Patriarch a 12th grade pill to stabilize. However, what? All asked in one voice, laced with concern. The elder frowned. The Patriarch's wounds are beyond deep, his yuan qi spent, his core damaged. The Patriarch still had the strength to live for close to 1,000 years more. But as he is now, he shall find his rest in 100 years, beyond any hope. You're saying Patriarch has only 100 years? Bailey Jingwei's heart jumped in his throat. Grandmaster, the nation can't do without the Patriarch. There has to be. The old man sighed. Humans have their limits, and so do I. Unless, what? The Patriarch advances before the end, extending his life. I've lived for so many years already, and with the Patriarch at the very peak, there still has not been any case of there being another realm above it. Thus, bam! Bailey Jingwei crushed his skull with his palm, his eyes cold. Bailey Jingshi gasped. He was an imperial 12th grade alchemist. Not a word can escape the Patriarch's condition. Bailey Jingwei's eyes flashed, glancing at the bleeding body. Your Majesty, he would have died even if he was a miracle worker. What do you think the 4 sword kings will do the minute they know of the Patriarch's condition? Bailey Jingshi nodded after a thought. How did you handle them? Are they truly in the dark about everything? I made sure no word escaped carrying the Patriarch back to the imperial capital. I even had the 5 sword kings stay silent. The 5 of them were wounded and I had them sent to recover. The other 4 were sent to quell the rebellions. In any case, with the Patriarch still reigning, they will do nothing. That's why the patriarch must be safe. With hatred in his eyes, Bailey Jingwei's voice was steel. In a gloomy forest, Wu Randong stood before the cute shower. The young Gu Santong and Zhuofan between them, his eyes covered with a white ribbon. Begin, our way to the top. Clang. It was a black night, the darkness all-consuming. The only glimmer of life came from the moon above, offering its gentle and cool glow upon the land. However, it didn't last. As black clouds hid it behind a curtain of obscurity, a group of bare-chested men holding spiritual weapons in a cave struck the walls in a precise manner, enlarging it so that a person could pass. Friends, past tomorrow, will be free of this nerve-wracking life. Harder, brothers. A big man with whiskers for a mustache sneaked his way in front and whisper-shouted. The others lit up in hope. Ugh. Damn, we're finally done with this. Boss, you have no idea. But the envoy that put us here had me soil my pants in fear. Everyone knows this place is beyond dangerous and getting caught means death of the worst kind. I thought this was my end, but 3 months came and went while actually finishing our mission so we get to go home. Hee hee. I'm curious if we'll ever get the fortune to see Palace Lord. Keep dreaming. The big man rolled his eyes. I've been a member for 100 years now, an elder you could say, but I still have yet to catch a glimpse of his face. And you hope to see him after a few years? You're delusional. The rest were chuckling, looking with simple yet mocking expressions. The guy scratched his head, the hope still strong. How is the Palace Lord? Did you find anything? They say he is an elusive and mystical person of divine skill. Yet none have seen his face or know how strong he is. I somehow got inside the palace as well, but I don't know when I'll ever get the honor to meet. That's hard to say. All I heard was that none can bar the Palace Lord in his travels throughout the land. My palace brothers once found themselves surrounded by 50 Genesis stage experts. When they blinked, the 50 enemies were reduced to smears of blood on the ground. They then heard, but did not see, the Palace Lord, telling them to go. The Palace Lord's fame then echoed throughout. Damn! 50 Genesis stage experts killed in an instant? Is he a Central Area Sword King or something? Squinting, the men gasped in disbelief. The big man dismissed. What does a Sword King have on him? I heard that the Palace Lord has 5 kings of his own at their level, but he is still the strongest. Wow! Impressed, the men said, sure it isn't just an inflated rumor? Stronger than a Sword King? Isn't that straight up the legendary invincible sword? The invincible sword hasn't shown his face in a century. He might be dead already. In the war back then, he was hanging by a thread. The Empire is just not saying anything, is all. Let's leave the gossip for later and get to work. The big man waved impatiently and the others began to chip away at the walls with their spiritual weapons, despite the deep curiosity obvious on their faces. Just who could the mystery and magical Palace Lord be? Can he be that strong? A short guy panicked as he ran around shouting. Run! The Flying Cloud Manor's dogs are coming! The Flying Cloud Manor? The guys started flustering. I told you this place was dangerous. Now that we're so close to finishing the job, the Flying Cloud Manor has found us out. Shangguan Feiyun is one of the 10 Sword Kings, known for his cruelty and violence. What now, what now? Pa! The big man slapped him hard, barking. That's enough. Run. But don't forget to seal the cave, so it's not discovered and make all this work go to waste. The men gave urgent nods and scrambled. They made signs to seal the cave from view and flew away at once. Whoosh! A dozen elderly just flashed in their path as they went, unleashing their mighty Genesis stage power. The men panicked and shivered at what was to come. Ha ha ha, you got some nerve trying anything in the Flying Cloud Manor's domain. You must have a death wish. One elder laughed, walking forward and flaring his aura at the 7th layer of Genesis stage. The big man stepped ahead, using his own power while shouting, Brothers, I'll make a path and you run. The man charged then and there. 6th layer of Genesis stage? The old man chuckled. A mere layer's difference, but it might as well be worlds apart. You got another thing coming if you think you can escape me. Ha ha ha. The old man shot for the big man. Bam! The two clashed palms, with the elder staggering back 5 steps and the big man just 1, straining to stop as blood trickled down his mouth. He chose to charge again, to strike while the elder was off guard. He landed a palm on the elder's chest. Brother Lei. The men cheered, but then gasped as they saw the big man spurting blood. The elder, blown away, gnashed his teeth and wiped the blood. He glared with hatred. Humph! You got guts to take the brunt of my palm to strike back at me. But all that did for you is increase the damage you have. More than mine, fool. Hee, we'll see who's the real fool. The big man showed a bloody smile, shouting, Brothers, go! I'll clear a path. The men jerked awake from their shock. The big man was hurt, but he did get the elder to back off and present a chance at escape. The men rushed at once. Brother Lei, we won't let your effort be in vain. Stop them! The elder roared, and the old men behind him surrounded them. The big man flashed before them once again, shouting, To get to my brothers, you first have to go through me. Our thoughts exactly. The dozen elders grinned. The big man chuckled and released a powerful wave. The elder cried, He's detonating scatter. The old men scrambled away at once. Brother Lei, the fugitives shouted back, but the big man gave a cackle. I am an elder of the palace. No one can look down on me. His heroic valor had the fugitives amazed and reverent. What palace are you talking about? A man flashed by, a middle-aged man, staring at him hard. You can detonate for all I care, since it won't change a thing. Can't even scratch me. But let me tell you this. Not even blowing up will help them escape from me. The big man widened and his denotation was halted from shock. Sword King Feiyun? No more popping? Shangguan Feiyun grinned, raising his hand as it released powerful energy, mocking. In that case, I'll send you off. With so many targets to choose from, there's no harm in removing a couple defiant elements. Ha ha ha. The dreaded palm aimed for his skull. The big man shook, his heart running wild. While his men were by themselves with worry. Brother Lei! Whoosh! A flash of reed streaked by just then, meeting with the attack. Boom! The thunderous clash spread in every direction, shaking the far-off fugitives and the Genesis experts away. Even Shangguan Feiyun got blown 100 meters from his spot. He cried out in amazement. Who did that? State your name. Ha ha ha. Sword King Feiyun. Have you forgotten me already? A youth of about 17 showed up. He had sharp eyes and an evil smile. On his waist was the token of a scarlet beast head. The big man cried out, Why, you're one of the palace's 5 arts kings. Beast King? I am elder. The youth winked. The men looked dumbstruck. It came as a complete shock to find the Beast King from their palace to be so young and so promising. He actually kicked Shangguan Feiyun away. Is that Sword King level? Does that mean Palace Lord is even better? Are the rumors actually true? Is Palace Lord as strong as Invincible Sword? The men were filled with hope, not letting them out of his sight. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, but that kick told him the opponent was no pushover, of the same caliber as him. He reached out with 2 fingers, focusing a concentrated sword energy at their tips until the very sky boomed with lightning. He was getting serious. Whoever you are, for the audacity of facing me, death is all you'll get. The fugitives shook. Once a Sword King level expert goes wild, they would be nothing but dust in the wind from the aura alone. Ha ha ha. What an attitude you have, Sword King Feiyun. I might have fallen for it the last time, but I'm no longer a child. It's too soon to tell how our fight goes. The youth grinned and the bones in his fists cracked as he tensed them, taking on a scarlet glow. Shangguan Feiyun was confused. Have we met? Why can't I remember you? Who are you exactly? Humph, you must have gone senile, Sword King Feiyun. Did you already forget the animosity born out of harming me? I've killed more than I could count. Hardly any could escape me. I can recall those that I've wounded, but I do not recall you. Did you escape my notice? Crawling out from under corpses? Hee, right you are. I did crawl my way through death to you today, so I can settle this. The youth reached out and flung the big man into the fugitives. Leave, the Sword King and I have an old score to settle. So soon? Think again. You're all going to die here. Shangguan Feiyun roared and unleashed the attack he prepared. None can stop my soaring sword art. Boom! With the rumble of thousands of lightning strikes, the sword energy from above started hailing down along with his sword wave. The apocalyptic image threatening to bring about the end of days. Everyone panicked, their knees shaking, their hearts frantic. The youth's red glow exploded with a mighty bestial roar, smashing with his iron fist. The scarlet glow took the form of an ancient and peculiar beast, growing and growing into the sky. Boom! The punch struck the incoming sword wave, and the very space quaked, as if the world would disappear. All that remained was a thick blanket of dust. The fugitives and the Genesis experts were forced to cough blood under the tremendous impact, quickly becoming wounded and in pain. They were hanging on by a thread as it was. They were fortunate enough that the shockwave did not continue and the curtain of dust descended. Once the moon graced the battlefield with its light, the people were left speechless. Shangguan Feiyun and the youth stood in the same spot without a single scratch on them. Only the space was constantly warping around, unable to find balance. This was a dead heat with neither gaining the upper hand. They both went all out, yet the groups behind each of them were still alive. They were the only ones harmed in this as well, but now they gulped from shock, their blood running cold. These two were absurdly strong, making all the rest around them part of the scenery, insignificant and pointless. Either side needed but a fraction more strength and it would have wiped them out from existence. The dread the Genesis experts felt right then was so great their eyes looked ready to pop from shock. They had no clue what organization they were after when they came here to take these men. How could there exist any that could stand up to their Sword King? There was no point in chasing, now was there? They couldn't even question them, not when the big young boss was here and so tough. Shangguan Feiyun was just as stunned, feeling a headache coming and his heart sinking. His investigation into the hidden faction had been going for years now, but only today did he get the chance to touch them. Never in his wildest dreams did he think they would send someone of such power. To make it worse, he was young to boot. Shangguan Feiyun felt a shiver down his spine, unease taking hold of him. The youth smirked. Shangguan Feiyun, 100 years have gone yet no progress in sight. I even asked to be in charge of this side just so I could fight you. Now though, haha, it's so much easier than I thought. The youth looked back and smiled. Didn't I tell you to leave already? I'm gonna keep fighting with the Sword King and you're just gonna get dragged into it. Oh. The men jumped then bobbed their heads before making a run for it. Shangguan Feiyun was outraged, giving chase. You're not going anywhere. Bam. The youth was there to get him to back off with a kick. Sword King Feiyun, your opponent is me, The youth taunted. Shangguan Feiyun was enraged, more so knowing he could do nothing against someone of equal strength. The elders that he brought along thought of chasing the fugitives, but a single glance into the youth's eyes advised them against it. A Sword King level expert could just flick their lives away. Sword King Feiyun was sullen, his eyes bloodshot as he watched the bugs scurrying away, and he could do nothing to stop them. He roared under the mounting frustration, taking it out on the youth. He rushed forward and unleashed sword wave after sword wave. Bang! The earth rumbled for thousands of miles under the heavy rain of attacks. The fugitives took a curious look behind to see a glorious blaze reflected in their eyes, overcome by reverence. Brother Lei, we did good by entering the palace. Our strength is beyond anything we thought. One of them teared up and spoke with pride. With the palace's protectors, the arts kings, having such might, I just wish we could catch a glimpse of the revered palace lord. The men were getting rowdy and hopeful. Bang! Knocking their heads, the big man wiped the blood on his mouth, cursing, Wake up, Palace Lord won't appear just 'cause you lot want him to. I'm an elder and still haven't seen him. He'll be seeing me if that happens, and not you. Oh, right. Brother Lei is right. Ha ha ha. The men chuckled, welcoming the coming dawn with hope. Brother Lei, did you happen to hear that rumor spreading across the world? I wrote it off as nonsense. But the more I think about it, the more I find it true. The big man flinched and stared in amazement at him. Then his smile broke out into full-blown laughter. Brothers, we will find only glory with the palace lord. Ha ha ha. Bang. Rumbling echoed behind them still, with the youth and Shangguan Feiyun having clashed hundreds of times by now. They were out of breath and glaring at each other still. Catching sight of the rising sun shining on the land, the youth figured the men ought to be clear by now and grinned with a light wave. Shangguan Feiyun will end it here. Let's fight again later. Bye. Ha ha ha. The youth turned into a red glow and fled. Stop right there. Shangguan Feiyun roared with bloodshot eyes. But all he could do was gesticulate in anger. Just where did this hidden faction come from? Report. A shout reached him as a manor guard bowed, presenting a jade slip. Sword King, sir. Prime Minister summons the 10 Sword Kings to the imperial capital to discuss how to deal with the recent Devil Palace growing in every land. Devil Palace? Shangguan Feiyun frowned, looking where the youth took off. Another Devil Palace showed up? Just what is this thing? Dad, I'm back. The job's done in Shangguan Feiyun's area. In a gloomy hall, with the only faint light coming from some candles, a bored voice sounded. A charming youth waltzed in towards the center as he spoke. The same beast king that met Shangguan Feiyun blow for blow more than 300 times. Dad's not here again. Palace Lord left 2 weeks ago, wandering the world. A magnetic voice replied, and a middle-aged man with a split mustache walked out of the gloom with a smile. Young Sanzi, since the work's done on Shangguan Feiyun's side, I have another task for you. Only there's trouble over there and you'll have to sort it out. Gu Santong gave a bored wave. Please, Uncle Dong. I just got back and haven't even seen Dad or Chower. I want to look for them. Do you know where they went? The face reflecting in the faint candlelight was Serene Shore's Trading's chairman, Wu Randong, only a more mature version of him. His rash and impulsive nature subdued, but now he was in his prime. Out there, you're one of the 5 Dharma Kings, protectors of the palace, right below Palace Lord. You should know better than me as to where he is. While privately, you are Palace Lord's son. Even more reason you should know where your father went. Why ask me? True, I usually know where Dad would go on most occasions. He's either looking in the horizon, standing on the North Sea shore as he grieves for mother, or in seclusion, or, right, the Sword Shack. Clapping, Gu Santong laughed. I'll go see them right now. Wait, what is the Sword Shack? What about my task? Pausing in mid-run, Gu Santong looked back with a stern face. Uncle Dong, you may be my elder in private and I should help you. But this is a public matter. Do you find it wise to give me tasks then, as your superior? Palace Lord gave me the right to mobilize 2 Dharma Kings. Wu Randong looked respectful. Palace Lord said you're all grown now and strong enough to handle work before you make a mess of things and ruin Palace Lord's affairs. Uncle Dong, watch it. In the 100 years working together, when have I ever stirred things up? Palace Lord said you're a magnet for trouble and need to be shaped up. Gu Santong's face twitched, glaring at him, then walking out. I'll have Dad explain to me just how I am a magnet for trouble. I might have to trade a few blows with the old man. Don't try to stop me. Stop. Don't think about running. Wu Randong grabbed his arm and sighed. Fine. Since you're so dead set on it, I'll have someone else do the job. I bet the only reason you even took the job in Shangguan Feiyun's area was because of your grudge with him. You're the best, Uncle Dong. Don't get too excited. I do have a request though. Name it. So long it's not getting bored to death staking out some place for half a year. Wu Randong turned grave and sighed. Could you ask the Palace Lord something for me? When will we go against the Sword Star Empire? Every time I raise the topic, he just says the time isn't ripe and just to wait. Then wait. Dad must have had a good reason to say that. Don't you believe him? I trust the palace lord's judgment. I'm just sick of waiting. Wu Randong clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hatred. 100 years. That's how long my clan has been hunted down. As long as this hatred festers within me, I can never focus on Tao and cultivate in peace. I fear that I'll have to wait until old age takes me. Bailey Jingwei has restored the empire in this century, and I see no hope in taking him down. That's why I kept asking the palace lord but always got the same answer, to wait and wait. Wu Randong gnashed his teeth at the end. Gu Santong stared hard at him, then patted his shoulder. Uncle Dong, Dad won't lie to you. He's just telling you to wait for the very best moment. The Sword Star Empire isn't the only one growing. We have been bolstering our power even faster. Wu Randong squeezed a nod. Sure, I'll ask Dad about it, don't worry. Then, I'm off. Gu Santong patted his shoulder and turned to leave, but not before showing him a smile. Also, Uncle Dong, as an envoy, you shouldn't search for Palace Lord's location. Breaking Devil Palace's rules is a serious offense. I can overlook it for you, but you owe me, Gu Santong was gone, leaving Wu Randong to shake his head, his eyes deep in sorrow. A month later, a town lay on the border between western lands and the central area, Swordfall. It had a sparse population, but with how obscure it was on the border, not even a war would reach it. But with the coming of one man, its fate changed. None knew who he was or where he came from. Thus the people came to call him the blind swordsmith. The white ribbon never left his eyes, yet his refining skills were awe-inspiring. Many refining masters came to test their skills from leagues beyond, only to leave with hung heads from a mere glance at his spiritual sword. In his stay here, the only refining he did was of spiritual swords. That was how he got his nickname. He even led to the town changing its name all because of one man. For the many master refiners coming here, all found that their spiritual swords paled in comparison to his. Many renowned clans and dignitaries came upon hearing the rumors, and met the Grandmaster. But the man was obscure and hardly ever saw guests. Even meeting him did not guarantee an answer, and threats didn't work too well. All that got a bit too pushy ended up missing. It drove respect and fear in all the rest. In time, those that got nothing, others that suffered too much, and those that had enough trouble for a lifetime decided to call it quits. The rumors around the blind swordsmith subsided to the level of a local attraction. He usually stayed in a small hut, with the word Sword Shack carved into a board on top. Ding! Crisp and short ringing sounded from the countless spiritual swords hung in the bamboo house. A girl of around 16, with long purple hair, held a chilling white blade, taping it. Dad, is this your latest work? It's called Ice Pine, a meter long, 9.5 kilograms, 5th grade spiritual weapon with a constant icy edge, like an evergreen. Hence the name. A youth with covered eyes smiled as he spoke. Chower, it's something I made right after deepening my understanding of the heaven-sealing swords art. Sealing isn't as savage like sundering and soaring. It has a gentle nature that overcomes brute force and forces on countering attacks. It is not dangerous head-on, but soft, making it most suitable for women. Chower lip up. Dad, did you make it for me then? Well. Shuafan paused, chuckling. Chower, as strong as you are, 5th grade spiritual weapons hardly matter, acting more like decorations. Also, I feel that your nature is more blunt when using spiritual weapons. You're better off with male types. Chower's face twitched. Dad, I'm a girl. Don't you have any tact? In that case, I find a butch sword much better suited for you. You have a male air about you. Ha ha ha. Pouting and whining, Chower stared daggers at him, hugging the sword to her chest. I don't care, Dad. I want it. I've been around for 100 years now, but only a few years ago reached adulthood. I am no different from a 16-year-old human girl. This sword should be Father's gift to me for coming of age. Your childhood sure is long. 100 years at that, haha. But the sword still won't fit you. I don't care. I want it, and that's that. At least it'll prove to others I'm a girl. There's an easier way to go about that. Just don't move. Dad Chower whined, to which Zhuofan burst out laughing. A leisure voice then broke their father-daughter moment, soothing and sweet. Is Senior Blind Swordsmith here? Could I ask that we meet? Now that's the voice of a girl in her prime, ha ha ha. Zhuofan teased. Chower asked, then you're meeting her dad? Have you seen me welcoming mortal guests this past 100 years? Zhuofan shook his head, sighing. I'm done with trifles. I only want peace in my sword shack so that I can understand the paths hidden in the four swords. Zhuofan got comfortable leaning back in his chair. Chower was puzzled. Father, since you want peace and quiet, why not go someplace else? You've been known far and wide as the blind swordsmith for decades now and hardly have a few years alone. Now that another came to die, maybe the next years you'll be plagued by more suicidal fools. Haha, then I'll continue killing them. I chose this spot, so why should I avoid them? Zhuofan disdained. Chower, drive them off, or just kill them if they insist. Chower shouted. Dad's not seeing anyone. Beat it. Hey, the villagers were right about the old coot. So cocky to drive us out without even knowing who we are. Humph. I bet hearing our names will give him a fright. Ha ha ha. A youth started making noise outside, rude and brash. But then another voice sounded colder. Sister Siphon, shall I go in there and throw the geezer out at your feet for his transgression? They're dumb as rocks. Chower chuckled in disdain. Dad, we've seen enough of their type throughout these decades. Prissy, cocky and suicidal. Whatever, I don't feel like waiting for them to start. Let's just get this over with. Zhuofan just lay back in his bamboo chair. Quiet. Chower stepped out for blood, to teach these fools who not to mess with, who had real power here. The girl's voice turned angry this time around. Quiet! How can you act like this? The Luo clan is all about honor and righteousness, while the Luo alliance is a model of compassion in the Western lands. It shall never besmirch itself by picking on the weak. Once father hears about this, he's going to beat all of you to death. Zhuofan froze and his brow shook. Chower picked up on his change and halted. Her bloodthirst vanished and waited for his input. Sister Siphon, we're just trying to help. Why so angry? You've come here dozens of times with earnest requests yet have been forced to come back sullen as the coot was away. Now that he's finally here, he's so stuck up that he won't even see you. Like some ignorant fool. Yeah, Sister Siphon. We're only thinking of the toil you endured on these journeys, and only want to help you achieve your wish. The two pleaded. Zhuofan was stern inside. So Luo clan's brats came here. Go figure. Is this fate? Ha. Regardless, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's his choice to see us or not. We cannot force him like a bunch of thugs. Chiding the two, the girl requested again. Senior Blind Swordsmith, I am Luo Siphon, coming to you with an earnest plea. Please allow me to meet the generous senior on account of the dozens of fruitful visits. Chower stood before the door, waiting on Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiled, waving, have them enter. I'm quite curious to know how the Luo clan's descendants turned out. Come in. Chower waved and the bamboo door opened, while she returned behind Zhuofan. After a loud cheer, the three entered the shack. The first was a chubby guy of around 18 of age, with harsh features that twisted in disgust at the base and crude lodgings. The next was a lanky guy, holding a sword, gilded and gem-encrusted. A noble, no doubt. His angry and patronizing look turned into wonderment as he beheld the racks of dangling swords all over the place. They finally settled on respect as he looked at Zhuofan, even giving a bow. The third and last to come in was a girl, adorable and innocent, with a hint of childishness in her features. Upon noticing Zhuofan, she gave a hasty bow, stammering, Senior, I've overheard your nagging outside and you're the only one to act humane. Zhuofan smirked, nodding at her. The chubby guy snapped, Say that again, geezer. The lanky guy's hand blocked him from trying anything. The girl glared as well. Shut up or I'm telling your father. The chubby guy shrank, docile, though his eyes spoke of the hatred he had for Zhuofan. Imbecile, The only reason you're still breathing after making a scene is because Dad knows you're seniors. Chower gave him a patronizing look. Shuafan ignored him, wanting to know how related they were. If proved negligible, humph. Miss, I overheard you saying that you're from Luo Alliance. The same one in the Western lands, 9 sects. Of course, which other is there? The chubby spoke from his high horse. Well, old coot. Afraid yet? The Luo Alliance is the head of the 9 sections. Even Double Dragon Manor is giving us respect. Yet you dare to be so rude to us not to see us? That's a death act. The girl glared hard and stomped on his foot, making him squeal, Quiet! Are you ignoring my warnings? Senior, please forgive us. I am Luo Sifin, daughter of Alliance leader Luo Yunhai. They are my friends. I ask that Senior overlook our rudeness. The girl cupped her hands again and bowed. Shuafan gasped and lowered his head in thought. Luo Sifin? As in Luo Mrs. Fan? So you're Luo Alliance's young miss. Then what about those fools? Who are you calling a fool, geezer? They both barked. Shuafan said, You who else? Why? Do you want to hit me? Why you? The two were fuming mad, but restrained themselves on account of Luo Sifin. Though they shouted still, We look nothing like fools. And I look like a geezer? They say you're an old guy. Then they say you're fools. Who? Right, who? Villagers. Chower. The brats and Shuafan went back and forth, with the two holding the villagers as evidence and Shuafan pointing at Chower for the perfect counter. Since they say you're something, then Chower, as someone else calling you a fool makes you one. The guys gnashed their teeth, faces red. How was using family as witnesses fair? Luo Sifin giggled, looking amused at Shuafan. Senior, please don't bother with them. It's my first time seeing a senior arguing with a junior. It's my first time seeing such rude youngsters. Shuafan shouted. Spit it out. What are your names? You're not going to say the Alliance head is your dad too, are you? Not exactly. The two spoke in unison, glancing at the blushing Luo Sifin glaring at them. Shuafan blinked and asked, What's that supposed to mean? Are you or aren't? Oh, sorry. My eyes aren't what they used to be, and I didn't notice. Shuafan cleared his voice and said, A match of equal status, they say. So who do you think you are to give you the right? Humph, you really are blind as a bat, old coot. You wouldn't have asked about my right if you knew who my dad is. The chubby guy stuck out his nose way high in supreme confidence. Allow me to tell you, I am of Long Jianshan. My father is a Luo Alliance elder, Long Xingyun. My grandfather is one of the 7 founding elders of the Luo Alliance. Long Yifei. Shuafan finished. Then you're from Tianyu's Veiled Dragon Pavilion? The chubby one started at his words. What nonsense is that? There's no such thing as Veiled Dragon Pavilion. I'm talking about Luo Alliance's elder, Long Jianshan. Dad said to me once that your Long clan was Veiled Dragon Pavilion before entering the Luo Alliance. Luo Sifin interjected. Long Jianshan blinked in confusion. Really? Why didn't I know? With the Luo Alliance's resounding name, all those obscure factions have lost their worth. Ha ha ha. Shuafan shook his head. The trio looked oddly at him. Who was he, really? These juniors hadn't known for a century while he knew every detail, including their history. Shuafan was a complete mystery to them. Shuafan pointed at the skinny guy. And who are you supposed to be? Another one from the 7 houses. I am Xianxia, son of Xietianshang, great venerable of Sword God sect from Western lands. Grandfather is one of the 7 founding elders of the Luo Alliance, Xia Xiaofeng. He replied with instant respect, feeling the mysterious air around Shuafan. Shuafan gave a nod. So I see, descendant of Sword Marquis's abode. Nianyang, missing Yang. Tell me, how's your uncle Xia Tianyang doing? Does he have any kids? Senior, father told me that uncle chose isolation in the mountains 100 years ago. We have heard nothing about him ever since. Grandfather is missing him greatly, which is why he gave me this name. The guy hasn't gone home in a century? He must be quite at ease then, ha ha ha. Shuafan shook his head, a smile of sadness and admiration playing on his lips. It felt so ironic how others managed to retire with their beloved while fate played cruel jokes on him, robbing him of such peace. The trio were confused, looking lost and probing. Senior, do you know our elders? Yeah, we have some history. Why else do you think I allowed brats like you to see me? Shuafan nodded. Now, what do you want from me? Blind uncle, well, blind uncle. I don't know how to call you, and with the villagers saying you're a blind swordsmith while close to our fathers, I took the liberty of calling you uncle. Please don't mind it. Luo Sifin looked around, playing the family card. If you do not like it, how may I call you? Shower giggled. Dad. She's quite friendly, except for the botched addressing. Taking it by rank, with Luo Yunhai seeing Shuafan as a big brother, his daughter calling him uncle was right, though not entirely. It should be great uncle or some such title instead. Star Reader. In Chinese, there are terms for every kind of uncle, coming from a younger brother, elder brother, from the mother's side, etc. Shuafan didn't mind the details, waving her off. Girl, I saw you as someone from a noble family, but with you trying to cling so hard to me, it's like seeing the old me in you, ha ha ha. You sure take after your father. It's not from dad, but mother. Luo Sifin blushed. Mom said I have to be so blunt and shameless to get in someone's good graces. It's how our clan rose. Ha ha ha. Right you are. Your clan rose on the shoulders of others. And that rotten and shameless, ha ha ha. Shuafan laughed, thinking of the good old days, feeling so carefree after all these years. Miss, just say what you want. I'll help how I can. Senior perked up and bowed. Thank you, uncle. To be honest, blind uncle, my dad's grand birthday is coming up in 2 months. I hope to offer a gift to him, but I came to see he has everything in the world. When I had been passing by this area, I came to know of Senior's extraordinary skills in refining spiritual swords. I have thus come to see uncle with this purpose in mind. You're quite a devoted daughter, going to such lengths for a mere gift. Shuafan admired her. But then Shuafan whined. That brat is already enjoying old age? What about mine? Dong. The trio's jaws hit the floor. What the hell? Brat? You're calling the Luo Alliance leader a brat? Who is he to be so rude to the strongest power in Western lands? Not even exalted double dragons dare slight him. Of everyone in the world, the one and only to call Luo Yunhai like that was Shuafan. He'd call him like that even in his old age, and the brat would have no objection. Luo Alliance's elders knew that when it came to right and pulling rank, Shuafan had tons to spare. As for the trio here, they were oblivious to the true history of their Luo Alliance. They looked up to the Alliance leader and never saw anyone talk about him like that. Shower chuckled at their dumb look. Dad, jealous much? Want me and brother to hold your grand birthday party? Whatever, I'm not old just yet. Stop joking about it. Shuafan rolled his eyes and shook his head. But to think that Yunhai brat is getting his grand birthday party. Thinking back to the first time we met, he was still in diapers. Ha ha ha. The trio's faces twitched. Since he saw Alliance leader in his childhood, does this make him some core elder? No way, all big shots in the Alliance had status and power in the Western lands. As for this coot, he's but a 5th layer profound heaven hermit with a daughter and a son. He's nothing like an Alliance elder should be. Back up, in the profound heaven stage and still in his 20s after a century. The only testament they had to his seniority was the villagers' word, that he'd been here for decades. Filled with questions, they just stared at Shuafan with dumb looks. Shuafan smiled, shouting, Miss, you want a sword? Take your pick. Thank you, blind uncle. Luo Sifin started, then nodded in joy, pulling Xianxia. Isn't your clan the best at swordsmanship? Help me look for a great gift for my father. Leave it to me, Sister Sifin. TCH. Xianxia perked up and nodded, going with her towards the many swords dangling about. Long Jianshan soured and huffed behind them, Upon a much closer look at the spiritual swords, Xianxia's heart jumped in amazement, his eyes gleaming. Have you had enough gawking? Just pick one and leave, humph. Long Jianshan grumbled, with Luo Sifan staring hopefully. How is it? Xianxia, have you found any good one? Amazing. Simply incredible. All, without exceptions, are exquisite swords. What's really strange is the feeling I get from them. Like this first-grade spiritual sword looks far more precious than even a 9th-grade spiritual sword. I just don't know which to pick, a 1st grade or a 9th grade. The 9th, of course. You can't go gifting a mere 1st grade to clan head. Long Jianshan condescended. What sword clan are you even to not make such basic judgment? If you ask me, just take the highest grade and be done with. That's the 9th grade, right? Pick whatever and let's be off. But I feel the 1st grade is better. Rubbish, what 1st grade out there is better than a 9th grade? Are you touched in the head? Xianxia couldn't make up his mind, while Long Jianshan snapped back in annoyance. Sister Sifan, see that? This guy only knows how to brag about his clan's swordsmanship. But he can't even tell the difference between 1st grade and 9th. Why did you go ask him for help? Ha ha ha, how utterly absurd. Want me to help you instead? No choosing is necessary, not when any one of my swords are perfect. Xianxia is confused precisely because he knows swords very well. Zhuofan smiled and walked among the dangling swords, tracing their blades. Swords are like people, unique and having character. Be it 1st or 9th grade, each sword has its own way. Not using the right way or skills with the sword, the wielder and the weapon grow apart, unable to grow or cooperate. The opposite applies just as well. Xianxia is hesitating between 1st and 9th grade spiritual swords since he is a true descendant of the Sword Marquis's abode. Ha ha ha. I forged that particular spiritual sword 3 years back. This 1st grade spiritual sword took me 3 months to shape it. Whenever I gain newfound understanding into the way of the sword, I forge from the 1st grade to the 12th. I repeat the process with every discovery to understand the sword's essence. This 9th grade only has a high grade while the sword way within leaves much to be desired. While the 1st grade one is far more suited for cultivation and enlightenment. Please, spiritual swords are nothing but weapons, tools. First time I'm hearing that weapons can help your cultivation. Long Jianshan dismissed the lecture with a snide remark. Zhuofan smirked. I was the same once. The ignorant will never get to see the truth. The sword won't ever open up to you, you who isn't going to see it as your friend. The sword is the king of weapons, it has its own pride. By not responding with sincerity, you will never see its heart. For this reason, many swordsmen have a shallow understanding of it. To go further on this path, one needs not just perception and talent, but also sincerity.